This is Audible.
Wild Reckless, written by Ginger Scott, narrated by Laura Darrell. Prologue. The caramel aroma that scented the air was thick. The smells of the annual Wilson Orchard Apple Fest always began to permeate the streets the night before. Thin lines of smoke trailed from windows and front porches down residential streets of Woodstock, awakening the noses and stirring hungry bellies one at a time until they found the Harper residence. This was going to be Owen Harper's first year at the festival. His dad took off special from his job at the warehouse just so he could take his middle son to the hometown tradition, where the town's best bakers lined up their pies made of the fruits from Old Man Wilson's trees. Owen liked the pies. He always ate them when his parents or grandparents brought them home. But what he really wanted to do was go on the Ferris wheel. His older brother James had been to the festival twice. James was 10, and he'd always been tall, so he could pass the height requirement easily and ride alone. But Owen was not yet 5, so he would need a chaperone. His mother worked long hours at the hospital, and his father rarely got a weekend off. But today was an exception, and today Owen Harper would ride the Ferris wheel and look out over the town until he could see the roof of his house. He promised to bring his younger brother Andrew to the festival one day, too. He'd be old enough to walk to the festival on his own then, and tall enough to serve as his brother's chaperone. And together they'd both feel like they could fly. Owen's dad talked to himself a lot. It wasn't anything unusual to Owen. He'd often watched his father have arguments within his own mind, his lips muttering fragments of words over his cereal. He learned to ignore the nonsensical tirades his dad would have with someone who seemed to be invisible while he drove his son to school. And the long hours on the porch at night, when his dad would stare off at nothing for hours at a time, those were routine too. Owen loved those nights the best because he would get to lie in the hammock, and sometimes he'd wake there in the morning. Bill Harper was talking to himself a lot today, and everyone was staring. But Owen didn't understand why. Nothing was unusual. His father paid their admission, and his son breathed in deeply, his lungs so full of the caramel, cinnamon, and apple fragrances that he was sure he could actually taste them. His father's hand was rough from working heavy machines for hours every day, and when he pulled his son's hand into his skin felt scratchy. Owen didn't care. His own fingernails were chewed away, and his palms were dirty from his morning hunt for worms in his mother's garden. He squeezed his father's hand tightly and let his grin stretch the freckles on his cheeks as he took in the sounds of popcorn popping, kids screaming on the roller coaster, and carnival workers yelling out from all directions to win prizes. Everything about today was perfect, just as Owen had dreamt it would be. Bill Harper pulled his son up to the ticket booth and stood him next to a hand-painted post. Owen stood tall, stretching out a little and lifting his heels up just enough that the woman checking his height wouldn't notice he was cheating. He didn't want anything to go wrong, and this would be just a little bit of insurance. In the end, he didn't have a reason to worry. He was 44 inches, 2 inches taller than the requirement. Still too short to ride alone, but tall enough to ride, and that was all that mattered. As his dad handed the tickets to the man wearing overalls and working the controls for the Ferris wheel, Owen noticed the people in line behind him staring again. His dad was talking off to the side, arguing with himself over something, but it was nothing unusual. His dad did this, often. Sometimes Owen did it too, because he wanted to see what it felt like. Their brows were all pinched, and when one woman pulled her 2 girls in close to her body, away from him and his father, it made Owen angry. He sneered and actually let out a faint growl, which only made the woman hold on more tightly to her girls, who looked like they were about the same age as Owen. Their blonde hair was pulled up on either side in pigtails. They wore matching dresses, pink, and they looked afraid. He had scared them, and eventually they left the line. Owen was pleased. He forgot all about the angry and frightened faces as soon as his carriage lifted from the platform and he and his father climbed higher in the air. The wind was colder up there, and everything about the day smelled like Halloween. It was morning, so the lights weren't on for any of the festival rides, but it didn't matter to Owen. The earth looked magical from up above. While their cart was paused at the top, Owen twisted in his seat, counting rows of trees and buildings until he was sure he had the right road in his view. He counted chimneys to 7, and then he was sure he found it. He turned back around when the wheels started to spin again, satisfied that he could now check off the box in his mind, the one to see his house from up above. He wanted to show his father, but Bill Harper was talking to himself. His son had learned it was better not to interrupt. He'd wait. His turn to talk would come eventually. It always did. After 4 more pauses, every carriage on the wheel was full, and the ride began its first full circle, the speed faster than Owen had expected. It was a little scary, and he wanted to hold his father's hand, but Bill Harper was still talking, his hands flying in front of him in various directions while he argued with someone, the person Owen could never see. The air was cold when the wheel hit its top speed, so the young boy pulled the zipper up on his jacket with one hand, his other hand gripping the bar in front of him tightly. As he leaned forward, he noticed the woman with the 2 blonde girls standing below, and he thought about spitting. He didn't, but he chuckled to himself when he pictured it. His dad would think that was funny. He liked things like that. Bill Harper was very much a boy. He liked dirt and messes and swear words and beer. Owen wanted to grow up to be just like him. By the 3rd pass of the wheel, Owen was no longer nervous, and he loosened his grip on the bar in front of him. He wasn't brave enough yet to stretch his arms out, but he could close his eyes. With his head tilted toward the sky, he smiled big and shut his eyes tightly, letting the crisp air sting his face. With each pass along the ground, he heard the laughing and yelling of more people entering the festival, and the closer his cart climbed to the sky, the fainter those sounds became until they started up again. This was going to be the best memory of his life. He knew it. His car paused at the very top while the riders on the other end of the wheel exited their carts. His ride was over. It was perfect. When his father reached around and unclipped the latch, Owen didn't flinch. His dad worked with machines all day. He had worked with them for years. He knew what he was doing. He didn't make a sound when his father stood up, reaching for the long support beam above them. He held on tight when the cart swung forward. His father didn't tell him to. He just knew he was supposed to. He wouldn't want Owen to fall out. It wasn't until his father took his first step out onto the beam below that Owen knew something was wrong. And then he saw the face of the woman below. He heard one of the little girls scream. Owen's world shifted, and everything began happening in slow motion. He slid his body to the place where his father had just been sitting. He reached his tiny hand, the one scuffed with dirt and scratched from trees, out to grip his father's leg, hoping he could just reach the denim of his jeans, reach anything. He reached and reached and reached. But no matter what, Owen was too small, his arm not yet long enough. He tried to scream, but no sound would escape his mouth. His lungs felt flat. His stomach felt sick. This was no longer going to be his favorite day. His father's boots gripped the beam, and his large hands held onto the large steel bar above him. He was moving slowly down, closer to the center of the Ferris wheel. He was moving down, and that was the only thing that made Owen feel okay. The words of the carnival worker were a blur. He heard the man who ran the ride speaking over a loudspeaker, but he couldn't quite make out what he was saying. Owen turned behind him to see if someone was coming to help, but that cart was empty. The one below him was full, and he could see a man with 2 kids sitting still, watching Owen's father climb out into the center of the wheel, his hands letting go every so often to point while he yelled. Bill Harper was yelling. He was yelling at someone who was invisible, someone who couldn't be heard yelling back. He was pointing at him, shoving him, laughing wildly, and then crying. Then he took a step, and Bill Harper fell to the earth. In the end, all anyone could seem to talk about was how sad it was that Carolyn Potter's apple pie went to waste that year. Owen never went to the festival again, and he'd make damn sure his baby brother never went either. 13 years later. Chapter 1. Kensington, come downstairs, your sandwich is ready. We've been in the suburbs, no, the country, for less than 6 hours, and already my mom has morphed into some form of June Cleaver. I half expect to walk down the steps and see her in one of those poofy A-line dresses with a pretty bow cinched around her waist. She's been walking on eggshells with me ever since we handed over the keys to our old home. I didn't want to move here. Nothing about this move is about me, though. And that's why my mom is playing up the nice. Not that she isn't normally nice. Normally, she isn't really there at all. Mom's the head nurse practitioner at a major hospital in Chicago. Dad's a conductor and a music professor in Milwaukee. He was just promoted to the head of the department, so we moved here, to the middle. Woodstock, exactly halfway between the two. An ideal and convenient location, everyone said. Convenient. Far. Lonely. My two best girlfriends are starting their first day of senior year at Bryce Academy today, my old school, in the city. I wanted to stay. Mom didn't like me taking the train on my own, though, so I'll have to live vicariously through the pictures and texts they send. This morning's was a shot of Gabby frowning by my old locker. Morgan tried to get her face in the shot, too, but all I caught was her ear. She was terrible at taking selfies. I miss them. But there's some strange comfort in visual proof that they miss me, too. It's hot here in the summer. Hotter than in the city. There are more bugs and the grass is itchy. It's green everywhere, and I'm not really used to that either. The houses all seem old. Everyone has a front porch and driveways that stretch into these enormous garages that sometimes aren't even attached to the houses at all. That's going to suck when it snows. Kensington! Mom yells again, her voice less bubbly than before. The edge in her tone makes my lip tick up into a faint smile. I prefer her being real. I'm coming, I yell, sending a quick heart image message to my two friends, then shoving my phone into my back pocket. I pause at the stairs to look out over the vast emptiness that is my new home. Our things are trickling in, but everything seems swallowed up by this house. It's not like the brownstone we lived in just south of Wrigley. Everything there was tight and cramped, but it all had its place. Everything was at home. I was at home. And now I'm here. Put the piano in the dining room. Yes, about there. Perfect, thank you, my mom says, quickly removing the sheets and pads from my piano. I think she thinks unveiling it quickly will somehow make me happy, like she's just pulled a bouquet or chocolates out of a hat. Where are we supposed to eat? I ask, looking at my piano as it sits squarely under the dated brass chandelier of our new dining room, like the world's cheapest spotlight. I had a practice room before, in our old house. Nothing fancy, just a door that I could close any time I wanted. I miss that door. We have a breakfast bar in the kitchen. It's fine. It looks nice there, doesn't it? She asks, without really asking. She walks back to the kitchen, her half-eaten sandwich dangling from her hand. I think my piano looks stupid there. I think it looks stupid anywhere, but in its home back in Chicago. But this isn't really about what I think, so I keep my mouth shut and follow my mom's footsteps into the kitchen, where a ham sandwich sits alone on a gigantic white plate. The wastefulness amuses me, and I lift my sandwich, brush away the single crumb, and put the perfectly clean plate in the dishwasher. "Thanks," I say, holding it up and taking a bite. Mom purses her lips, but she goes back to her lunch in front of her computer at the counter. My mom finishes her sandwich quickly and without much conversation, then begins carrying boxes from the garage to various rooms around the house. Everything has a label: towels, dishes, cleaning supplies, movies, and Kenzie for the few boxes that go to my room. I haven't been called Kenzie or Kens out loud in years. I miss that too. The kitchen has more boxes than I do. Most of my things are still in the back of the Honda. My music books were already here and waiting for us when we unlocked the doors this morning. Dad brought them on his way to the office, afraid they'd get misplaced or damaged during the move. I could never say this to him, but there are only a few pages in that book that I really care about. The ones with notes I wrote, for me, for my ears and heart to hear. I've been playing the piano since I was about 3. My grandmother left my mother her old piano when she died, and I somehow knew what to do with it the moment the movers left it in our home. I couldn't reach the pedals, and my fingers barely spread far enough to strike a chord, but I could hear something and instantly mimic the sound. Music came to me before most of my words, and my father was quick to nurture my gift. Dad plays brass instruments, so he always sought out the help of others to instruct me. My first music teacher was no longer able to teach me after a year, and I outgrew the next by the time I was 10. I've been studying with Chen ever since. He's a music composition professor at the University of Chicago and has scored many of the independent shows that play in the theaters downtown. My father hired him to give me private lessons, to challenge me and make it impossible for the best programs in the country to ignore me and my gift. But what my father doesn't know is that when Chen comes over, while he's not at home, we play jazz. Now that we're out of the city, I'll only be able to see Chen once a month, unless I take the train into Chicago on my own. My dad expects me to step up my independent playing. He even went as far as to make sure my extra periods at school were all time in the music room. I think of everything I miss because of this move. My afternoon jazz with Chen is what I lament the most. It's been replaced by a gilded light fixture and a soaring ceiling that will make my playing echo out into the streets. It will be impossible to run away from the sounds my fingers will be forced to make. But I will practice, and I'll play the Bachs and the Mozarts and the Beethovens, those seemingly impossible songs that have become habits for my hands. I'll practice because that's what my father expects, and if I meet his expectations, he'll support my decision to study in New York, or Paris, or London, or Rome. Anywhere but here. And then I'll be free. Unable to avoid reality any longer, I finally give in and venture to the driveway and the open hatch in the back of the Honda, where most of my belongings still rest in taped-up cardboard boxes. My clothes are all stuffed into pillowcases. The wrinkles will have to be dealt with later. With the last box wedged between my hip and the bumper, I reach up to slam the hatch closed again. The dark pair of eyes staring at me from the other side of the car make me jump, effectively dropping my boxes to the ground, spilling clothes and books and random trinkets from my girlfriends. On instinct, I bend down to gather everything back into my arms, expecting help with my now disorganized load. Instead, I hear the steady drumming of a basketball along the pavement, and when I bend down just a little lower, I see his gray Converse slide slowly away from me, up our driveway toward the garage. Unbelievable, I whisper to myself as I stand with only half of my things, relenting the fact that I'm now going to have to make 2 trips. My red sweater is barely clinging to my grip, one sleeve dragging along the ground as I cross the driveway to my back door. My new neighbor keeps his back to me the entire time, his focus on the slow dribble of his ball. I give him a good long stare as I push my ass into the door a few times, my free fingers fumbling for the handle, desperate to get it open. "Thanks for helping," I whisper again, following it up with the word asshole in my head. Suddenly his dark eyes are on mine, and I would swear he heard me with the smug smirk that creeps into one cheek. The ball never stops moving. His hand never stops moving. He's operating completely independent of the hypnosis he's attempting to put me under, the soft squint to his eyes somehow making them more ominous. I'm not quite sure he isn't evil, and I'm also not quite sure that this hypnosis isn't working. A gift, the door behind me unhinges and I stumble backward inside, somehow catching my balance so I don't make a complete ass out of myself in front of Mr. Darkness. I race upstairs quickly, tossing my pile of things on my bed without care, hurrying to the window to orient myself with exactly what my view is in relationship to the driveway. With one push of the curtain, I know. His eyes are right back to me, almost as if he were expecting me to look, expecting me to find him. The damned smirk on his face is still there, and my heart is thumping away at my stomach, not so much from flutters as panic. The ball is still in motion, and I can't help but beg myself to remember the sight of him, so I can think about it later and decide if he's really as scary as my instincts tell me he is. His white t-shirt V-necks and the sleeves hug his biceps. He's wearing long black basketball shorts, and his hair is short, but long enough on top for the strands to twist in various directions. From a distance, he's a really good-looking guy, but I have a feeling and a fear that it's his eyes that hold the power. From 15 feet up and 50 feet away, they literally smolder. If I weren't such a social pariah, I would march back down the stairs and introduce myself. I'd ask him why he's dribbling a ball in my driveway, using the hoop bolted to the eave of our garage. But my feet are stuck to the carpet of my new bedroom, and my hands are burning from the roughness of the curtains my hand is now squeezing. When I think I can't handle much more, his lip twitches, and then he blows me a kiss and turns around to shoot the ball into the hoop. What the hell was that? I let go of my grip on the curtain and fall to my knees, wishing there was some way I could erase the last 5 minutes of my life. Instead, I slide so my back is against the window's wall, so I can't see him, only hear the rhythmic thump of the basketball for the next 20 minutes. When I feel safe enough to look again, I crawl to my knees and peel the curtain fabric back an inch. The hoop is quiet. The driveway is quiet. Now is my chance. Racing to the driveway, I scoop up the remaining things that I left there before and close the hatch to the car. I don't glance at his house, and I don't dwell long enough to know anything for certain, but I am positive that the front door was open, the inside of the house barely hidden behind a thin porch screen. And I'm pretty sure my mystery neighbor from hell was standing there, watching. Chapter 2. Yesterday was registration. I missed it. Too busy with the move for my mom to find the time to drive the 2.5 miles to Woodstock South. I don't have a car. I barely have a license, so borrowing a car without one of my parents in the passenger seat is out of the picture too. And 2.5 miles, while not far with wheels, is a hell of a long way by foot. So I begin Woodstock South High School today, completely and utterly lost. Dad dropped me off on his way to Milwaukee. It was early enough that I was able to get the printout of my schedule from the front office and find my way to the music room. My first 2 periods are music, the first one with the band as a whole, and the second one is independent study. This is the only part my father made sure of. The rest, me getting into honors English and math, was all my doing, all the result of my persistent emailing to my guidance counselor to ensure I was not trapped in a public school classroom with burnouts. This is the first year I've gone to school without a uniform. I know most girls my age would love the rebellion of this, the freedom to choose, to find a look all their own. I miss my uniform. Uniforms are easy, no decisions to make. Instead, I spent the first half hour of my morning switching from jeans to leggings and back to jeans again. It's fall in Illinois, the leaves are changing, and the winds come and go. I'm glad I settled on the jeans now as I stand outside the band room door, my knuckles pink and tender from rapping on it repeatedly, hoping someone will let me inside. "You in, Harper?" I hear a male's voice behind me, rounding the corner. I'm unable to stop myself from turning to see who it is. Soon I'm looking right into the eyes of my mysterious neighbor, the one I named Demon Spawn last night as I worked myself up over how cocky and rude he was in the driveway. His lip ticks up and his eyes squint when he notices me, but he looks away fast. "You know it. Let me just make an appearance," he says, pounding his knuckles with the first guy to speak. The group of 4 guys passes me, and the demon never glances my way again. Once they're a few steps away from entering the main hall doors, I hear them erupt in laughter, drawing my eyes to them again, expecting them to all be looking at me, teasing the new girl. But they're not. They disappear behind the doors seconds later, and finally the band room door opens and I slip inside. "Oh my God, how long have you been waiting out here? I'm so sorry. We never hear the door in the morning. It's too loud in here," says a girl with reddish blonde hair piled into a bun on top of her head. She's wearing tight black jeans and a black hoodie, and her gloves are missing their fingers. She almost looks tough, except her face is dotted with freckles, and her breath smells like strawberry from the giant wad of gum she's popping through her smile. "Not long. It's okay," I lie. "I was out there knocking for a solid 5 minutes, but this girl seems nice." "Oh, good. Here, come on in. I'll introduce you to Mr. Brody," she says, waving me forward. I drop my backpack next to the others that are piled by the door. The room is full of noise, saxophones, trombones, flutes, everyone tuning. "I'm Willow, by the way," she says, reaching out her hand. I shake it and notice how cold her fingertips feel compared to the knitted part of her hand still covered by a glove. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kensington," I start, but pause, struck instantly by the realization that as much as I don't want to be here, it is a new beginning, and new beginnings do have their perks. But people call me Kenzie. "Kenzie, cool! I like that," she says. Her enthusiasm may be a little obnoxious. I like her anyway. "Mr. Brody, I found Kenny," she says, already blowing my new identity, as I trail behind her into a small office to the side of the main band room. A small man stands at my introduction. He's maybe 4 or 5 inches shorter than I am, and his glasses are propped on top of his head, which barely has any hair. He's eating a donut, so he finds a tissue on his desk and rests the half-eaten treat on it before dusting his hands for crumbs along his gray pants. "Kensington Worth, yes. Glad you found the room," he says, his glasses falling right into place on his nose. "People call her Kenny," Willow interjects for me. She's assertive, oddly so. I like her a little more, and I'm starting to hope she'll be my friend. I could use a dash of assertive. "Actually, it's Kenzie," I correct. "Oh, yeah, sorry, Kenzie," Willow says, her face embarrassed at her slip. "Well, already then, Kenzie it is," Mr. Brody says, popping the full other half of his donut in his mouth as he ushers us back into the main room. "So, Kenzie, what's your instrument?" I'm puzzled by his question. This should have been settled. "I play the piano. My dad made sure everyone in this entire school system knew I played the piano, and he made sure everyone knew they were to accommodate my need to play whenever he demanded." "Piano?" It comes out unsure. Right, I know that. I mean for band, for marching. You can't really march with a piano." I heard him, but inside I was hoping maybe there was a way I could rewind, reverse myself right back outside the door, back home, back through my boxes, and back to the city. Marching. What the hell was I going to do? I don't know. I don't really play anything else, and I don't march, I say, looking around the room as the 100 or so students begin to file into chairs based on the instruments they play. Yeah, there are no piano groups here. No problem. We'll make you a pit player, he says, shrugging his head to the left for me to follow him. Pit player? I ask, but I start to understand the closer we get to the percussion instruments. Here's a pair of mallets. You'll find your way around the xylophone in no time. You sight read? I do, but I start to protest, suddenly aware that he's walking away and mallets are now in my hands. The xylophone is essentially a piano. The keys are all the same, only you strike them with sticks. I used to love playing on them at my father's office when I was young, but I haven't played one in years. Hey, I'm Jess, says one of the guys standing near me. I shake his hand and repeat his name in my head over and over again. Jess, 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 Willow, Willow, Willow. I know 2 people here now. Hi, I'm Kenzie. I guess I'm playing xylophone, I say through a nervous smile. Yeah, looks like it, he says, bending over and pulling a harness for a snare drum over his head. Welcome to the drum line. You about ready, babe? Willow says over my shoulder, causing me to turn and pinch my brow, wondering how I got moved to babe so quickly. My question is answered when she brushes by me and pulls Jess's face toward hers and kisses him quickly. Sure, let's get this pep rally shit over with, Jess says, spinning one of his drumsticks over his head, his eyebrows raised, feigning enthusiasm. Pep rally? I say, just as Mr. Brody drops a flip book of music on top of the xylophone. My xylophone now, so it would seem. Yep, first day of school always starts in the gym. Pep rally, it's our thing, Willow says, pressing a whistle between her lips and blowing hard. Let's go, peeps. Meet you in the gym in 6 minutes. She's the drum major. She likes the power trip. Normally she's a flute player. Flutes suck. I get it. And her uniform is pretty hot, so, you know. Jess says, winking at me. He's a typical drummer. Shaved head, double piercings in his ears, chain dangling from his back pocket. Everyone is packing up, lugging their instruments out the door, and I feel like my chest is caving in on me, as if my rib bones are actually cracking into pieces and stabbing my heart and other internal organs. I glance quickly at the booklet of music in front of me. Fight song, national anthem, a bunch of top 40 tunes. Yeah, it's all pretty simple stuff. If I can sight read Beethoven, I should be able to read this. Jess! I catch him before he steps through the door. How do I get this to the gym? He grins at me, then slides his sunglasses on. You push it. He laughs, then lets the door close behind him. Fucking drummers. Right, push it. Okay, I can do this. I tuck the music book onto the first layer of keys and then shove the mallets into my back pocket. I slide the wheels back and forth a few times to make sure they're not locked, take a deep breath, and push what is so very much not a piano to the doorway. I'm the last one in the room, so I fling the door open, hold it with my hip, and then back the xylophone out, banging nearly every key on the door jamb as I do it. Then it hits me. I don't know where the gym is. I don't know where the gym is. There's a natural flow of students walking down a hill, so I follow them, and when I start to see instruments in a few hands, I sigh with relief. The doors to the gym are within sight. Unfortunately, Demon Spawn and his group of friends are also nearby, almost guarding the door. My inner voice is wishing he won't notice me, but the awkward new student is hoping one of them will help me inside and hold open the door. Neither wish is granted, and his eyes land squarely on me, his lip doing that twitching thing again that lets me know he sees me. It also lets me know he isn't going to be of any help at all. I'm lifting the front wheels down a level on the sidewalk, and I'm only a dozen or so yards from the entrance when I look at him again to catch him nod a laugh to his friends, just before he kicks his foot toward me, covering my pathway in gravel. It doesn't take long for one of the tiny stones to wedge itself into one of the wheels, causing a high-pitched screeching sound and leaving a long chalk-like skid for the few feet I drag my frozen wheel along the walkway. I stop, bend down, and push the rock out with the back of my mallet, my face burning from the attention. When I stand again, he's looking at me, laughing. "You're an asshole," I say, which only makes his lip twitch again. "Hey, sorry this is hard to haul alone," Willow says, opening up the door and staring down Demon's spawn. "Not every guy at this school is a douchebag. Most of them help a girl out when she needs it." My demon neighbor slowly raises his hand, holding up a middle finger before blowing her a kiss. "In your dreams, Owen," she fires back. Willow grabs the front of my keyboard and helps me guide the xylophone inside, all the way to the far end of the gym where the band is now set up. "Thanks," I say, and I mean it. So far, this first day has sucked epic proportions. "No sweat," she says, leaning against the wall next to me. I recognize the principal from my visit to the office this morning to get my schedule. He taps on a microphone a few times and then begins to say a few announcements, something about buses, student parking, lunch hours. None of this applies to me. Of course, an hour ago, a xylophone didn't apply to me either. When I look to my right, I notice Demon Spawn, who I guess is really named Owen, shuffle along the front of the bleachers until he and his friends are almost next to me. He chuckles lightly when he's near me, then turns to climb to the top of the bleachers. Maybe I imagine hearing his arrogant laugh, but I sort of don't think I do. "What's his story?" I whisper to Willow. "Who? Owen?" she asks. "I guess that's his name," I respond. "Yeah, that's Owen Harper. He's a dick. Sorry, hope you're not offended by that word," she says, covering her mouth, like she's trying to be demure. I like Willow. She's direct and funny, and she seems like she's fine with who she is. She reminds me of Gabby and Morgan. "I'm from the city. I've heard worse." I smile, and she leans into me. "Cool. Okay, well then, he's a major fucking dick." She laughs, and I join her. "Right. I think I already had that much figured out. Rocks kicked at me sort of clinched my hunch, but thanks," I whisper to her, trying not to interrupt the rest of the principal's speech. Willow shrugs, then kicks off from the wall to stand in front of the band after the principal tells everyone to rise and remove their hats. I note the key that they're playing in and leave my music tucked away. I know the national anthem, so I won't have to read this one. The fight song is going to be a different story, though. Near the end of the song, I allow myself to glance in Owen's direction, and he and his friends are all standing still with their hats against their chest, respectful of this at the very least. I don't know why, but for some reason I'm relieved that he's not that much of an asshole. We play 2 or 3 more songs before the football team is announced, and I manage to figure out the fight song quickly, playing along. My dad would throw a fit if he knew this is how my first period of music was going. I'm kind of having fun, though, so I don't think I'll tell him. Willow helped me haul the xylophone back to the band room, and Owen wasn't around to kick any more speed bumps under my legs. In fact, he seemed to disappear entirely after the pep rally this morning. My second period was blissful, spent alone in one of the music practice rooms. I cheated on my lessons and instead spent the hour playing jazz. My next 2 classes were less pleasant. Part of being placed in honors math and English meant I could expect homework right out of the gate, which I got. Several chapters of reading and a lengthy problem set. What I didn't expect was to hear the teacher call out, "Owen Harper," in both of my classes. Harper. I'm pretty sure that's his last name. That's what that one guy called him when they walked by me early this morning. He didn't strike me as an honors kind of anything. By the time the lunch hour rolls around, my stomach is growling so loudly that I'm sure people near me in the hallway can hear it. "There you are! How were your morning classes?" Willow asks. She's a junior, so I don't have any classes with her. "All right, I guess. I have homework already," I say, and she scrunches up her face in disapproval. "Yeah, me too," she says. I follow Willow to the cafeteria and mimic everything she does. I grab a tray, shuffle along the counter, and pull the same sandwich, apple, and drink from the coolers that she does. I won't be able to copy her for long. I get a feeling she eats kind of healthy, and I'm going to have to delve into the pizza and fries line one day this week. We both punch in our numbers for the lunch account and take our trays to a table near the window, where Jess is waiting for us along with another couple I recognize from band this morning. Everyone sits. Everyone but me. I'm frozen, locked into where I'm standing, my elbows somehow unable to operate well enough to place the tray on the table in front of me. On the other side of the glass, Owen Harper is kissing a girl. She seems pretty, her hair a long, dark brown, very different from my wavy blonde layers. I try to notice more about her, but I can't take my eyes off the place where his hands are cupped around her face, holding her lips to his with this animalistic sense of ownership. It's almost offensive, but it's also something else. His right hand slowly slides into her hair, and he tilts her face ever so slightly to one side, giving his mouth a better angle, as his lips grow more aggressive. I'm hypnotized by the power he has over her, over me. His lips move over her mouth with a sense of possession, and his grip on her upper lip with his teeth slides away with a slowness that simply oozes sex. I'm blushing, just standing here, a voyeur, and I'm blushing. I have never been kissed like that. I have never really been kissed at all. He moves down her neck next, his tongue blatantly sliding along the nape, then under her jaw. Their friends are all standing nearby, but nobody's looking. I'm stunned. No one else is seeing this. His hands are now clutched around her head and body, her shirt twisting up enough to reveal her bare midriff. It's almost a soft porn show in front of the main window for the whole cafeteria to see. Yet I'm the only one looking. And then his eyes open in a purposeful haze, and he looks right at me. My heart stops. My stomach feels sick, and my lip puffs out with the small gasp that escapes me from the shot of adrenaline now coursing through me from getting caught. Owen never stops kissing. His eyes toy with me for the brief seconds I stand there in shock. He's laughing with those eyes. He's teasing me, as if he knows that I am so far out of my comfort zone that I may pass out from humiliation at any moment. But I don't. I look right back at him. I can't help myself, and his eyes soften, but not in a gentle way. They become sexier, more daring. He's daring me. Keep watching. Go ahead. That's what his eyes are saying now. The gray color suddenly looks like a storm brewing, and I'm caught in it. No chance for survival. "Earth to Ken's! We're down here! Tell them to get a room!" Willow says, pulling at the edge of my shirt, yanking me down into my seat, away from the danger tempting me on the other side of the window. Sorry, that was... I just guess couples never really did that sort of thing at my old school. You know, so out in the open, I say, forcing my eyes onto my tray. "Oh, they're not a couple. Owen just does that sometimes, and girls keep lining up like lemmings," says the small girl sitting with us. Her hair is cut into a sharp bob cut, and her eyes are lined in smoky gray eyeshadow. It's a look I wish I could pull off, just once. I'm Elise, by the way. I play the flute, and this is Ryan. He doesn't play anything, but I like him anyway. Ryan shrugs and gives a quick smile before turning his attention back to whatever seems to be interesting him on his phone. Elise ribs him with her elbow, and he rolls his eyes and puts his phone down on the table to give me a proper smile before turning back to her. "There, satisfied?" he says. She looks at him with wide eyes, then turns back to me. "Ryan is my ex-boyfriend. I just dumped him because he was rude to my new friend Kenzie," she says, and Ryan sighs deeply, this time putting his phone back in his pocket and standing with his hand outstretched. "Sorry, just stressed. I'm waiting to hear about a college thing, and I'm not an asshole, despite what she says," Ryan says, tilting his head toward Elise. I shake both of their hands across the table and spare a glance back out the window as I do. The makeout session seems to have ended, but Owen is still looking at me. His arm is slung around the girl's shoulders, and his thumb is caressing her bare skin. "It's because the Harper brothers have wild hearts," Willow says. For some reason, her statement sparks a collective sigh from her friends. "What? You guys know it's true." "No, Will, none of us know it's true. We just humor you, and you know I hate it when you start talking this mystical crap," Jess says, standing with his empty tray. "Anyone need anything to drink? I'm not sure I can hear the wild heart speech one more time." Willow pulls a pinch of crust from her sandwich and throws it at Jess before he turns to leave. He catches it at his stomach and throws it back, smirking while he does. "All right, I'll be back in about 7 minutes. That's how long this usually takes," he says. Willow squints her eyes at him and shakes her head as he leaves. "Wild hearts?" I ask, bringing her back to the point. I'll admit, I'm curious. "Willow thinks because she was there when it all happened, that she knows, has some sort of inside knowledge on why the Harper boys are so fucked up," Elise says, pulling open a bag of chips. She offers me one, but I shrug it off. I'm too intrigued by this story now to eat. "There's more than just Owen?" I ask, wondering why the house next door always seems so quiet. "Yep, there are 3. Owen's the middle brother. His older brother James is a real loser, total druggie, and his younger brother Andrew is a freshman. You'll see him around sometimes," Elise says. My stomach sinks a little, knowing that there are more of them living next door to me, and I turn to look out the window again. Owen's attention is finally on his friends, but his arm is still around that girl. His thumb's still stroking her arm like he's keeping her on a leash, reminding her that he's here and he'll get back to her later. "So, drugs? Is that what makes them wild?" I ask. "Oh, no," Willow says, piling the remnants of her sandwich and the half-eaten apple up on her tray. "That happened later, and I'm pretty sure it's just James that's a druggie. Their problems started a long time ago, though." Willow scoots forward, glancing once over her shoulder, and I feel like I'm learning some dark secret. With a slightly lowered voice, she starts to explain. "We were 5, maybe not quite, and there used to be this carnival that happened every year, the Apple Fest. Well, I was there with my cousins because they usually had cool rides and games and stuff. I was in line waiting for my turn to throw the rings at the bottles when my aunt grabbed a hold of my arm and pulled me close to her body. She was trying to shield my eyes, but she was too caught up in everything happening to do a very good job. I saw everything." "I'm confused. What do you mean? What did you see?" I ask. Willow's storytelling sucks. I'm starting to understand why Jess left. I'd leave too if I already knew how this ended, but I don't, so I'm glued to my seat. "Well, Owen's dad was Bill Harper. He was sort of known as the town's crazy man. He talked to himself and did a lot of weird things, like posting strange signs in the back of his car telling people to leave him alone. Anyhow, apparently he finally snapped, and when my aunt pulled me away from the games, I looked up at the Ferris wheel where everyone else was looking, and I saw Bill Harper standing out on one of the steel beams, about 150 feet in the air. He was yelling out these crazy things. None of it made sense. "What does this have to do with Owen?" I ask, my periphery catching a glimpse of my tall, mysterious neighbor still standing outside. He was there. He was on the ride in the cart when his dad walked out of it, stepped out to the edge, and jumped. He killed himself right there in front of Owen. And the Harper boys have been ruined ever since, she says. And I can't help but hurt a little thinking of Owen as a little boy. I wonder what he was like then, and I wonder if Willow's right, if he would have been different, wouldn't have kicked rocks at me or would have helped me carry my things inside if he hadn't been damaged. "They're not ruined," Ryan finally says. "Owen's a good guy. He just has to trust you, that's all." "You're just saying that because he's on the basketball team with you. You have to say that because he's so good," Willow says. "Yeah, he's good, but honestly, he's always been pretty decent to me. Maybe I've just never labeled him, though," Ryan says. I take note of the hint of disappointment in his tone over how Willow is talking about Owen, and it makes me wonder where the truth lies. "He has an arrest record," Willow says a little defensively. "Fuck, Will, so do I. Half this school has some sort of something on their record. We drive too fast, we get caught at parties with beer, we steal shit from the convenience store. It's what we do because there's shit squat to do out here," Ryan says, standing and kissing Elise on the head. "I'm just saying maybe we're all a little fucked up, and the only difference is the world knows Owen's story because it happened out in the open. The rest of us, we all just keep our shit private." Elise doesn't add anything to Ryan's speech, but she looks at her boyfriend with a sort of reverence when he speaks. With trays in their hands, they slide from the table together, leaving just Willow and me now to finish the story. "I guess Ryan's sort of right," she says, slipping her backpack over her shoulders and nudging me to do the same so we're not late for class. "But, I don't know, Ken's, that guy, he has some extra crap going on. He lives on the edge, like he doesn't have fear or something. I've heard he's played that game, Russian roulette, you know, where people take turns holding a gun up to their heads with only one bullet inside. He does that at parties. I don't think that's normal, do you?" I shake my head no when she asks. No, that's not normal. And I think I knew the first time I looked into his eyes that there was nothing normal about Owen Harper. But what scares me is I had this flash of an idea, a fleeting thought, that there was something special about him too. When I dump my trash and stack my tray, I hold the door for Willow to walk through. I sneak one final look to the courtyard outside. Owen's hand has finally dropped from the girl's arm, and he and a group of 5 other guys and girls are walking away from the school completely. He's wearing gray jeans, black Doc Martens, and a tight black long-sleeved shirt that fits his frame perfectly. From a distance, he's a shadow. I don't know about the wild theory, but Owen Harper is definitely dark, and he sleeps 30 feet away from me. Chapter 3. Why did he bother to show up at all? Why did he leave after lunch? Why did he miss his classes on the first day of school? Who did that? I can't quit thinking about what Willow said. Ditching classes, 3 at least as far as I could tell from his absence during roll call in science, and flaunting his makeout sessions aren't exactly things I would consider wild. But that last thing she said, about playing roulette with a loaded gun. I couldn't seem to wrap my mind around that. It frightened me, and it made me dread going home, being near someone who could do that. Mom was working the late shift at the hospital, and Dad wouldn't be home until late in the evening, so I was going to experience my first ride on the country bumpkin bus. It's really more suburban than that, but compared to the city, where transportation options are waiting around every corner, this feels like I'm waiting for the tractor pull to swing by to give me a lift. Willow's car slows at the curb next to me, and her honk makes me jump. "Hey, what are you doing?" She asks a lot of obvious questions. Well, maybe my powers of deductive reasoning are flawed, but I was assuming that this was the place where one waited to take the bus home. "You see, there's this sign here," I say, tapping my fingertips on the metal sign that reads, "Bus Stop." Then there was this gathering of students all in some sort of line-type formation, so I thought, "Wow, you're a smartass," she says, reaching up on her visor and pulling a pair of sunglasses down to push them on her face. "Good thing I like smartasses. Want a ride?" I wasn't really looking forward to what was shaping up to be a pretty packed bus, so I shrug on the outside and open the passenger door. Inside, I do a dorky happy dance over the fact that I have a friend with a car who is willing to take me home. Now, just to convince her to pick me up in the mornings. "So, where do you live?" she asks, and my mind jumps forward to thoughts of my neighbor. "About 6 blocks that way, right off of 87th and Canterbury," I say, waiting for her to realize where I live, who I live by, but she doesn't seem to put it together. She turns her radio up and starts singing along with one of the hit songs on the pop station. That seems to be the most popular station around here. Not a lot of alt-rock listeners, it seems. That's okay, though. I'm sort of good with all music. Habit of my passion, I suppose. "So, how do you like Woodstock so far?" Willow asks. I look around at the brick and stone houses, the rows of trees and colorful leaves dusting the streets. Honestly, it's beautiful here, but it's still not the city, and I don't know how to explain that to someone. "It's nice here," I say, inciting a quick laugh from my new friend. "What? I mean it. It's nice." "Right. Nice," she says. "You mean boring." "Oh, no. I mean, well, yeah, maybe a little boring, but that's okay. I'm not really into crazy parties and nightlife. It's just, in the city there's always something going on all the time. I guess I got kind of used to the noise. At night it just gets so quiet here. That's a little strange," I explain, pointing to the street to make sure Willow makes the turn. The conversation is about to make a shift, because I can tell by the look on her face that she realizes who my neighbor is now. "Well, it looks like you can kiss that quiet goodbye," she says, nodding forward to Owen's driveway. He's climbing into a beat-up old pickup, and the girl from earlier is sitting next to him, riding in the middle of the cab between Owen and another guy. He peels out of the driveway, his tires leaving a tuft of smoke and the smell of burnt rubber in the air. The girl screams something as they speed by us, Owen never once glancing our way. "Yeah," I start. I unbuckle my seat and pull my bag to my lap from the car floor. That's sort of why I had those questions. I haven't really officially met him yet. I mean, other than the rock-kicking thing. He's just kind of quiet and, I don't know, mysterious maybe? Ken's, trust me on this one. Owen Harper isn't quiet. You just haven't given him a reason to be loud yet. That's probably a good thing," she says. "Just keep your eyes open and watch out for James. He's the one you need to worry about. That boy's nothing but trouble." "Great. Nothing like living next door to trouble," I say with a deep breath. "Hey, thanks for the ride." Sure, I'll be here at 6:30 or so to give you a ride in the morning. Be ready, though. I hate being late, she says, reaching over to turn the radio back up to DEF-CON levels. I can barely hear her singing along with the music as she backs out of my driveway and heads for the corner. The Harper driveway parallels ours, and I spend a few minutes looking at the dark black lines Owen left in his wake. There are fainter ones surrounding it, which means he must peel out often. Typical boy. The house is empty. Every room is mine alone until at least midnight. I spend the first hour munching on peanut butter cereal and watching people reveal the real father of their baby on one of those talk shows. It's an embarrassing obsession of mine, but watching shows like this is my greatest relaxation. There's something about the circus of absurdity. I find it calming. Helps me put all of the drama I think I have in perspective. My reading and math homework is a breeze compared to my nightly assignments from Bryce. I feel like I'm learning things I was taught last year at the academy, and if I were a better student, one who was more driven by academia, I might care that I'm not being challenged. But as long as I get to play the piano every day, I really don't care that my math and science and literature are simple. There's nothing wrong with easy, and I think I've earned easy. Besides, I know all my parents will ask about is music anyhow. The sun sets around 6, and unlike in the city, things actually get dark here. I almost find it charming. The soft rustling sound of the dried leaves being blown along the porch and driveway is strangely comforting. I leave the front door open, the porch screen closed to let in the chilled air. It's making the house cold, but I like the cold. It justifies pulling on my sweatpants and long-sleeved shirt. If I knew how to light the fire, I'd do that too. Summer is leaving, making room for fall. I spend a few minutes dumping a pack of powdered cocoa into hot water, then stirring, and I blow on my cup as I walk to the piano. I take a sip too soon, and the liquid burns the tip of my tongue. Once I set my cup down on the piano bench next to me, I pull out my sheet music from my boxes. There's something that just isn't right, and I've been dying to play through these lines, alone, without the critical ear of my father nearby to offer his opinion, or rather to point out that I should be perfecting my classics training instead of spending time doing the part I actually love. My eyes closed, I let my fingers find their home. It's natural. It always is. The way the polished slivers of black and white feel slick to my touch. I crack an eyelid open and relent a smirk at my strange surroundings. This is not where I want to be, not where I want to play. So I close the eye again and pretend I am back in my practice room, my door closed and my sounds for nobody's ears but mine. The rest just happens. Fingers flying, pounding, stopping abruptly, and shifting from soft to quiet. I like the change in music. To move from smooth to staccato, sometimes no transition at all. My father hates it, so I save these moments for nights like this, and before I know it, I fall into my routine, the blues rhythms coming through, taking over. My eyes open because this sound, the sound of my heart, has made me feel at home. Without warning, though, my bliss is interrupted. Thud, thud, thud. The sound is constant, halted only by the loud clanking of a ball shanking off of the metal hoop outside. The shadows of the trees are sharp and dark against my curtains, and I can tell someone has turned the driveway floodlights on. My floodlights, the ones attached to my home where the basketball hoop is also located. After what feels like a full minute of deep breathing, I find a fraction of my calmness from before and let my fingers glide back into their position. With my eyes closed, I do my best to tune out the continual barrage of noise taking over outside, and I almost get back into my groove when the thud from before ricochets off of the side of my house. Oh, come on, I shout, standing quickly from my bench and spilling the hot chocolate onto the floor. Damn it! Changing direction, I head into the kitchen first and grab the towel folded over the cabinet under the sink and race back to the spilled drink, doing my best to soak it up from the wood floor. Thud, thud, thud. Maybe it's the sound. The fact that it still continues. Or maybe it's the fact that I'm now on my knees cleaning up my spilled drink, my little night of happiness suddenly ruined. Maybe it's him. Something pushes me just enough, and I toss the towel back into the kitchen and pull my hoodie tight around my body, flinging the screen door open in front of me and leaping from the porch stairs. By the time I round the front of the house and start my way up the driveway along the side, I'm full of adrenaline, not even affected by the sting of the cold, and I ride the wave of bravery right into Owen Harper's face. Do you mind? I say, grabbing the ball quickly and clutching it to my body, both arms wrapped around it tightly like I'm hugging a teddy bear. Owen stares at the ground where the ball was bouncing just seconds before, his posture frozen, and his face almost surprised. With a tiny jerk, he tilts his head up until his focus is on the ball in my arms, his gaze never quite making it all the way to my eyes. I never mind. Can I have my ball back now? He says, the devil's smirk creeping slowly on one side of his lips until the smallest dimple forms. Asshole. When he reaches his hand toward me, I shuffle backward quickly, squeezing the ball even tighter, and for a flash second, something happens to his eyes. They grow dark. Careful, he says, his smirk curling slightly, like a fisherman's hook waiting to catch me. I've spent 3 years going to one of Chicago's most elite private schools, which left me with some pretty solid experience when it came to navigating high school factions. I avoided the rich kids, and they avoided me right back, so that one was easy. I was friendly to the pot smokers because those kids threw the best parties, but not friendly enough that I was ever guilty by association. I led among my circle, popular with the music students, crossing over to mingle with the drama crowd and the artists. Owen, he didn't fit any of those boxes, but I'd force him in one if I had to. I've already lost my practice room, my sanctuary. He wouldn't take away my quiet moments alone with my piano, too. I matched the dare in his eyes, take one step back, and drop the ball down to my foot. My kick is swift and purposeful, and despite my lack of any athletic ability at all, the ball flies down the street into the darkness, the only proof of its existence, the sound of its bounce growing fainter with every few feet. You're in my driveway. Get your own hoop, I say, folding my arms up in an act of defiance. Only then do I realize how hard my heart is pounding. I don't know if it's the adrenaline still working its way through my arms and chest, or if I'm scared. Owen's gaze is still over my shoulder, out into the street where I sent his ball. He's slow and resolute with every movement, and the longer it takes him to speak, the more aware I am of what I've done. I woke the tiger. His soft chuckle isn't friendly at all. Neither is his movement, the way he leans forward and spits on the ground, like a man does just after he's thrown a punch. But Owen doesn't make a move toward me, and he doesn't say a word. He only backs away slowly, raising his hand as he nears his front steps, small puffs of fog coming from his mouth and nose, his breath like a dragon's. I should walk away. I know I should walk away. If I walk away now, he has no power over me. But I can't move. With every step up his porch, his arm raises higher, until finally, at his door, He's pointing at me. He's pointing and he's smirking. And then he pulls the trigger before winking and blowing the imaginary smoke from his finger. With the slam of his door closed behind him, I fall to the ground. Chapter 4. Sleep isn't coming. I have been in my bed all night with the lights off, but my curtains open. I sent messages to Morgan and Gabby earlier in the evening, thanking them for the pictures they sent from the first few days at Bryce. I felt so connected to them still, and it broke my heart to see everyone in those images smiling, living without me. I did my best to fill them in on my mystery neighbor. Morgan summed him up quickly, texting that he was a loser. But Gabby seemed to think there was something else to him. She always understands me, and I knew she'd have a different take on things. Of course, she asked if he was hot. She always asks if the guy is hot. But she also asked if he looked sad, or just angry, trying to get at what it was I found so threatening and appealing. I didn't have to tell her I was attracted to him, which meant I didn't have to admit it to myself. I didn't have to tell her, because she already knew. She always knows. When my phone buzzes, vibrating my pillow, I smile, and my mood lifts for the first time in days. It's late, almost 2 in the morning. Gabby's been working on her winter ensemble performance, and it's been keeping her at the school studio all night for weeks. She got permission to use the practice rooms and the recording equipment over the summer when she began writing the arrangements. I admired her balls for even asking the dean, but of course he said yes. Everyone says yes to her. They say yes because she has a fierce determination that comes through in everything she does, and people can't help but want to nurture it, to love it. Despite how exhausted I knew she must be, she still called. "Hey," I answer, fighting through my own yawn. "Sorry, did I wake you?" she asks. "We texted an hour ago, so I thought you might still be awake." She's fighting through her own yawn now, too. "I'm up. It's not a sleeping kind of night," I admit. "I had a feeling," she says. She could always sense when something was wrong. It was her gift, her duty as my best friend, and hearing her voice now makes me cry. But I keep my tears silent, because I like hearing Gabby happy. "This isn't about the mystery neighbor, is it?" she asks, her question a formality. Gabby knows why I'm really sad. I'm homesick, desperate for anything familiar, and she's my one thing, like a dash of medicine that can make my new life survivable. "No, it isn't," I say, breathing a heavy sigh and flipping through the pictures I have on my phone, on my Facebook page, and in the box I pulled out from under my bed. These pictures are both blessings and curses. I cherish them because they remind me that my life before was real, but they also remind me it's gone. "Does it help that I miss you just as much as you miss me?" she asks. "A little," I say, laughing, my heart slightly lighter than it was 5 minutes ago. "Okay, a lot." "Good. Well, I miss you more, so that should help with that non-sleeping thing," she says, unable to stave off the yawn that trails at the end. "Want to talk about how sucky this is?" It's sweet, she even asks. It's sweet because she's heard me gripe and complain non-stop for weeks about this move and how unfair it is. She's helped me try and decipher why it's so important that we live closer to Wisconsin, why my dad always wins the decision-making game in our family. There's nothing new to say, though, and I know she's exhausted, so tonight I let her off the hook. "Nah, I think I'll just hang up and dream sweetly over the fact that you miss me more. That should do for tonight," I say, and I swear I can hear her smile. "Okay. I'll send more pictures tomorrow, and maybe snap a shot of Mystery Neighbor for me," she chuckles. "Yeah, no. I'm not coming near him. I'm afraid you'll have to stick with your imagination, I say. When she says goodbye and hangs up, I let one more tear fall. I carry feeling pitiful right through sunrise, which is partly to blame for my insomnia. The rest was the strange sensation that Owen Harper was lying on his bed across our driveways and lawns, staring right back at me. "Honey, take your breakfast to go. You'll be late for the bus," Mom says, folding the toasted Pop-Tarts up in a napkin and handing them to me. "Actually, I have a ride," I say, sliding into one of the stools at the breakfast bar and breaking one of the pastries in half. The goo that oozes out the side is hot and it burns my fingertips. "Damn! Careful," my mom says. Such a harmless word, one she said to me 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000 more as a nurse. But hearing it this morning throws me back into a nightmare, and all I can hear in my head is Owen's voice, the way he said, "Careful," and the sinister, barely there grin that glowed as he walked away. "Ken, did you hear me?" Mom is waving in front of me now. "Oh, no, sorry, burned my hand a little," I say, not feeling the burn at all anymore. At least not the one on my hand. "Who is giving you a ride?" She has her hand on one hip, as if she's concerned about me with someone she doesn't know. I've been walking to school on my own in the city for 3 years, but a ride from a very harmless girl at my new high school is really giving her cause for worry. "Oh, I made a friend," I say, smiling as I take a bite. This will make her happy, because this will help abide some of the guilt she feels for moving me out here. Her name's Willow. She's in band. Drum major, actually. "Drum major, eh?" Mom says, holding her hand out for my napkin, clearly irritated at the crumbs I'm spilling all over the floor. "The band marches out here, huh? Your father's going to hate that." She flashes her eyes wide when she says the word hate. "So let's not tell him. He's never home on Friday nights," I say, holding my mom's sightline while she considers this. It's true, my father will hate it. He's a purist, thinks I should be practicing orchestra and classical and piano. Nothing but technical music skills work, 24/7. But it's also true that he is never home on Friday nights. Friday and Saturday, to be more accurate. Those are performance nights, and the full orchestra doesn't leave the building until well after midnight. My dad is rarely home before 2 or 3 in the morning, and sometimes he stays there on Friday nights, like he did last night. He's been putting in long hours setting up his new office. "Depends," Mom says, pausing at the garbage can before throwing my napkin away. She chews at the inside of her cheek for a minute, and then she flips her gaze to me. "Do I get to come watch?" The giggle escapes my mouth quickly, and I slide over and give her a hug, playing the role of good daughter, something we both need a little of. "Yes, you can come watch, but no going overboard." "So I can't become a booster or anything like that?" she teases. "Oh, God, no. You can come to 1, 2 shows tops," I say, holding out a hand for her to shake on our deal, knowing that's all her schedule would allow her to attend anyhow. "2, with an option for a third, especially if you're playing for homecoming and riding on one of those float things," she says, and I laugh. My mom grew up in rural Illinois, and Bryce never had anything like she had in high school. She grew up with football games and bonfires. Instead, my old school was all about performance, with fall and winter and spring showcases. My mom's been regaling me with tales of life at a normal public high school for the last 3 years. "Fine," I say, giving her hand a firm shake. "If there's ever a float involved, you can be there." Willow's honking outside ends our conversation, and my mom waves goodbye, grabbing her ringing cell phone and tucking it in the crook of her neck while she grabs a pile of magazines to head upstairs to nap before her next shift. The music blaring from Willow's car is just as loud as it was yesterday when she drove away, and as I climb in, I spare a glance to the Harper house and note that Owen's truck isn't in the driveway. "Think he'll bother to attend any classes today?" I ask, my stomach twisted because I know how many of those classes are with me. "Hard to say. That boy, he does what he wants," she says, backing out of my driveway. "Nobody questions him." No, I suppose they don't. Why would they? His truck is parked near the exit. I spot it the second we pull into the parking lot, but after a quick scan around us, I don't see him anywhere. "You're looking for him," Willow says, her voice startling me a little. She's standing at my passenger door, holding it open for me. I didn't even hear her exit. I don't know, he makes me nervous. My explanation is met with an intense stare, and Willow drops her brow, then quirks an eyebrow up at me. "We had an incident," I confess. "As in what? You bumped into his truck? Accidentally opened a piece of his mail?" she says, holding the door wide for me as I climb out and sling my bag over my shoulder. "As in I drop-kicked his basketball out into the darkness of night because he was making too much noise," I say, wincing now that I realize just how bold I was and how stupid it sounds out loud. "Oh my God! You went all cranky old neighbor on him?" She pauses, then her face gives in to laughter. I hit her arm, willing her to stop before Jess gets close enough to hear. "You have a cranky old neighbor?" Jess asks, putting his arm around Willow and kissing the side of her neck. "Oh, she has a cranky neighbor, all right, but he ain't old," Willow teases, and I shove her again. "She lives next door to the Harpers." "Ha! You're fucking kidding me, right?" Jess asks, leaning forward to check my facial expression for confirmation. "Afraid not, and I doubt I'll be going over there for a cup of sugar anytime soon," I say. As we round the corner of the building, I notice a few boys all wearing beanie caps and hoodies sitting on a set of picnic tables down the hill. They're smoking, blatantly smoking, on campus, and one of them turns around to catch me staring and smirks as he grinds his shoe over his cigarette butt on the walkway. He nods in my direction, and the guy sitting next to him turns around. Owen turns around. His eyes lock on mine fast, and even without words I can hear everything he's thinking. I see my entire evening replay in the reflection of his eyes, the smallest twitch sending the corner of his lip up, and shivers travel down my spine. One of his friends distracts him, and for once I'm aware enough to take advantage, slipping into the music room before he can look back. But that look on his face stays with me, follows me for the rest of the hour, and I think it may also be there tonight, in my dreams. My father would find my entire first period of school to be a tremendous waste of time. Today's first half hour was spent on the school's fight song, something that sounds pretty elementary and the same every single time we play it. The second half of class was spent learning how to snap to attention on Willow's direction. It was all so military, so very unmusical, so purposeless, so fun. My first 2 days of band practice had been a break for me, a breather from the constant pounding of my fingers up and down the keys. I've lived my entire life with the constant drive to move my hands faster, make things louder, create fuller chords, and stretch my fingers so far that they actually ache at the end of the day. But in here, in this room with these new friends, could I call them that yet? There was absolutely no pressure. The second hour was mine, and I relished every second that ticked by, making up for my failed night of playing at home. I brought my music book with me and spent the time working on that one line of notes, leaving the room almost happy with it. I'm still humming the passage on my way to English, enjoying this little personal celebration of satisfaction, when my happiness gives way rapidly to tension, the kind that drowns. It's as if Owen was waiting for me to come, his feet perched up on the back corner of the only other open desk in the room. It was my seat yesterday, near the front, and surrounded by other students who clearly moved out of the way for Owen Harper. I take my last deep breath at the door and promise myself to not be intimidated, at least not on the outside. "Excuse me," I say, dropping my heavy backpack to the ground next to my seat and resting my eyes on his gray Converse. I will myself not to look at him, and it's harder than I thought it would be. The challenge only grows the longer I stand there and wait for him to move his feet, finally realizing he has no intention of doing so. I haven't made any friends in this class yet. Willow and Jess are a year younger, and Elise is only in science with me. It seems academically I'm destined to be paired with Owen. "Wow, so it's true what they say about you," I say, pushing at the sole of his right shoe with the tip of my finger. It slides a few inches to the right along my desktop, but he quickly flexes and puts up resistance. "Your little band geek friend's been telling you stories, Ken doll?" he says, and his voice has that same edge it did last night. It's raspy and tired, as if he doesn't sleep at all, but it's also deep, and I'll admit it's a little tempting, like something you know you shouldn't like but crave hearing again. "It's Kensington, because you and we aren't friends. And yes, they've shared a few important facts with me," I say, catching the teacher walking in from the corner of my eye. I give Owen's foot a hard shove, and his weight is finally knocked off balance. I do my best to ignore him throughout the rest of the class, focusing on the reading questions and discussion points for Death of a Salesman, but I feel him behind me the entire time, the small hairs on the back of my neck standing to attention, anticipating his breath that never comes. When the bell finally rings, I drop my pen flat on my paper and note how white my knuckles are from my grip. I shove my things back in my bag and close my eyes before standing to leave, every bit of me expecting Owen to be waiting right behind me to continue our face-off. But he's gone. The only trace is the trailing fabric of his black hoodie wrapped around his waist as the door swings closed behind him. The pattern repeats in math, Owen's feet back on the only open desk in the room, my desk, and like a fool, I do the same thing and expect a different result. "Excuse me," I say, like an echo from an hour before. "You're excused," he smirks, clicking the top of his pen and chewing on the clip part while his eyes dance over me slowly. The math teacher is less punctual, the bell ringing without much fanfare as students continue to talk to one another, text their friends, and keep their headphones pushed in their ears. Owen continues to stare. "Whatever," I say, shoving my back hard into his feet as I sit down in my desk. After 2 or 3 minutes, he finally gives in, letting his feet slide away until they're finally under his desk behind me. I catch the tips of his shoes with my glance downward for confirmation. The principal walks in a minute or two after, and everyone finally slides into their seats, the chatter subsiding. "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid you're stuck with me for today. Mrs. Carroll had an emergency, and she's not going to make it in today. So pull out your last assignment and turn to the next set of problems in your book," he says. We all obey, even Owen, who I notice has a full page of math problems noted on his pad. "Eyes forward there, Kensington. No cheating," he says, careful to say my full name slowly, condescendingly. It pisses me off. Oh, don't you know? You and I have different assignments. You see, I work out of the calculus book, not the book with pictures of apples asking you how many nickels Peggy spent at the grocery store. I say back quickly, some strange sensation also working down my arm. I think I actually want to punch someone. A deep chuckle vibrates in Owen's chest, and I force my glance away from him, back in my lap and at my paper on my desk. I force my focus on the next 20 problems, completing them with time to spare, so I continue to the next set until the bell rings. Just as before, Owen is gone when I turn around. And just like the day before, he's making out with the same dark-haired girl outside the window when I slide my lunch tray on the table. Today, though, I ignore him, or at least I pretend to. I won't give him the satisfaction. Owen Harper may get his way with everything in this school and town and life, but he won't get his way with me. Looks like he's sticking with Kiara this week, huh? Elise says to Willow as she drops her tray down to join us at our table. Yeah, it's rare for the flavor of the week to last an actual week, Willow responds. I assume they're talking about Owen, so I don't even ask. Jess takes over the conversation when he joins us, talking about some concert coming to Chicago in a few weeks, some band they all seem excited about. I've never heard of Phantom Ant, but when Elise urges me to go with them, I shrug and nod yes. I've been to concerts in this city before. Granted, most of them have been classical, but I don't think my parents will have a problem with me going. I'm doing my best to remember the names of songs they're saying so I can look them up later when the tapping on the window behind me becomes impossible to ignore. Ken's? Willow says, gesturing over my shoulder. I know I shouldn't, but I turn around anyway, and I give Owen my full undivided attention. His friends have already left, and he's slowly walking backward, showing me his middle finger and smiling with that faint half-grin I've seen far too often over the last 3 days. I don't know what makes me do it. In fact, I don't know why I am the way I am with Owen. I've been careful and timid and obedient my entire life, my only mission to please everyone. Please my father, Chen, my mother, my friends, my teachers. Please, 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 please. That's all I do. And all it's done for me is land me in Woodstock, away from my friends and the senior year I was expecting to have. I'm not pleasing Owen Harper, too. So I stand with my tray and raise my arm slowly by my side, my eyes zeroed in on his until I'm pointing at him. I close one eye and cock my head slightly to the right, like I'm making sure I have him in my sights. And then I pull the trigger. Jesus H. Christ, Kenzie, what's wrong with you? Willow asks. She pulls my arm back down, but I keep my eyes on Owen, staring into his gray-blue eyes. Eyes that look like a wolf's. What are you doing? I'm starting a war, Willow, I say, my heart speeding up and my breath growing more ragged as reality catches up with me. I'm starting a war with a guy who doesn't lose. A guy who doesn't play by the rules. A guy who scares me and who knows where I sleep at night. Chapter 5. Each day happens exactly the same. Owen sits behind me, lounging his feet on my desk until I make him move. He makes out with the dark-haired girl named Kiara, practically putting on a show for me at lunch. Then he taps on the window and sends me off with a message. One day it was a kiss to the glass. The other, he threw $1 on the ground. I went outside when he walked away and put it in my pocket, and when I got home, I pinned it to my wall. Despite the stories and rumors, Owen Harper didn't scare me. Everything he did was predictable, all show with no real threat, and nothing I couldn't easily ignore. I had my circle of friends, and I wasn't interested in winning a popularity contest, so I was fine not being a part of Owen Harper's cool crowd. I'd endured bigger threats than he could offer. Threats my father dealt out any time I talked about the idea of maybe not going to college at all, maybe studying jazz, or just performing on the road, period. He was quick to poison those dreams, stopping short of disowning me. I was more than welcome to walk my own path in life. I just have to pay for it all myself and not expect to live under his roof ever again. What hurts more is how my mom always supports him. I'm not the same naive girl I was a few years ago. I understand the economic dynamics of my family now, and I know my mom earns at least twice my father's salary. But he has this hold on her, and she puts him on a pedestal. My father, Dean Worth, is a talented musician, and when he commands the orchestra, it's impossible not to feel prideful watching him work. But my mother has let that pride take all of the power, and somehow power over me and my life was bargained away with it. The first football game was at a school only a town or two over, so the bus trip was just long enough to be an adventure. Our team lost, but the band sounded good, so I celebrated with Willow, Elise, and Jess afterward at the ice cream parlor in the old part of town. Normal teenagers would want to keep the party going, to stay out with their friends until the sun threatens to rise, but I know there's an empty house waiting for me at home, and I'm desperate to touch my piano. What I want and reality, though, are two very different dimensions. I know something is off the second we turn the corner to my street. There are cars packed in both my and Owen's driveway, many with lights on pointed directly at the hoop anchored to my garage. There are about a dozen guys all playing ball and crushing beer cans right below my bedroom window that I can see plainly through the thin veil of curtains thanks to the flooding lights. "You wanted war," Willow says, shaking her head at the scene. "Yeah," I say, grabbing my heavy bag and pulling it over my shoulder as I step out of her car. "I guess I did." "You want me to stay? Come in for a while?" She's asking to be nice, but I can tell she doesn't really want to be a part of whatever the hell this is that I started. "No, it's all right. I'm just going to put some music on and go to bed. Really, let them do whatever out here. I don't care." I lie. I wait at the front door until Willow pulls away, then push my key in and quickly shut the door behind me. "What are you doing?" I whisper to myself, letting my bag, coat, scarf, and sweatshirt all fall into one pile by the front door. I pull my boots from my feet and slide along the wood floor in my socks toward the kitchen, stroking my hand along the smoothness of the piano top as I pass it. I could still play, but for some reason, playing while there's practically a party happening on the other side of the wall is far less appealing. It's not so much their disruption and the noise as it is my fear of them hearing me, of them stopping and listening, maybe a fear of them mocking me and taking away something that's mine. I grab a Coke from the fridge and climb the steps, careful not to turn on my light. I don't need to give them a reason to look up. On all fours, I crawl to the window and lean my back against the side of my bed, cracking the tab on my soda. Someone's radio is blaring rap music, not the radio-edited version, but the kind with full swear words and demeaning lyrics. Kiara is out there, sitting on the hood of Owen's truck, and she's taking long drags from a joint, her head swaying side to side, not even remotely in sync with the beat. She's ridiculous, and watching her gives me a thrill for about 5 minutes. Owen doesn't seem to be aware of her at all, which she doesn't seem to care about because I'm pretty sure she's high off her ass. He's busy playing basketball. It's barely in the 50s outside, but he's not wearing a shirt, There's a white t-shirt tucked into the back of his black jeans, hanging from the waistband like a rag, and his chest is dripping with sweat. They must have been playing all night. Sliding against the wall, I let my head come to rest on the frame of the window, my hand tucked under my chin, and I watch. Owen is so focused out there playing this game of pickup ball, this game that doesn't matter anywhere but in his head. At one point, he's arguing a call, shoving his friend in the chest and threatening him. They're both tall, but Owen's more muscular, his frame that of someone who looks as if he's been in a street fight or two. Their language gets more vulgar as the hour goes on, as more beer cans get crushed into a pile in my driveway. I wouldn't be able to sleep through this even if I wanted to. I know if my father were home, he'd have the police here to haul everyone away. No one is older than 18 out there, and I've seen at least 3 cases of beer go down, as well as 2 or 3 joints. It's 1 in the morning, and I hear one of the guys call out for the last game. Everyone pulls money from their wallets, handing it to Kiara, who stuffs it in her bra, and they pass the ball to Owen for the final game. He's dribbling it, each bounce slower than the first as he points to guys and splits them up on a team. Then he throws the ball to someone and jogs over to his truck, pulling a ringing phone from inside the cab. There's something about the way he's pacing, the way his hand is on his neck and his eyes are down at his feet. Something is wrong. For him to be agitated, it must be really wrong, like as in a kind of wrong I can't even fathom. "Yo, oh, we doing this or what?" One of the guys yells out at him. Owen raises a hand, crouching down and pushing the phone more tightly to his ear. "Oh, come on, man! Are you pussying out because you're out too honey?" "Too honey? As in $200? Owen stands up from his crouch, the phone still pressed to his ear. He stares long and hard at the guy giving him a hard time. He doesn't say anything to his friend, if that guy is even a friend, but something is communicated between them just from one look. "Yeah, whatever, man. We gotta go anyhow. Hey, Chris, grab my shit and let's get out of here," the guy yells over his shoulder. Within minutes, Owen's driveway is empty, and soon he's racing down his front porch dressed in a dark button-down shirt and a pair of gray jeans. His hair is wet. He must have raced through a shower. His keys jingle in his hands as he jogs to his truck and climbs inside, his engine roaring and his tires squealing from their rest. It's almost 2, and my father will be pulling into the driveway any moment. He said he'd be home tonight, and I'm not so sure I want him to see the mess our neighbor left behind. I walk down the stairs to the kitchen and grab a large trash bag, pausing at the back door to gaze out at the shadows cast over my driveway by the bright floodlight. The ground is strewn with trash, piles of lazily crushed beer cans and cigarettes and pot butts. I can't let my dad see this, and not because I care about Owen Harper getting in trouble, but because I don't want to hear my father's lecture about drugs, drinking, being out late, being a real teenager in general. When I finally push through the back door, I'm too late, though. The headlights are sending new shadows over the drive as my dad pulls in. I'm already standing in the middle of the mess, so I bend down and start putting cans in the bag, my brain working fast at answers for the questions I know will come. "Kensington?" So very many of our conversations begin with my name. And it's never Kenzie or Kens. It hasn't been anything less than formal since the day I started playing the piano. "Hey, how was the show?" I ask, buying myself time. "Performance, concert, not show. This isn't Broadway," my dad says. "Sorry, I meant concert," I say, careful not to roll my eyes. "It was good. We're still having some trouble with the cellos. The replacements aren't nearly as good," he says, his voice growing fainter as he paces out into the middle of the mess. I'm done distracting now. "Kensington, what is this?" The funny thing is, I know my father knows that this mess isn't my fault. I don't do anything wrong, and I've never been in any real trouble. I've been scolded, chastised for dreaming, for playing jazz during a practice session, for skipping a lesson, for not getting a scale just right. But serious trouble, like the kind you get from surmising the state of my driveway, that doesn't mesh with me, and my father knows this. Yeah, well, I say, looking over at the dark Harper house. Our new neighbors, they kind of like to party? Well, or at least one of them does. I see that, my dad says, kicking one of the crushed cans over into the Harper lawn. But why am I dealing with the leftovers? I don't really know. I think it's the basketball hoop, I say, looking over my dad's head at the rusted hoop and rotting wood backboard hung over our garage. I see, my dad says, his hand rubbing the beard on his chin as he steps closer to the front of our garage. This neighbor, the one that likes the hoop, is it a he? Yeah, I say, my voice a little hesitant, causing my dad to turn and look at me. I mean, girls don't really do this. No, they don't, do they? My father responds, turning back to face the hoop. Almost a full minute passes, and I begin cleaning up the mess until I'm distracted by the sound of our garage door opening. My father slides out a ladder and then goes to a stack of boxes in the back of the garage, searching through 3 of them before finding what looks like a ratchet set. He brings the slender toolbox out to the driveway and picks out 3 or 4 sizes, then climbs to the top of the ladder, reaching up to loosen the bolts on the basketball hoop. He's taking it down. I think I knew he would, and I know deep down that's why I told him, why I said everything just as I said it. It was all a delicate game of chess that I mastered for this very moment. Only I didn't expect to feel nervous that Owen would come home suddenly, worried that we would be caught. And I certainly didn't expect to feel regret. That's the emotion tripping me up most. Regret? Is that even an emotion? Or is it just a result? I'm not sure, but I know my stomach is sick with it as my father finds the perfect fit, his arm pulling one side of the hoop loose from the backboard while he goes to work on the last bolt. The ache in my stomach traveling to my chest when the rusted ring finally falls to the ground. My dad steps from the ladder, folds it back up, and puts it in its place along the garage wall. Then he picks up the hoop, carries it to the end of our driveway, and throws it on top of the morning's trash. In the morning, the garbage truck will haul it away forever. Pick up the rest of this mess, he says, not bothering to look my way, instead pulling his phone from his pocket to answer a call, probably from my mother, the back door slamming to a close behind him. It takes me nearly an hour to gather the rest of the debris in our driveway, and I pick up the can my father kicked onto the Harper lawn, the bottoms of my sweatpants getting soaked from the frosty dew covering their long grass. It looks like it hasn't been mowed in weeks, though it will be dead and covered in snow soon, so I suppose there's no reason. Our lawn is small, most of our front yard made of small plants, wood bark, and bricked walkway. The rest is just a long driveway, Owen's basketball court. The air is growing frostier, and my breath comes out in a thick fog as I drag the heavy bag of trash to our can near the street. I flip the lid over and hoist the bag up, stopping it right on the edge, pausing to look at the large metal ring weighing down everything inside. The paint is worn from most of it, and at least 2 of the bolts look to be stripped. It's trash, and it has no business hanging on my house. No one in our family will ever throw a ball through it. But Owen will. He did, and he will again. Only now he won't. Damn it! I yell, my voice echoing in the emptiness of our quiet neighborhood street. I kick the bottom of the large black plastic canister, Then I pull the bag from the edge and drop it to the ground. I have to stand on one of the can wheels to reach the hoop inside, and its brackets make it heavy and hard to bring back over the edge, but I manage to. I slide it down the side of the can, leaning it against the can while I throw my trash inside and shut the lid. Holding my breath, I take a few steps closer to my house, looking to see if my father is still inside, still talking to my mom on the phone. But the lights are all off. It's quiet, and I'm pretty sure he's gone to bed. The metal is heavy, but I'm able to loop my arms inside the hoop and carry it to the garage that my father left open. I put his tools away first, knowing he probably won't need them again for quite some time, if ever. He isn't really handy. He's more the type of man who likes to be prepared. Then I slide the hoop behind the stack of boxes to keep it safe. I'm saving it. I just saved Owen Harper's basketball hoop. No, I saved my hoop at my new home, the hoop Owen Harper uses at my new home. And I have no idea why he uses it, why he steps foot night after night on my driveway below my window. I have no clue why he pushes my buttons or why I let him. I saved his hoop, and I don't really know why I did it, but I had to. God damn it, I had to. Chapter 6. I spend the rest of my weekend practicing until my mom gets home, going into quiet mode when she needs to catch up on sleep. When she wakes on Sunday, we find the box labeled blankets and make a large bowl of popcorn, settling in for a binge on home improvement shows. My mom has these fantasies of home construction, not necessarily building a home from scratch, but taking a sledgehammer to something like a wall. She would be good at it. I could even see her having her own show, Home Surgery with Karen Worth. She did a lot of painting in our row home in the city. She'd change entire rooms on her week off, even if they didn't need new paint. She always said she was addicted to change, but I kind of think change terrifies her, and making those small changes, the superficial kinds, was her way of being brave. "We should make a fire," my mom says. "Your dad said he got some wood during the week. Go check on the side of the house." I haven't been outside once this weekend, not since the cleanup. Owen's truck came home sometime after I fell asleep Saturday morning, and it hasn't moved from its spot. I would have heard him. Slipping my feet into my warm boots, I wrap my scarf around my neck twice and push through the front door, letting the screen slam behind me. I follow the small wood-chip path along the side of the house, along the driveway, noting Owen's tires still at rest at the end of their skid marks. My neck is still craned to the side when I hear the sound. He's standing right in front of my mom's car, his ball dropping every few seconds to the pavement, then bouncing back up into his hands. I could run, but he'd hear me, so I keep my eyes down at my feet as I walk past him to the wood stacked in the corner. "You really had to take the fucking hoop down?" he asks. He bounces the ball 2 more times while I look at the pile of wood, deciding I can carry 2 logs at once. "I didn't do it," I say, not lying. My inside voice begging my outside voice to tell him I saved it. "I saved your hoop. It's here, I promise." I don't know why I care so much. "Right," he says, throwing the ball against our garage door, making it ring out loudly. "Like hell you didn't." Grunting to myself, I shift the wood in my arms so I can hold it tightly to my chest, and I walk back around the corner of the house until I can see him. His eyes are different now. They're sad, but they're angry too, and it's the shades of angry that won't let me trust him. "Really," I say, coming to a stop a few feet away from him. "Like hell I didn't. It was my dad. You kind of left a mess, and my dad doesn't put up with bullshit." There's stillness in the air after I tell him this, and I'm caught in it, my eyes unable to move away from his. He's chewing at the inside of his cheek, His brow falls a little, and there's a shift in his eyes, the sadness making room for the danger that usually lives there. Willing myself to walk away, I let my weight shift and I bring my lips into a tight smile and begin to turn on my heels. "So, who does your dad talk to late at night out here in the driveway?" he asks, suddenly interested in my family. My mom? She works a lot of overnights and my dad gets home late," I say, realizing I have yet to see Owen's mom or anyone else in the Harper house. "Right, that's what I thought," he says, and I turn with a shrug, really missing the warmth and easiness from just a few minutes ago inside. "But I meant the other times." Something about what he says, the way he says it, slams into my chest, and I halt, hugging the heavy wood even tighter, bits of the bark cutting into the palms of my hand. "You know," he continues, my back still to him. "Who does he talk to out here while your mom is asleep in bed? Those times." The tear surprises me, and my hands are full, so there's no way I can stop it, so I let it slide down my face into the threads of yarn in my scarf. "I bet it's whoever drives that blue BMW I see parked here when I come home for lunch. I bet that's who it is. Whoever she is," he says, every word purposely hurtful. I hear his feet shuffle toward his ball, and soon it hits the ground again, only this time it's dropped and discarded, rolling by my feet until it stops at the tire of my mother's car. He's casting one more stone, just to let me know who's in charge. And for the first time since I've met Owen Harper, I'm willing to relent. He's in charge. And his words just broke my tiny shred of happiness like a thin sheet of glass. My arms ache from flexing with the weight of the wood, so I force my feet to climb the steps inside, and I busy myself with the fire, sparing a quick trip to the restroom to wash my hands and wash my face of any trace of that one solitary tear. By the time I come out of the bathroom, my mom has the fire roaring, and she's holding out a mug for me, her smile innocent. She doesn't know. She can't know. Owen's words, his hurtful, despicable, mean, purposeful words, are all I can hear through the next 2 hours of pointless television. I sit there next to my mom and feign our world is fine. If I could only shut off the sounds echoing in my head, I could maybe find a way to forget, to chalk this up to just some cruel prank. But I can't. When my mom busies herself with housework, I turn to my piano, pulling out the books of sheet music I'm supposed to be memorizing. Only now it's not just a thing I'm not interested in. Now it's a thing I want to fight against doing with all I have. I open those pages and I see his face, my father's face. I play those notes and I hear his voice, his expectations and condemnations for the music I like. Playing from these books has quickly become a thing that represents something ugly. Something I realize I haven't felt love for in a year, maybe more. Something disappointing. My father. With a smooth stroke, I take my finger and push the loose sheets of music and the book behind them from the ledge to the floor, leaning to the side to see them slide in various directions. A mess. A beautiful, classical, fake mess. My hands do as they wish, sliding into place, running smoothly over keys until notes blend into one another, sliding from one note to the next sloppily, while sad-sounding blues chords fill the giant dining room and foyer of my house. My house. This fake house. This place he made me move. I pound harder, playing runs, pausing to breathe and look out the window. Owen's truck is framed perfectly by the picture window in our living room, the taillight like that of a lighthouse guiding me to truth. I play what I want to play, even when my mother warns me that my father will be home soon. I keep going, the sounds only those I want to hear, and when his car idles to a stop in our driveway, I play louder, I play him right through the front door, and I hold my head up high, daring him while he walks closer to me, the stern look on his face no longer holding the value it once did. There's no threat here anymore, and I couldn't give a shit if he's disappointed in me now. "You know I don't like that crap," he says, pushing the lid forward, threatening to close it on my fingers. But I anticipate this, and I stop it as I stand to my feet, letting my fingers tap out one last faint pattern that I know my father will hate. "Have you practiced your showcase, or did you just spend the entire day wasting time?" he asks, walking back to the front door to kick off his shoes, loosen his tie, and drop his briefcase full of music. Full of his music. Probably full of his lies, too. "Who is she?" I ask, my voice loud enough that my mom hears. I hear her here, the sounds in the kitchen coming to an abrupt stop. "Who is she, Dad?" I ask again, my voice wavering with the tears I'm fighting to keep inside. I won't be weak for this. He won't face me, and the longer it takes him to speak, the more I start to feel everything. "Who is she?" I yell, grabbing the last music book lying on my piano and throwing it at him. My father turns to face me slowly, and the more his face comes into view, the more I see just how broken everything is. My life, my mom's life, our family, we're broken. "Dean?" My mom's voice questions from behind me. She walks up to him slowly, her hands clutching a towel from the kitchen. With each step she gets closer, the more honest my father's face becomes, the more the puzzle comes into view. This house, the move, all of it. It's because of him. Because he was unfaithful. Because he did something my mom couldn't live with, at least not in our old house, in my old life. She couldn't live with the memories from where we were. My mom slaps my father so hard that his face jerks harshly to the side, and the bruise is almost immediate. Then she hits him again, and again. My father stands perfectly still, taking every hit. "You son of a bitch!" she yells. You promised that it was done. We'd move here, away from the school, away from her. It was over, and we'd start over. I would try to forget, and you would never see her again." School. Her. Blue BMW. Her! There are key words that ring through my anger. I think I knew the moment Owen opened this wound, but I just couldn't believe my nightmare was that horrifying. I didn't want to believe it. "Dad?" I whisper behind my mother, everything coming into focus, everything hurting me from all sides all at once. My mother turns to me slowly, her hand covering her mouth, her entire body shaking when she realizes what I've put together. "Oh!" I start to cry hard when I see her, when my nightmare is confirmed. Shaking my head, I rush around them both up the stairs to my room, slamming the door behind me, and logging into my computer to sift through my Facebook posts until I get to it. And it's all right there, staring me in the face. There I am, standing next to my best friend Gabby, in front of her 18th birthday present, a brand new blue BMW. It's this picture, the one my father took, and it's the way Gabby is looking back at him through the lens. How could I have been so blind to it all? I hear Owen's tailgate slam, and I rush to my window to watch him round his truck, his keys in his hand, his step quick and determined. I don't have much time. I grab my wallet from my nightstand and push it and my phone into my back pockets before stuffing my feet into my wool boots and throwing a white hoodie over my body. My parents are screaming at each other as I come down the stairs, and I realize my mom has broken a few dishes at my father's feet. "I'm going out," I say, but really only for her benefit. "Like hell you are, young lady," my father yells, his step gaining ground on me as I head down the porch steps. "You can go to fucking hell," I scream over my shoulder, my legs picking up into a run as I hear Owen's engine turn over. He's slowly rolling from the driveway when I slam my fist on his hood, positioning myself in his path. My dad is still undeterred, walking right at me, and I'm so ruined that I don't care if Owen runs me over. Kensington, you don't understand, and it's a Sunday night. You need to get your ass back in this house, my dad yells, powerless. He has become powerless, and when I look at him, and he looks back at me, he knows I know it. He knows I know it all. And he knows I'm not coming back inside that house, not while he's in it. Get your hand off of my fucking truck, Owen yells, his head leaning out his window and his arm heavy on his horn. I rush to the side and pull his passenger door open, climbing in and buckling up, locking the door to keep the other side out. Oh, fuck no. Ass out of my car. You heard your dad. Get back in your own goddamned house, he seethes. My breathing is hard from anger, and I don't know if my body needs to cry or scream. This is your fault. You started this. You pushed over the first goddamn domino, so you get to take me out of here. I don't care where, but I swear to God, Owen, if you don't make those tires squeal in about 4 seconds, I'm going to shove you out of the way and drive away from this place myself. Owen spends the first 3 seconds trying to decide how serious I am, and when I pound my fist on his dashboard, he decides his life is easier if I stay in the truck. Fuck, he yells, shifting into gear and peeling away, his back tires fishtailing in the street and the smell of burnt rubber filling the cab. I don't need this family drama shit, all right? We're driving around the block a few times and then you're going home. No, I say, my jaw tight, my teeth clenched. Oh, yes, we are, he chuckles, and I pound his dashboard again. No, I say forcefully, the tears starting to fill the bottom of my eyes now. No, 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 no! I keep repeating the word, keep pounding my palm against Owen's dash until his hand finally catches mine, holding it down flat while we sit at a stoplight near the outskirts of the historic downtown. All right, I got it. No, just easy on the truck, he says, his palms rough against my skin. I stare at his hand touching mine, my mind trying to make sense of the way it looks. My perfect fingers, my skilled, trained, long, and powerful fingers look like weak flowers, wilting flowers, underneath the weight of his large hands. I hate you, I let go from my lips in a whisper. Yeah, well, you and everybody else, he says, pressing his foot back on the gas as the light turns green. Owen drives through the heart of town, then turns down a 2-lane highway where we drive for minutes in silence. My passenger window feels cold against my cheek, and the regular in-and-out reflection of the streetlights on the window glass keep me from drifting into crying. I just wait for the next reflection to come, counting in my head to see how long it takes. I count until we run out of streetlights, and then I hold my breath and try not to think about my best friend sleeping with my father and ruining my life. Where are we going? I say, my voice hoarse. Owen remains silent, and I start to ask again, but then realize I don't care where we're going. I'm just glad we're gone. There's a rustling sound as he reaches into a pocket on the front of the bench seat. Then he tosses 2 strips of licorice on my lap. Hungry? Chicks eat when they're upset, right? Isn't that like a thing? He says, glancing at me and ripping a bite from the red licorice. I hate red licorice. I don't think that's a thing, I say quietly, setting my strips of candy on the dashboard closer to him. It's quiet for several more minutes until we hit a small convenience store parking lot. There are a few other cars parked out here, and I recognize most of the other people from school. I'm suddenly wishing I jumped into a stranger's car to run away. Stay in the car. I don't need anyone asking questions, he says, his voice practically in order. Owen parks next to another old pickup truck, and I notice Kiara sitting in it. I wonder if they're still together, or whatever it is they are. Kiera's eyes are on Owen as he steps in front of the truck to talk to another guy, the both of them leaning against the front of his truck. This guy looks a lot like Owen, only his face isn't as handsome. He's hard-looking, and he doesn't seem to smile. Not that Owen smiles. The only time I've seen Owen smile was when he was teasing me, and when he delivered the news that ruined my world. I notice the other guy pull out a pack of cigarettes and offer one to Owen, but he shakes his head. I'm glad he doesn't take it, and I wonder if that means he doesn't smoke. I hope he doesn't smoke. I don't know why I hope he doesn't smoke. Owen pulls his phone from his pocket when it rings, and he starts pacing in the middle of the parking lot while he answers the call, his feet kicking at a few rocks and his other hand rubbing the back of his neck. When he gets off the phone, he holds his thumb up to the guy he was talking to and smiles, a real smile, then jogs back to his truck. He slams the door to a close and buckles his seatbelt, and I test mine to make sure it's tight, somehow hoping that will keep me safe wherever it is we're going. Owen doesn't share our plans. He just pops the truck into drive quickly, the wheels kicking up gravel as we fishtail back onto the highway and head back the way we came. Where are we going? I ask finally. Owen glances up at the rearview mirror, then leans his head out the window slightly and adjusts the mirror on his door. The wind coming in is cold, and I fold my arms tightly around my body, trying to fight the chill. Party, he says, a smirk on his lips as he notices something in his mirror. Party? But it's Sunday. We have school tomorrow, I say, and Owen looks at me finally, then laughs. No other response. Seconds later, the truck with his friend and Kiera race by us, the guy's motor growling so loudly that it almost pops as he speeds by us, dust kicking up in Owen's headlights as his friend passes him and moves back to our lane. There's no pause in Owen's reaction. His right hand grips his steering wheel and he rolls his window up with his left, and the moment it's closed, he punches the gas with a force that sends my back hard against the seat. My hands grip my seatbelt by instinct, holding onto it to make sure it's tight, to make sure I stay in this vehicle. Owen, slow down, I say, my heart starting to make my body shake with its beating. Owen hears nothing, and he starts rocking forward and back with his eyes intent on the truck in front of us, like laser beams locked on the taillights leading our way. Owen, I say, this time a little louder. The grin on his face is maniacal. It's actually maniacal. I've never seen that expression on someone before. We inch closer and closer to the truck in front of us, and Kiera leans over, draping her arm on the back of the seat in the other truck, her eyes on Owen, her mouth twisted into a tempting smile, urging him to do it, to be dangerous. There's a fast jerk to the truck as he veers to the other lane, and I hear his friend's truck rev a little faster at the threat of being beaten. Owen leans forward and pushes his pedal to the floor, and after a few seconds, we're dead even with the other truck. Owen! I yell, but he can't hear me. He's somewhere else. His hand is pounding on the steering wheel, and I look at his lips and notice them moving, speaking quietly. Come on, baby, come on, he's saying over and over. His friend is laughing, his head tilted back, and Kiera's clapping. Everyone here is having fun. This is fun. This is what they do for fun, and I want to throw up. In fact, I might throw up. Owen, you're scaring me, I say, my voice coming out in a shrill, but he presses forward. I have no idea where his other friends are. There were at least 3 other cars in that parking lot, but no one is near us, not in this race. We move about a quarter length ahead of the other truck, nowhere near enough to pass, and as we top a hill, I notice the lights coming at us in the distance. Owen! I scream, my hands grabbing at the side and front of the seat now. Anything to brace myself, anything to survive what is going to happen. Come on, baby, come on, he's still whispering. We're racing, our engine fighting to be just a little stronger than the other guys, and the lights are coming closer to us. The other car is just over this hill, and we're either going to veer off the road or we're going to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Owen, please stop! Owen, the car! That car! Stop! I scream. I'm grabbing his arm, trying to get him to change course, and he punches the gas with one last thrust, and our truck slides past his friends, only a second before the car coming at us head-on rounds the top of the hill and honks at us, the sound of the horn blaring and lasting for several seconds in the night air. "Yeah, baby! Woo!" Owen is shouting. He rolls his window down and holds his hand out the window, giving his friend the middle finger, and his friend reciprocates. "Owen!" I yell, my body plastered to the vinyl seat, my heart stopped now from my near-death experience. "Did that scare you?" he asks, his voice an odd kind of calm. Unable to speak, I merely nod yes to him, my arm still clutched to anything I can grasp, and my body no longer cold, sweat dripping down my back and arms. "I told you to get out of the truck. You should have listened," he says, his focus more calm now, his eyes back on the road. A large farmhouse comes into focus, and we pull into the gravel driveway, followed soon after by his friend with the other truck. We sit in the truck cab, waiting for everyone to arrive, and there's an awkward silence. Owen's arm is resting on the window, and he's pulled a bag of sunflower seeds from the front seat pocket. I watch as he spits the shell out the window meticulously, one at a time, like he's aiming for some goal I can't see. I may as well be invisible. He hasn't looked my direction once, and I'm too afraid to confront him, afraid of what he'll do next. His friends finally pull into the lot around us, and Owen steps out when they do. I notice Kiara kiss the other guy, and I wonder how someone could jump from one boy to another so quickly. I also wonder how Owen can be so flippant about it. His friend is kissing the girl whose lips were on his only 2 days ago, and he looks as if he couldn't care less. I don't want to be here, but I don't want to be home either. So when Owen shrugs over his shoulder for me to join them, I slide from the seat and close the door behind me. Everyone walks to the house, and Owen isn't waiting for me. I linger behind, the temptation to walk back to the truck, to hide there for as long as the night lasts, is strong. I feel foolish suddenly, the adrenaline from what just happened catching up to me, and my body quivers with a rush of tears that I quickly squash with the sleeves of my sweatshirt. When I look up again, Owen is waiting for me at the door. "You almost killed us!" I yell, stopping in my tracks. "But I didn't," he says, holding the door open and waiting for me to follow him inside, where everyone else has gone. He waits, his eyes rested on mine for several long seconds, and I notice them shift. In the truck, there was a determination in them, like a warrior, the kind you send in for the toughest kill because you know they won't feel any of it. It was like nothing else existed, but for these few seconds, they soften, and he's actually looking at me, and he looks afraid. "I'm sorry I scared you," he says, his teeth biting the tip of his tongue as if he wants to say more, but he stops himself. His eyes stay on mine, and my body freezes, my mind not sure what to say. I'm empty. I have nothing. Feel nothing. I nod at him and shuffle my feet closer and step through the door. My back brushes against his chest as I pass him through the small space, and I can't help but notice how warm he feels. Maybe I'm just cold. "Don't do it again," I whisper, glancing sideways at the nearness of him. I won't look at his eyes. I'm not sure how they'll look, and if I'm going to follow him inside, I need to feel safe, the way his eyes felt seconds ago. Instead, I focus on his chin and neck and the way his dark shirt hugs his chest. His lip ticks, finding its comfortable place back into that sinister smile, but he doesn't respond, so I step inside. The house is dark, and I follow Owen to a large, sunken living room where everyone is sitting in front of a television that's barely audible. A joint is already being passed around the room, as is a bottle of clear liquor. I have no idea what it is, but I know the moment it makes its way to me, It's going to start a conversation because I don't drink. And Owen Harper, he's not the boy who's going to pressure me into something. Ah, new girl. Yeah, new girl needs to drink, says the guy from the truck race. He holds the bottle out in front of me, but I nod no and shrug it away. Fucko, you brought this prude to hang out? What the fuck is wrong with you? He takes a big swig from the bottle and runs his sleeve along his mouth when he's done, then hands the bottle to Kiera. She's lightly laughing at my expense, but I don't care. I don't drink, I say, standing my ground early. I like my brain cells. Kiera spits out a little of the drink at my response, and her new boyfriend starts to laugh loudly. Dude-o, seriously, are you, fucking with us with this chick or something? He says, his speech already sloppy, proving my point. I didn't bring anybody. She hijacked my fucking truck and wouldn't get out, Owen says, letting his long body flop into a beanbag across the living room from me, his legs stretched out and a small golden drink in his hands. Good thing I did. I'll drive your ass home, I say, letting my eyes zero in on him as he raises his glass to his lips. He holds it there as he leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his eyes mocking me. Nobody drives my truck, and we're not leaving for hours, so I'll be fine, he says, brow raised before tilting the glass back and letting the amber liquid flow down his throat. He keeps his stare on me as he sets the glass down and settles into his seat. We'll see about that, I say. Yeah, we'll fucking see about a lot of things, he says, pulling his arms behind his neck and leaning sideways as he stares at me for several long, uncomfortable seconds. His friend from the truck reaches for Kiera's hand, lifting her to stand, and the two of them leave their seat on the sofa and walk up the stairs. The casualness of it all feels so sad, maybe even a little gross, and I can't help the face I make in reaction to it. You have a problem with House hooking up with Kiera? Owen says, bringing my attention back to him. His name is House? I ask, keeping the focus on the easier topic. Matt House. We've been friends since kindergarten. I call him House. He calls me Harper. Whatever. And you clearly have issues with people having sex, he says. I don't give a shit who has sex, I say fast, my response not really a lie. I don't care who does what, but that doesn't mean I understand how little importance people place on something like sex. My face is red. I know because I can feel my cheeks tingling, but the darkness shrouds me. You're a virgin, Owen says, his lips taking their time with that word. My cheeks burn stronger, and for the first time, I feel flustered from the embarrassment. So? That's all I can think to say. At first I consider adding more, defending myself, but the more time that passes, the happier I am with that response. I won't make apologies for not being easy. Your daddy would be so proud of you. Proud of his little girl keeping her snatch all sewn up, waiting for her Prince Charming, Owen says, the cruel look glimmering in his eyes and curling his lips. His words make me want to cry, and I can feel the pressure building, the water wanting to spill down my cheeks, but I won't let him have this. I breathe long and slow, and I hold his gaze, meeting his challenge, until I know I can speak without my voice wavering. Nobody likes you. They all think you're crazy. They feel bad for me because I have to live next to you, I say back. I'm expecting Owen to wince, to feel my words on some level, but he only leans forward and lets his grin stretch larger across his face. Then why, Little Miss Sunshine, are you here? He asks, resting his chin in the palm of his hand. The two other couples here with us have all left the living room for the kitchen, where they're playing some drinking game. Owen and I are alone, and nobody is interested in our war of words. That means no one will hear the details of my broken life. I'm here because you took what was left of my barely decent life and ripped it to goddamned shreds, I say to him, waiting for him to argue and say he didn't. What, the little bit about the affair? I was right, wasn't I? Your dad, he's stepping out on your mom. Who is she? Someone younger? He's seen Gabby at the house. I can tell he knows it's a younger woman by the way he's looking at me, luring me and taunting me, but he doesn't know how young, and I don't plan on giving him anything else he can use to hurt me. Why do you play basketball in my driveway? I ask, taking control of the conversation. Owen keeps his eyes on me, his tongue teasing at the edge of his lips as he decides whether or not he's going to let me. The Stratfords used to live there. They sold the house to you. They always let me use the hoop because we don't really have a place for one. I didn't think you'd be assholes and take it down, he says, and I feel a small pang in my side because Owen actually looks sad. He also looks less like the hardened 18-year-old and more like a lost little boy. Well, like I said, I didn't take it down. My dad did. And it turns out not only does he have a low tolerance for bullshit, but he's a royal fucking asshole too, I say, finally letting my eyes move from Owen's face to the front pocket on my sweatshirt. I push my hands inside and focus on the tattered strings from the hoodie lying along the front. I'm startled when Owen is standing in front of me, a small drink in his hand. I told you I don't drink. Yeah, and I bet a week ago you thought your dad was the greatest man alive, he says, moving the small shot glass closer to me. I take it in my hand and look at it, smelling the edge of the glass and feeling surprised that the odor isn't strong. It's only a small shot, and I won't drink any more, just this one. The urge to do something wrong, something against my grain, is suddenly overwhelming. I lift the glass to my lips, pausing before I drink to look into Owen's eyes. When I do, they're glowing again, and that same feeling of connection is there, the one from the driveway, the one from when he apologized for scaring me on the highway. I tilt the glass back and cough the second the burn hits the back of my throat. Owen chuckles softly, then hands me a bottle of water, and when he takes the glass away, I notice his fingertips tickle against mine, pausing as if they're surprised by our touch. Just so you know, I say, waiting for him to look at me to finish the rest. I never thought my dad was the greatest man alive. He holds my sightline, and his mouth sits in a comfortable flat line as he steps backward until he's at his beanbag again, and he lowers himself to sit. Just so you know, he says, holding a newly filled shot glass in his hand, holding it steady in front of his face, but pausing when it's raised between my gaze and his. I sense he's reading me, but I don't know why. I always thought my dad was... He drinks fast, and his eyes close as he holds the burning sensation in. After a few seconds, he opens his eyes again, and the look, the pained, lost boy, is there now. I always thought he was the greatest man alive, all the way until he wasn't, Owen says, and my gut twists with a hurt I've never felt before. Sympathy, that's what I feel for Owen Harper. Just then I realize he's not really wild at all. He's heartbroken, and maybe I don't hate him as much as I thought I did. Chapter 7. Owen didn't talk for the rest of the night. We spent several more hours at that house, the one I found out later belonged to some girl named Sasha. Her family farms, but they have a large staff that really runs most of the business. Sasha is home alone often, alone with Owen and his friends and their recreational habits. We didn't talk during the ride home, but Owen drove slowly. I think he did it for me. The ride home felt different. I didn't fear Owen. I hated him for telling me what he told me. I also hated my father, and Owen missed his. As the sun rose, I spent the miles we drove trying to find a way to make those thoughts match up in my head, find a way to make Owen's pain hurt just a little less. And then I became consumed with the realization that I was caring a little too much about Owen and his feelings. I'm starting to recognize the town. The trees of my street are familiar, and the closer we get to my house and Owen's, the more my stomach hurts. I sit up on the edge of the truck seat and push my hands under my legs, worried about what will be waiting for me in my driveway. My phone doesn't have any messages on it, and I'm grateful for that. My mom let me run away, probably because she needed to be alone too. What worries me is where my father is, and if he's home. Home. Such a farce. This is nobody's home, and now I hope like hell my mom kicked my dad out of it. You're worried about your old man. Worried he's there, huh? Owen asks, his tone on the verge of caring, as if he's really interested, as if he isn't loving every second of my suffering. I won't look at him, only glancing at his profile, but I notice the tilt of his face toward me. It's just enough to let me know he's looking at me, and it makes me uncomfortable, so I pull my arms around my chest. This is the first time I've heard his voice in hours. He had 2 or 3 more shots long ago, but still I should have driven the truck. I don't like that I let him drive. Maybe I'm still afraid to confront him. Yep, I respond to him, nodding as I let my head slide to the side, my cheek pressed on the passenger window. I let my breath fog it up, blurring out my view like I'm erasing the parts I don't like outside. His car's gone, Owen says, making my heart slow instantly. Good, I say, pausing with my lips open, my breath fogging the glass once again, this time making the cloud on the window thicker. I think that's good. That's good, isn't it? I look at him when I ask this, something pulling me to him, forcing me to look at him. When I'm confronted with his calmness, the serene look on his face, a renewed fire grows in my belly, and it makes me angry again. Angry with Owen, angry that he was the one to tell me, angrier that he took pleasure in it. He's barely pushing his shifter in park when I shove him hard against his door. You asshole, I yell, shoving him again, then leaning back against my door on the other end of the bench seat. He's staring into my eyes, emotionless, completely unaffected by my outburst. My hands are cold from his poor heating system, and they sting when I slap him with them again, my palms coming to a thud against the layers of clothing covering his body, but I push at him anyway, shoving hard. I want to hurt him. You goddamn fucking asshole! I scream so loudly that I'm sure if anyone were awake and outside they would hear me. I shove again, and Owen sits there, bracing himself for the impact, but not stopping me. He doesn't stop me. He doesn't say a word. I hit him a few more times, knowing I'm not hurting him, that I'm not strong enough to come close to hurting him, but I do it anyway. I go until I feel foolish. Then I get out of his truck and slam the door closed behind me. The crunch of the wood chips between our driveways is loud under my feet. I walk quickly, never bothering to turn to face Owen, to see if he's following me, looking at me, or stepping out of his truck. I march up the front steps of my house, holding my hand on the knob and breathing deeply. When it's unlocked, my heart breaks a little, knowing I'm going to have to face whatever life is left inside. My mother is sitting at the table when I walk in, my father's belongings strewn around the first floor in piles. Everything looks just as I thought it would, but it doesn't make me sad. What makes me sad is the fact that I'm not sad at all to see traces of my father's disappearance. It's just the opposite. I feel nothing. Your dad is at a hotel. He won't be coming back. Not for a while, she says, her voice showing how tired she is, how hurt she is. I don't answer, but I nod just enough for her to recognize a response. Then I continue up the stairs to my room, the one that looks nothing like my room at all. I stand in the doorway for a few minutes, surveying my things, mostly still in boxes, and I note the time on my clock. Almost 6. Willow will be here in 30 minutes, and I know I would never be able to wake up if I actually fell asleep, so I grab my pillow and blanket from my bed and curl up by my window to wait for the alarm to start my next miserable day. Owen's room is lit, and every now and then I notice shadows crossing it. There's another car in his driveway, an older sedan. I wonder if that's his mom's? From my view, I can see all the way through his door, and he passes his room a few times, like he's pacing out in the hallway, until he finally closes his door shut behind him. He pulls the sweatshirt and the t-shirt that was underneath over his head, and I watch the entire thing, letting myself admit that he's attractive. He's more than attractive. His skin is this warm color that's almost golden, his stomach toned, his arms strong, and I let myself imagine how they would feel holding me. No one has ever held me. Not a boy, anyhow. I've danced with boys, held hands, kissed, but not really. Owen pulls his phone from his pocket, texting someone before putting it down on a small night table near the wall by the window. Reaching up, he shuts off the lamp that's illuminating his room, and just like that, he disappears, and I admit to myself that I miss him. "You look like total shit," Willow says as I climb into her car, wearing a change of clothes but yesterday's hair. "I feel like shit," I say. "Yeah? Oh, hey, if you're going to vomit, you need to tell me. I need to know because I'm like one of those sympathetic vomiters. I'm serious. If you throw up, I'll throw up, and then we'll both be throwing up in my car. Yeah, maybe you should stay home." She's talking so fast that it makes my head hurt. I only drank the one drink, but it was enough to leave me feeling not quite right. "I'm not sick, I'm just tired. It was a long night," I say, noticing Owen's window is still dark, his truck still in its place, right where we left it. My mom was awake still, her body frozen to the same chair it was in when I got home an hour before. I have a feeling she'll be there when I get home. "Homework?" Willow asks, her car skidding over the curb as she backs out of my driveway. Yeah, a lot of homework," I lie. I like Willow, but not enough to relive my nightmare, at least not yet. School is easy, and I'm grateful for that. Owen misses our morning classes, and his crew is noticeably missing from the window show I've grown accustomed to during lunch. The afternoon passes in a blur. Owen never shows up, and nobody looks for him. It's strange how nobody asks why he's missing, and I feel like I'm literally watching him slip through the cracks of the education system. There's a project assignment in science, and I make plans to start it right away, gathering the requirement sheets and supplies from the classroom before meeting Willow in the parking lot. Owen's truck still nowhere to be found. Elise and Ryan are in Willow's back seat, and I notice how much Ryan reminds me of Owen. Not so much in the face, but his body. His long legs folded to fit in the tightness of Willow's car, his strong arm draped behind Elise, his eyes dark, clothing dark, his hat pulled low. I'm thinking about Owen. I'm looking at Ryan, and I'm thinking about Owen. And I'm so aware that I'm doing it that I'm ashamed. But I keep thinking about him. He's a distraction. He's also the reason I need a distraction, and he doesn't have to know I think about him. "How come Owen misses so much school?" I ask, hoping Ryan will give me a little piece to the puzzle. Willow's gaze falls on me fast, and I realize how jarring my question is. "I just saw him last night in front of his house," I say, my words coming out rushed and nervous. "And I know he's fine, or not sick or whatever. It was weird he wasn't here, that's all." I'm overly justifying my question, and Willow knows it too. She keeps her eyes on me a little longer until the light flicks to green and she pulls away from our school. Her questions are lining up in her mind, and I know they're coming. I just hope I can avoid them a little longer until I know how to answer them. "Owen's grades are fine. That's all that matters. He's never ineligible for basketball, he doesn't miss practice, and his grades are good," Ryan says, following up his explanation with a harsh sigh. He's defensive over Owen, and I sort of wish I had someone like Ryan to be defensive over me. Seriously, Kenzie, don't believe half of the shit you hear. It pisses me off. How people talk about him, he's a good guy. Willow lets out a rush of air with a laugh at Ryan's words, and he kicks his leg forward into the back of her seat. You hush. You're not qualified to be impartial, Ryan says, and something about the way he says it makes me turn my gaze to Willow. Like hell I'm not, she says, her face suddenly less perky. What does that mean? I ask. Willow went out with Owen freshman year. She's still mad about him breaking up with her, Ryan says, and everything inside of me feels heavy. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. One, Willow starts, her eyes on Ryan in the rearview mirror. I did not go out with him. We hooked up at a party for like an hour. And two, I am over him. I just don't agree with the way he used me, then ignored me. And I don't like the way he continues to do that to girls over and over again. It's demeaning. It is demeaning. I can't argue with her there. But it seems to me that at this point girls know what they're in for with him. I've been here for a few weeks and I have him figured out. Whatever, Ryan says, turning his interest to the window, to Owen's house outside. He's a good guy, that's all I'm saying. Don't date him if you don't like the way he treats girls, but don't judge him. He'd never hurt anyone. A small laugh escapes my throat, and I cover it up quickly with a cough. Ryan notices, and our eyes meet. I shake his gaze off and turn my attention to the door, to my house, to my crappy life inside. Thanks for the ride. I'll see you in the morning, I say, holding the door open and noticing Ryan still studying me. Yeah, I'll be here a little earlier. We have extra rehearsals in the morning, okay? Willow says, and I nod, closing the door behind me and blocking out Ryan's stare. I'm not sure what I expected when I stepped inside, but it wasn't this. Our house, the one I left this morning, is completely void of my father. The only remnant of him, the memories I have trapped in the music boxes stashed in the corner, and my piano. The house smells of pine sol, and my mom is listening to music loudly in the kitchen, her hands covered in rubber gloves. I thought you were working? I ask, scaring her a little with my voice. Oh, sorry, didn't hear you come in. Yeah, work. Seems I'm a little upset, and I might have had a little bit of an issue inserting a catheter, so I'm taking a week of personal time, the chief sort of insisted, she says, running her arm along her nose. Her eyes are red, and I can tell she's been crying. So you're cleaning? I ask, holding up a bag of trash tied and propped in the corner. Seems so, she says, going back to scrubbing. I'm getting rid of things. Anything we don't need. It's in boxes in the garage. She didn't say it, but I know she means she's getting rid of my father, of his things. She's being a little manic, and when I look around the house, I'm a little frightened by how much she's done in the 6 or 7 hours I've been gone. Okay, well, do you want to keep going, or I don't know. Can I help? I have a project to work on, but it's not due for a while, I say, setting my backpack on the counter and my project supplies down next to it. My mom feels lost, and I'm right there with her. There's a lot of trash. There's more on the side of the house. Maybe see what you can fit in the can? She asks, already back to scrubbing the sink. I notice she's thrown my father's food away, the packets of tuna he likes all bagged up neatly, ready for the trash. I can handle trash, I say, watching her wipe her brow with her sleeve, watching her pretend. I pick up the small bag of food and garbage and leave through the back door, ready to pretend right along with her. I notice the bags stacked along the wall when I step outside, and I recognize my father's dress shoes peeking out of the top of one of them. That's a lot of nice stuff. Your mom throwing it all away? Owen asks. I close my eyes, my back still to him. Guess so, I respond. You should sell it, he says, and I hear his steps moving away from me. I turn and notice he's taking out a bag of trash, too. I drag our garbage and the first bag of my father's things to our can, which is sitting right next to the Harper's. You take out the trash, I say, not sure why I'm surprised seeing him do such a simple thing, but I am. I'm amazed. Yep, he says, flinging his bag into his container and closing the lid. I notice how empty it sounds, and I look over my shoulder at the dozen bags waiting for me. Hey, I start, but stop instantly, biting my lip to give myself time to think. I almost asked him for a favor, and I don't think I want to do that. If I can have those shoes, you can dump your crap in our trash can, he says, finishing my thought. Almost. Really? I'm flummoxed. He's being nice. Or I think he's being nice. And the shoes? He gestures to the bags, to the one on top with my father's dress shoes. Oh, I say, feeling a little strange about the thought of Owen wearing my father's shoes. I guess? It's for my grandpa. He needs a new pair, Owen says, somehow becoming a little more human with this revelation. He is a grandpa. I don't know why that strikes me as strange also. Sure then, that's fine, I say, walking over to grab some of the bags. I pull the shoes out of the first and turn to hand them to Owen, surprised when he's close to me. He's so near me, and his eyes aren't dark. They're bright. He looks happy. Does your grandpa live close? I hand him the shoes, and for a few seconds we're both holding them. Owen is looking at the shoes. I'm looking at Owen's hands and remembering how he stopped me from beating up the dashboard of his truck. I'm remembering how big his hands were, how they covered mine completely, how they were rough yet warm and soft all the same. He lives in a nursing home just on the other side of town. That was his truck, he says, nodding over his shoulder. I don't know Owen's grandfather, but I'm suddenly happy he's getting my father's shoes. I like Owen's truck, and I rationalize that I probably would like his grandpa, too. Maybe a better man will wear those shoes. Here, let me help you get these in. I think we can fit them all in both cans, he says, setting the shoes down and picking up 3 bags at once, lifting them easily and stuffing them in my already overflowing can. He's pushing with his arms, and I have a flash memory of how they looked when I watched him pull his shirt from his body early this morning. You missed school today, I say, waiting to see how he responds. He doesn't, much, only offering a shrug. You miss a lot? I get good grades, but I have to work, and sometimes I just can't do both things at once, he says, walking back to the side of my house for more bags. I lift 1 for every 3 he takes, and in 2 more trips we have all traces of my father neatly stowed in the giant green trash cans by the curb. Where do you work? I ask, trying not to overanalyze how civil our conversation is right now. Owen presses down 1 more time on the top of my can, then pulls the black hat from his head, running his fingers through his dark hair, smoothing the long strands back so they sit neatly under his hat again. It's just some job. Look, thanks for the shoes, but I've got to go, he says, suddenly short and on the verge of rude. He pulls his keys from his pocket and heads toward his truck, tossing the shoes in the passenger seat and leaving me behind, feeling stupid for even asking questions about him. I still watch him pull away, though. I don't even disguise it, and strangely, things feel more right talking with Owen than they do with Willow or Elise or Ryan. Owen may be my best friend here in Woodstock, and that is pathetic. I step back inside the house, and the warmth feels good. The air is a constant chill now, and I know real winter is coming. In the city, the buildings hid the snow and the grayness of the sky. Everything always felt alive, even when the cold was biting. But you can see it coming out here. The leaves have all fallen, and the trees are sticks. The gray of the clouds, the color of winter is consuming, and it's all around. My piano looks like the sky. I just don't want to play it. My mother's still cleaning. She's moved upstairs, working on my bathroom, or hers, I can't tell. Our house isn't dirty, but I get what she's doing. She's erasing my father. Unfortunately, I can't drag a 1,000-pound piano into the driveway, otherwise I'd erase him too. My scarf and beanie are still lying on the sofa near the front door, so I grab them and bundle myself up before heading back outside. My feet carry me to the garage, and I lift the heavy door, having to jump to get it up all the way. I walk to the back, to the boxes of tools that my mom will have a much better chance of using. There's the hoop. Its rust has left a mark on the wall behind it, and I know it's heavy. I remember from dragging it here in the first place. I move the boxes out of the way first, knocking one over and spilling bolts and drill bits in 1,000 different directions. Once I sweep them into a pile, I pour them back in the box, not caring how disorganized I'm leaving it. My dad would hate that, and doing it brings a smile to my face. Gripping the rim of the hoop with both hands, I drag it back out of the garage, and it scrapes along the pavement, leaving an orange mark behind. That makes me smile too. I unfold the ladder and place it under the spot on the eave of the house where the hoop hung only a few days before. The bolts are still there, and if I can just manage to get the hoop to the top of the ladder, I can slide it against the garage until I can lock it in place. "Honey, careful up there," my mom says, her voice igniting a rapid fire in my chest. I wait for her to question what I'm doing, but she doesn't. She's too lost in her own world to care about this. "I'm running to the store. I'll pick up some things for dinner. Need anything?" "No, I'm good, thanks," I yell, thinking to myself about that word, need. A week ago, I needed to move back to the city, needed time alone to play my music. How I wanted to. I needed my friends, the ones I used to trust. But now, all I need to do is get this hoop up on the goddamned garage. I grunt the entire time, and the metal rim scratches my arm through my sweatshirt in a few places, but after at least 20 minutes, I manage to get the hoop back up on the brackets, the weight of it no longer depending on my strength. It takes several more minutes to find the drill in the garage, but when I do, I'm able to lock the bolts down tight, and I push up on the rim to check that it's stable. After putting the tools and ladder away, I walk backward, shutting the garage door with a tired leap, and admiring my work. It's almost as if it was never gone. I hope the boy who uses it at night comes back. The car makes a skidding sound as it pulls up our driveway. I turn around expecting my mom, expecting to help her haul in a few bags of groceries, but I'm met with the dimmed headlights of a blue BMW, freezing me instantly. She looks so different when she steps out of the car. She seems older and like a stranger. Her blonde hair rings around her face, the curls perfect, and I can tell she spent a lot of time on her appearance. She wanted to look her best for me, for this, whatever this is, ambush, I am guessing. "Kensington," she says, my full name floating from her breath, soft and airy, like she's trying to seduce me. "Go home, Gabby," I say, brushing the dirt from my hands and sleeves, my belly quivering with nerves that my mother is going to pull in the driveway behind her and have to see this. "I just want to talk," she says, her hands stretched out like she's helpless. "You could have called. Go home, Gabby. My mom will be home any minute, and she doesn't need to see you here. I don't need to see you here," I say, moving toward my house, toward my door. "Kens," she says, saying my name the way my new friends do. She hasn't called me Ken since we were little, and she no longer has the right to. "Gabby, you cannot be serious. Coming here, right now? I mean, are you serious about this?" I can feel my temper boiling, and I notice Owen's truck pull up behind her, which only makes my nerves fire away more. I don't want him to see this. I don't want to be here. I want to disappear. "Please, Kens," she starts, and I interrupt. Don't talk to me like that. Don't say my name like that, like we're... what? Friends? Jesus, Gabby, you slept with my father! I scream, and I notice another guy standing next to Owen, both of them near the front of the truck, watching me, watching this. I didn't mean to. It just happened. I fell in love with him, Kensington. I love Dean, and I tried not to, but your dad, he loves me too. We didn't mean to hurt you, hurt your mom. She's saying so much. She's saying too much. And I notice Owen ushering whoever is with him toward the house, away from my embarrassing display, and I'm grateful. The distraction lets Gabby get closer without me realizing, though, and soon her hand is touching my arm, and I recoil quickly. Don't you fucking touch me. You! I push her as I let go of myself, let myself feel the rage. You were my best friend, and you betrayed me. You betrayed my mom. We took care of you, let you stay in our house. My God! What were you doing in my house? Oh, you called him Dean, like he's your boyfriend. Oh, my God. It wasn't like that, Kens, I promise. She starts, but I hold my hands up. Then I shove her back on her feet. I move her, and she lets me until she's at her opened car door. Just go, Gabby. Please, just go. I say, my head shaking and the tears filling up the corners of my eyes. Gabby's face is a reflection of mine, but I have no sympathy for her. I want her to feel the pain of 1,000,000 needles. I want her heart to ache and her breath to choke her. I want her to cry and never stop, and I want my mom to feel better. I want to move back to the city away from this place, but I can't even do that because that's where Gabby is, where Dean is. She climbs back in the car and slowly moves away. I brake, reaching down and filling my hands with small rocks from the side of the yard. I hate you! I scream, my voice cracking from the force, and I let the rocks fly at the front of her car, pelting it and leaving small marks behind. I reach down for another handful and cock my arm, ready to throw. Don't, Owen says, his hand wrapped around my small wrist, locking me up, unable to move. I snap to his eyes, and they're no longer void of feeling like they were this morning. There's sympathy in them, and that's the only reason I let my muscles relax. It won't make you feel better. Let her go. The stones fall from my fingers, and I bring my hands up to my head, scratching into my hairline with frustration as I pace. What will? I ask, and he quirks an eyebrow up. Make me feel better. What will make me feel better? Nothing, he says, and his answer comes so fast that it makes me sad. I'm sad because I get the sense that Owen is right, and he's speaking from experience. I'm so angry, I say between deep breaths, letting my guard down a little more, but tensing when I realize that the guy who was in the truck with him is still here, standing a few feet away. Owen follows my gaze, the corner of his lip raising slightly, then lowering fast. That's my brother, Andrew, he says, and the younger version of him nods once in response, stepping forward and reaching out his hand. His manners feel so natural and strange, given how much he looks like his older brother. I'm Kenzie, I say, shaking his hand. I know, he says, smiling enough to show his teeth. Owen gives him a sharp look, and he scrunches his shoulders up defensively. What? I know her name, so what? Owen keeps his disapproving look on his brother for a few more seconds, and I can sense a silent exchange happening between them. You ever hit someone? Owen asks, making a sharp turn in the conversation, his eyes back on mine. They're still bright and gorgeous, but there's also a challenge lingering in them, this flare I see every now and then when he's confronting me, taunting me, pushing me. No, I say back, my response clipped and short on purpose. He doesn't like it when I talk to him this way. I can tell because he stutters on his feet a little, like he's not used to someone being so blunt with him. "Hit me," he says, and now I'm the one falling on my feet. "Are you nuts?" I ask, and his brother chuckles behind him. "Haven't you heard, Kenzie? We're all fucking nuts. Harper boys are all fucked up in the head," Andrew says. Owen is quick with his reach, grabbing the sleeve of his shirt and jerking him slightly. Andrew continues to laugh lightly, but he straightens up fast and starts to kick at the driveway, moving toward the truck and away from Owen and me. "I'm being serious. Hit me. You need to feel something," Owen says, stepping a little closer, a little too close to me. "Owen, I don't want to hit you," I say, letting out a long breath and feeling my arms tingle in fear at the thought of doing something so violent. "Yes, you do," he says, taking another step, his chest now completely blocking my view of his brother. "No, I don't," I say, shoving him off balance. He steps back quickly with one foot and looks down to his feet, his lips curling on the corner into that smile again. And soon his feet are back where they were, his eyes wide and intensely looking at my face. "You sure about that?" he asks, moving an inch or two closer, close enough that I notice the scent of his shampoo, his cologne, and the way I remember the inside of his truck smelling. "What are you, in Fight Club or something?" I tease, trying to bring lightness to the most awkward and heavy conversation I've ever had with a boy. "Something like that," he says, stepping nearer. "Go on, Ken doll. Hit me. You want to, and it will feel so good." He's so close that I feel the tickle of his breath now. His brother is still close enough that I know he's watching him lure me, and I wonder how normal this behavior is. His right hand reaches to my shoulder, pulling a wave of my hair into his fingers, and he twists it slowly, his eyes moving from his hands to my lips and back again. "Come on, Ken doll. Hit me," he says, practically a whisper. He brings his mouth lower to my neck, his hand pulling the wave of hair back until it falls from his fingers completely. He reaches in again, sweeping a pile of my hair out of his way, his eyes daring mine, that wicked look growing stronger until I can no longer see them, his mouth and nose lost under my chin, his lips almost touching me. I haven't breathed since he started this game. "Are you afraid?" "I won't hit you back. I don't do that," he says softly against my ear, my body now covered in shivers, but my legs holding strong, fighting against the pounding in my chest. "Or would you rather I kiss you? Maybe that would be better, help you forget. I bet you've never been kissed before, virgin. Ken doll, my little virgin." With swift force, I bend my elbow and bring my fist into Owen's lower stomach, close enough to his crotch to make him question everything he thinks he knows about me, to make him second-guess his assumption that I'm weak. I'm lost, but I'm not weak. When he starts coughing, backing away from me with his arms wrapped around his stomach, he starts to laugh, and I begin to think that Owen Harper might actually be crazy. "That a girl," he says, standing with his hands along his back, bending forward and back, trying to work out the damage I did to him. "You feel better?" "I feel like you're an asshole," I say, igniting a new round of laughter from Andrew. "You're right about that, Kenzie. My brother's a real asshole," he says, coming closer so he can mock his brother. "Dude, she laid you out. You all right, man? Swallow a nut?" Owen pushes his brother back a few steps, then coughs a few more times. "I'm fine, douchebag," he says, then brings his focus back to me. "Let me ask you again. Do you feel better?" His smile is gone, his mouth tight in a flat line, his eyes penetrating me completely, and I keep my focus on him as I consider this, think about his words, and ask myself with my inner voice, do I feel better? Absolutely not. "No," I say quickly, my eyes drifting to his chin, to his neck, and then his chest. What felt better was having him close, smelling him, thinking he might actually put his lips on mine, that he might touch me, thinking he might actually want me in a way that I've never been wanted is what felt good, more than good. But hitting him only made me feel bad. I don't hate Owen Harper, but I want him, unlike I've ever wanted anyone. And while that takes away the ugly I feel about my father, it also scares the ever-loving crap out of me. Chapter 8. Owen came to school for the rest of the week, and his routine was back to the same. His feet up on my desk, his make-out sessions on display at lunch, this time with a new girl I didn't recognize. His friend he called House started nodding to me in the hall, and by the end of the week I was nodding back. Owen was still making me the focus of his attention, but it felt less cruel now. "I've never actually seen him flirt with anyone before," Willow says, throwing a French fry at my plate, drawing my attention from the window where Owen is backing away, nodding his chin at me with a slight acknowledgement and an even slighter grin. "What, that? Please, he's not flirting. He just helped me out with some crap at my house this weekend, and we talked a little, but he's still an ass, just less of an ass," I say, trying to convince Willow, but clearly doing a very poor job as she smiles at me like she knows all of my secrets. "Right, he's an ass. Or is he dreamy? Which one is it?" she teases, and I pick up her fry and throw it back in her lap. "He's an ass," I say, standing with my tray and pulling my bag over my shoulder. "Okay, but I'm not stupid, you know. I can tell you like him," she says, throwing her trash on top of mine, then passing me to hold open the lunchroom door for me to follow. I don't answer her because I don't want to lie. I do like him. I've been dreaming about him. And when I don't dream about him, I pray to dream about him. I wait by my window, hoping to hear the sound of his ball bouncing in my driveway. He hasn't been out there since I've put the hoop back up, though. Most nights I lay quiet and listen for his truck to leave or pull into the driveway. I wish I had a car so I could follow him to his work, so I knew where he was when I don't see him. We get to the spot in the hallway where our paths divide, and Willow tugs on my sleeve, stopping me before I'm about to say goodbye. "It's okay to like him, you know. I meant what I said the other day, in front of Ryan. I kissed him like 2.5 years ago at a party. It was no big deal. And I love Jess. I don't have a thing for Owen Harper. Yes, I think he's a jerk, but..." She pauses, looking down and stepping closer to me. "But I don't have to like him, and if you do, I will still like you. And maybe you'll make me think more of Owen, just because you're so awesome." She smiles when she's done and tugs at my sleeve one more time, a non-verbal cue asking for my acceptance and understanding. "Okay," I say, sucking in my bottom lip with the weight of everything that small okay admits to. Willow doesn't judge, and she doesn't make it more than it is. She just nods and tells me she'll meet me in the parking lot so we can go grab a bite to eat before the football game tonight. Owen is waiting for me in science class, his feet on my chair this time rather than my tabletop. His hands are folded behind his head, and my heart is literally smacking into my chest bones, rattling my insides to the point that I actually feel dizzy. I'm sure it's in my head, but I swear he heard me say okay, too. "This is a record for you, isn't it?" I say, pushing his heavy Converse-covered feet from my seat before sitting down and pulling out my notebook. I can hear Owen leaning forward, and I know his face is close to the back of my head, but I will myself to face my desk and not turn around. "What's a record?" he asks. "You've been here every day this week. Seriously, they should give you an award, at least a certificate," I say, not feeling as proud as I usually do when I take digs at him. "Didn't have to work this week," he says. I can hear him lean back in his seat. "Got fired." I turn around when he says that, wanting to evaluate the look on his face, make sure he's being real. His eyes meet mine the second I lean over the back of my chair, and there's a heavy seriousness to them. "I'm sorry. That sucks, I say. Yeah, it does, he says, bending forward to pull a pencil from the side of his backpack. He slides a notebook out and flips through the pages, and I can't help but notice that his paper is filled with notes and his handwriting is actually decent. Well, at least now you have time for school, I say, moving my gaze from his hands to his eyes and back again. The intensity of the way he looks at me makes it hard to stare at him long. Huh, I guess. I'm getting a new job, though. Have to. We've got bills, he says, and I feel like one more page of his story has turned for me to read. Owen Harper is responsible, more than any teenager should be. What about your mom? Or does she live with you? I'm sorry, honestly, I've only ever seen you and your brother, I say, not wanting to admit how much I know about his personal life, not wanting to give credence to the rumors. My mom works nights. She's a security guard at an impound lot. She's taking online classes to be a medical tech, so she usually studies while she's sitting in the booth. Her job pays shit, and with Gramps in the nursing home. He looks up at our teacher as he walks in, then taps his pencil a few times on his notebook and nods forward. We're dissecting next week. Baby sharks. We spent the hour looking at slides of the various parts we'll be required to identify. I didn't write down a single thing. All I could do was listen to the sound of Owen's pencil scratching paper behind me, the sounds of his breath, of his feet sliding along the floor, of the noise his hands make when they scratch at the stubble on his chin and his knuckles crack. It was a 2-minute conversation, but I feel like I know more about Owen Harper than anyone else in this entire school, and all I want to do is learn more. When the bell rings, I gather my things quickly and turn to face Owen, hoping he'll pick up where things left off, but he's already gone, vanished. I spend my last hour in health class doing the same thing I did in science, piecing together sections of Owen's life. I never see his brother Andrew at school, and I have yet to meet James, the one everyone says is real trouble. Owen seems to always be alone. Alone. When the bell rings, I pack up and pull my phone from my pocket to text my mom and let her know I'll be staying at school and grabbing dinner with Willow. I worry about her eating on her own, spending the night by herself. My mom and I have fallen into a routine the last few days. Homework, dinner, and a movie. I think that routine is distracting her from my father. He tried to call last night, and my mom turned her phone off. I hope she's strong enough to do the same when I'm not there watching. Hey, so Jess wants burgers. You good with burgers? Willow asks as she slips her arm through mine while we exit the main hallway out onto the front lawn of the school. Sounds good. I'm hungry, I say, my voice trailing off when I notice Owen sitting on the tailgate of his truck, parked next to Willow's car. He's waiting for me, and Willow sees him too. Unless, of course, you'd like to maybe have dinner with someone else? She teases. Stop, I whisper harshly, my face burning. I've never been a fan of being teased about boys. It was something Gabby always did to me. One of many thoughtless things my so-called best friend did to disregard my feelings, it seems. He's waiting to talk to you. He's never here after school, Kens. There's a reason he's here, she says, and my stomach flutters with the same sensation I get when I'm climbing up in a roller coaster. I think this is thrill. As we get closer, Owen swings his long legs outward and stands up, closing the tailgate behind him and leaning his arm over it, his head covered in a dark gray beanie and the ends of his hair sticking out a little on the front and sides. Hey, he says, looking up at me quickly, then back down at his feet. He leans out from the edge of the truck with his arm still holding it while he stretches his long body. He looks nervous and uncomfortable, and it's giving me hope about the reason he's here, waiting for me. I hate that it's giving me hope. I know what that means. Hey, I say back, looking to Willow for help, a life raft, anything. Wow, well, that was deep, you two, she says, and my eyes grow wide with embarrassment. Owen laughs lightly and pushes his hands into the pockets of his black jeans before stepping closer to me. Willow glances at me before unlocking her car and tossing her bag inside. Jess is walking up, which now has my heart racing even faster, pulsing harder, and my mouth has forgotten how to work. "I guess you probably already have a ride, huh?" Owen says, cocking his head to the side to look at me with one eyebrow raised. "Yeah, I have to be at the game tonight, band," I say, sucking in my lip and cursing band for the first time. Right, Owen says, nodding and taking a small step back. "I forgot you do that. That's cool. I just thought I'd see if you needed a ride home, but yeah, so I'll see you later." He pulls his keys from his pocket and tosses them slightly before grabbing them in the air and turning on his heels. I want to jump in the other side of his truck, run away with him, go home with him, go anywhere with him. Hell, I want to sit in the truck and wait while he fills out job applications and does whatever else it is he does when he's gone. "Hey, Kens?" Willow asks, her arm over the top of her car while she looks at me. Owen pauses at the sound of her voice. "You know, Jess and I were thinking we'd just go grab dinner at his house since it's so close. We don't have to be back here until 6 in case, you want to do something else." My lips actually hurt from the force of wanting to smile, but I keep it hidden, pushing my lips tight and only letting the corners of my mouth curl. "Could you bring me back here by 6? I ask Owen, hoping he simply says yes, that he doesn't bail on this completely. "Yeah, that's cool. I've got time. I have to pick up Andrew, so..." His voice fades away, and his attention moves to the cab of his truck. I secretly love that he's so unsure of his words with me. This is different from teasing. This is different from being cruel, and I like it. "We'll see you at 6, Kens," Willow says with a wink. Jess is already in the car with her, looking over his shoulder at Owen and me, and I'm sure she's filling him in on everything she thinks this is about. That's probably for the best, because Willow might understand what's happening better than me. "You ready?" Owen asks from the other side of his truck. I didn't really expect him to open my door or anything, but he seems so uncomfortable being alone with me now. "Oh, yeah. Should I just throw my stuff in the back of the truck then?" I ask. Owen shrugs a nod. So I lift my heavy bag to the back of his truck, securing it between the metal side and a tire, then climb into the cab with him. His truck looks different in the daylight, but it still brings back memories of the last time I was in here with him, when I swore at him and slapped him like a girl. I feel a little ashamed, because I can tell he's remembering that too. "So, where's Andrew?" I ask, wanting to start a safe conversation. Any conversation. "He's at the community college. He splits his time between here and there. Usually doesn't get done until after our school lets out," Owen says, his lips forming a prideful smile. "Andrew's sort of smart." "Wow, so he's like, what, taking college classes?" I ask. We had a program like this at Bryce, but the professors came to our school. "Yeah, he has 8 credits or something like that. English and algebra, I think. If he passes with an A, he gets full credit toward his diploma. It's free, so I made sure when he was selected he took advantage of it," Owen says, his eyes on the road as we pull away from the school, the opposite direction of everyone else. "That's amazing. You must be proud of him," I say, knowing he is by the way he talks about his brother. "Yeah, well, one of us should get a college degree," he says. I can't tell if he's being humble or bitter. "What about you? Where are you going?" I ask. "Depends," he says, glancing up at the rearview mirror, then beyond his shoulder, his eyes grazing over me as he does. "I'd like to play ball somewhere, but then who's going to pay the bills?" Owen doesn't add anything after this, and I don't know what to ask, so I reach forward and twist the knob on his old stereo to listen to some music. Nothing comes in very well, the classic rock station sounding the best. I leave the dial there. A few minutes later, we pull up at the front of the community college, and Andrew waves from a bench. "You're going to need to scoot to the middle," Owen says, looking at the small space next to him, the one with the hump in the middle of the floor. I unbuckle my belt and slide there, bending my knees in front of me and looking for the seatbelt straps. "There's no belt here. Sorry. I'll be careful, though. I'll keep you safe," he says, his eyes flashing to mine for a beat before moving back to the steering wheel. I notice the hard swallow in his throat. "Door's locked," Andrew says, his voice muffled from outside. He's pulling on the handle, but nothing's happening. I start to reach over to pull the lock at the top, but Owen puts his hand on my arm, stopping me. "I got it. It's broken," he says, careful not to look at me while he leans across my body. I practically suck myself to the seat, holding my breath the entire time his body is stretched across my lap. I can see the bare skin on his side as he reaches over, his shirt pulling from his jeans, and I notice the gray band of his boxers. I'm noticing things I've never noticed about boys before. When he straightens up again behind the wheel, he turns his focus to his side window, almost as if he's trying to pretend I'm not here, that my leg isn't touching his. All I can feel is his leg, and when he moves it from the gas to the brake and back again, I take pleasure in the movement. "Hey, Kens," Andrew says, startling me back to the present. "Hey! Hope it's okay I tagged along," I say, wondering why Andrew called me Kens if he knew I'd like it, and if Owen was the one to tell him so. "Oh, it's okay," he says, leaning forward to look at his brother. I'm uncomfortable by his suggestion, and I can tell it's making Owen angry by the way he starts jerking the wheel and driving a bit rougher. "Kensington has to be back at school for band at 6, so I'm going to drop you off at home. We'll eat, and then I'll bring her back," Owen says, suddenly acting formal like a parent. "We should go to the game," Andrew adds, still leaning forward with the same grin. I keep my face forward, my eyes focusing on a small chip in Owen's windshield. "I don't go to football games," Owen says, stopping quickly at a light. His change in speed makes me slide forward a little in my seat, so I flex my legs against the floor to hold myself back. "You said you'd be careful," I say, interrupting his pissing match with his brother. "Sorry," he says, taking off again a little slower. "Well, maybe I want to go. Can I go? I'll hang out near the band by Ken's," Andrew says, smiling at me. I'm not sure if he actually wants to go or if he's trying to goad his brother, but both thoughts make me smile in return. "Don't call her Ken's, Andrew. You don't know if she likes it," Owen says, jerking the wheel hard again while he turns right to head down our street. "You know that's not true, asshole. You're the one who told me," his brother says, clearing up that small sliver of doubt I had left that I had an effect on Owen Harper. We fly into Owen's driveway, but his truck skids to a stop. I feel my legs weaken in their fight to hold me in place, and I shut my eyes tightly and bring my arms up to brace myself. Owen's hold on me is fast as his arm quickly covers my chest, and I grab hold of it on instinct. A roller coaster ride. When my adrenaline rush begins to fade, I loosen my grip and look down at the dark knitted fabric of his shirt, and how it contrasts with the paleness of my small fingers. His arm is warm. "I'm so sorry," he says, his voice more of a whisper just for me. "I'm okay," I say, sparing a look at his face. The pain in his eyes is evident, and even though he scared me, I want to erase his guilt. "Really, Owen, I'm okay." I squeeze his arm one more time, letting my hands feel how strong his muscles are, feel the heat of his skin, sense the beat of his pulse in his veins. "That's not what I'm sorry about," he says, his voice cracking a little this time. When I turn to face the open door Andrew left on the other side, Owen's apology becomes achingly clear. My father's car is in our driveway, and he's standing at our back door, practically lying against it, pounding and begging for my mom to answer. Fucking hell. I say, the thrill I felt from that small touch of Owen's arm replaced with feelings of regret, anger, betrayal, and dread. I slide from the seat and move closer to my driveway, my father still unaware I'm behind him. He's slurring badly, and within a few more steps I can smell why. "Dad, you need to leave. I'm calling you a cab," I say, pulling my phone from my back pocket. "Like hell I do. This is my house, and that bitch is going to let me inside," my father says. Hearing him say those words, that word, about my mom, makes my arms begin to itch, wanting to swing and hurt something or someone. "Dad, this is all because of you. You're drunk and you're being mean. You need to leave," I yell, stopping when my dad finds his footing and stumbles a few steps in my direction. "You," he says, pointing over my shoulder. I turn and see Owen near my side, only a few steps behind me. "You're that kid next door. You're a disruption, and you need to stay the fuck away from my daughter." "Dad, stop it!" I say, sliding to the right a step as if I can protect Owen, as if Owen needs my protection. "Sir, I think you've had too much to drink tonight. You really should listen to your daughter. If you don't want a cab, I'll take you somewhere, anywhere," Owen says. I turn to look at him as I feel his hand flatten against my back, and when I do, my dad yanks at my shoulder, sending me to the ground. "You punk-ass little shit. She has worked too hard for you to screw it all up. If anyone is leaving, it's you, right now." My father hoists his sloppy arm forward, hitting Owen in the eye, and Owen stumbles back a step, but rights himself quickly. When my dad moves toward him again, I get up and run to my front door to get my mom. "Mr. Worth, you need to stop. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm not going to let you assault me," I hear Owen say as I race through my door to find my mom sitting at the bottom of the stairs, crying. "You have to call the police, Mom, now. Dad's hurting our neighbor," I say, trying to snap my mom out of this strange trance she seems to be in. "It's been an hour. He's been out there for an hour. I don't know how to make him leave," she sobs, raising her hand to cover her mouth and mute the sound of her wails. When I hear the sound of a punch being thrown, I pull my phone from my back pocket and dial 911. "What's your emergency?" the operator asks. "There's an assault happening outside of my driveway. Hurry fast, please." I move to the window and see Owen straddling my dad on the ground, trying to hold his arm still, but my dad is fighting. He's fighting so hard. Andrew is moving back inside his house on Owen's urging. "Ma'am, I am going to need your address." I pull a bill from the front counter and read off our address that I have yet to memorize, then sprint back outside to Owen. He looks up when he hears my footsteps, and my father takes advantage of the distraction, punching him hard in the same eye again. "Motherfuck," Owen says, wincing, and leaning his face against his shoulder, pushing down on my father's flailing arms again, this time with more strength. "The police are coming. They'll be here any minute. I'm so sorry, Owen. I let out a short cry, mortified that this is my life, that Owen is watching this. The boy who minutes ago had my heart racing is now straddling my dad in a pile of dust, trying to keep him from hurting my mother more than he already has. "Don't," Owen says, his eyes on me again, his right one already blue and puffy because of me. "Don't you dare apologize." I nod, then pull my left arm around myself, squeezing in an attempt to stop the rush of nerves and fear coursing through me. The lights flash in the distance, and soon I can hear the sirens. "They're here," I say to the operator, pushing my phone back in my pocket without ending the call just in case. 2 cop cars pulling quickly, and 2 of the police officers rush to Owen, pulling him away from my dad and pushing him flat along the ground. "Do not try to fight us," one of them yells, while the other pulls Owen's arms together behind his back, binding them with a thick plastic tie. "No, he was helping. Don't hurt him," I start to protest, but they dismiss me and go to work on my dad, sitting him upright and pulling his arms behind his back as well, though with less force than they used against Owen. "Oh my God, Owen, your eye!" I say, moving closer to him. Miss, one of the officers says, holding his arm out and barring me from taking one more step in Owen's direction. I look across the lawn and see Andrew standing at the doorway, and he's shaking his head at me, telling me to leave it alone. I'm fine, Kens. I'll be okay. Go check on your mom, Owen says, his voice a strange calm. He spits to the side, and it's bloody, which only makes me want to get to him more. Kens, go! My mom, he's right. She'll know what to do. Only just seconds ago she was practically a statue, frozen in her depression inside my house. I rush inside and she's moved to the window, standing there swaying, holding the blinds open with her fist. I need you, Mom. You have to come out. You have to explain that Owen didn't do any of this, I say, but she doesn't move and her feet keep rocking. Mom! This time I yank on her arm, and she turns to look at me, her face shaking a little, like I just woke her up. Mom, come! Right, yes. Okay, she says, looking around the house for a few seconds, like she's missing something. She finally grabs her wallet, and I follow her back outside. Ma'am, can you explain what happened here tonight? The first officer asks. I notice the tag on his uniform reads Blakely. My husband, he was drinking. We're separated, my mom says, her words coming out in a stutter as she watches the police officers push my dad's head down as they load him into the back of one of the cars. Are you hurt, ma'am? Blakely asks, and my mom quickly shakes her head no. The boy, she says, looking to me and then out to Owen, who's being jerked to a stand by Blakely's partner. He was only helping. Please, he was just protecting my daughter. Blakely stops his pen on his notepad and looks up at my mom when she says this, then to me, before looking back over his shoulder at Owen, who is slowly being led to the other car. That boy? The one right there? He asks, motioning to Owen with his pen. Yes, my mom says, her eyes fighting against the need to cry. I'm afraid we're still going to need to talk to him, he says, nodding his head to his partner to continue. Can't you talk to him here? Or just call him or whatever? I mean, he saved me. I sound like a pathetic little girl, and my stomach is overcome with this sinking feeling that they're not going to listen to me, that they're going to take Owen away, and it will be my fault. Miss, if you're lying, you're going to be in a heap of trouble. That kid right there, he's not worth lying for, you understand? Blakely says, but all I can see is the door closing on Owen behind him, and Owen going peacefully, willingly. I understand, I say, my eyes moving back to Blakely. I'm not lying. He holds my attention for a few long seconds, the sound of his pen clicking open and shut like a bomb ticking away in my ears. Mosley, let him go, he says, pushing the button on the radio pinned to his collar. You sure about that? I hear his partner respond. Seems so, Blakely says, and within seconds his partner is stepping back out of the vehicle and opening the door for Owen. I don't breathe until his hands are free. When the car holding my father pulls away, I move closer to him, letting my mom finish her talk with the police officers. Come on, you need ice, I say, pulling at the sleeve of his shirt, urging him to follow me inside. Owen's quiet as we walk up my porch and through the main living room, but he pauses at my piano. I backpedal a few steps and nod toward the kitchen, and he catches up. Let me see, I say, placing my hands on both of his shoulders, gently guiding him to one of our stools. I step closer until my body is practically between his long outstretched legs, and I move my hands to his chin, tilting it upward so I can see how bad his bruising is in the light. That's going to be really bad. God, Owen, I'm so sorry, I say, but he quiets me fast. Shh, he says, his head tilting back down and his eyes on me. His hair is super messy, the beanie he was wearing lost somewhere in the scuffle with my dad. I'm so embarrassed, I say, closing my eyes and letting my head fall forward. I want to cry, but I'm so drained, I can't even do that. Don't be. Not with me. Not over this, he says, his hand slowly sweeping a strand of my hair away from my face. His gesture sends a short wave of shivers down my neck and arms, and I hate my father for ruining this moment. I want to enjoy it, but I can't. I turn to the freezer and fill a small plastic bag with a few ice cubes, then wrap it in a dish towel. It's the best we have. Don't get a lot of shiners in our house, I chuckle. My joke is stupid, but Owen smiles at it anyway. Thanks, he says, taking it from me, his hand covering mine completely when he does. God, how I want him to hold my hand. I move to the stool next to him and prop my elbows up on the counter, digging my hands into my scalp and massaging my head, like this situation is something I could somehow erase, only keeping the good parts. Our silence doesn't last long, and Blakely comes in to sit in the third stool to take down our version of the story. Owen lets me do most of the talking, and I notice they don't write down anything he says anyway. Seems the Harper brother rumors have even tainted the local law enforcement's opinion of him. By the time the police leave, it's time for Owen to drive me back to school, and the trip back feels shorter. Or maybe it doesn't feel long enough. Thanks for the ride, I say, laughing slightly when I realize how simplified that sounds. And saving my mom, and me, and for beating my father's ass. My laughing picks up a little more, but it's a nervous laugh, so I suck it in and try to hold myself together. Mind if I tell people my brother James did this? He says, pointing to the now puffy cheek just below his bruised eye socket. If people know an old man did this, that won't be good for me. He doesn't laugh at first, so I just nod yes, and start to say I understand. Ken's, he says. I'm kidding. I just meant I won't tell anyone, and Andrew won't either. Oh, I say, biting my lip and smiling briefly before sliding a step or two away from his truck. I'll see you later. I've got some things, okay? He says, his brow pinching while he looks down to his lap, the light from his phone illuminating the cab of the truck. You shouldn't text and drive, I say, causing a whisper of a laugh to leave his lips and a smile to creep up the side closest to me. I wouldn't do anything dangerous, he says, winking and tossing the phone into the empty seat beside him. His tires kick up gravel as he pulls away, and I wait at the front of the school until his taillights are so far away that I can no longer tell if they're his. Chapter 9. I woke up instantly. That sound, it was better than an alarm. That sound was the one noise my subconscious had been on the lookout for, the one thing my ears had been begging to hear. The bouncing was methodical, and then the clanging of the metal against the eave of the garage was undeniable. I speed from my room, dressed in only sweatpants and an extra-large thermal shirt, stuffed my feet into my boots, and raced down through the front door and down the porch stairs. My expectations are stunted the second I see a guy, not quite as tall and not nearly as muscular as Owen, tossing a ball up at the hoop and missing, repeatedly. Andrew. Oh, damn, I'm sorry. That's probably loud, huh? He says, looking at his watch and then to me, realizing I'm in whatever I slept in. Yeah, it's okay, though. It's 8. I should be up anyways, I say, pulling my arms close from the chill, also trying to bluff the disappointment no doubt painted all over my face. You put the hoop back up? He asks. That means he knows it was down. Yeah, my dad, he was the one who took it down the first time. I felt bad, I say, but I don't know how to finish, so I leave it at that. Andrew bounces the ball a few more times, then turns to take another shot. This time the ball ricocheting off the eave of the house, missing all traces of the rim and backboard. I suck at hoops, he says, his sideways grin matching his brother's. I step closer and pick up the ball. Bending my elbows, I push the ball as hard as I can toward the hoop, and it falls about 2 feet short, clanging off of the metal of the garage door. Me too, I laugh. Andrew kicks the ball up gently a few times until he gets it back in his hands. Soccer, he smirks. I always played soccer. Ah, I say, holding out my fingers and wiggling them. Piano. I always played the piano. He nods with a quick smile before looking down, an awkward silence settling over both of us. I shiver once, a breeze rustling the newest bronze and yellow leaves in our driveway. He likes you, Andrew says, his words like a blanket of warmth, instantly heating my entire body. My eyes are wide, but I keep my gaze at the ground, away from his. Ha! I let out a quick, sharp laugh. No, really. He hasn't flat out said it, but he won't tell me he doesn't, he says, and the chill creeps along my skin again. That's nice of you to say, Andrew, but I'm pretty sure your brother would have been happier if this house sat here empty, I say, kicking at the ground and moving my hands to the inside of the sleeves of my shirt. Maybe at first, but not now, he says, tossing the ball in the air a few times, then catching it and setting his sightline on me. He's heard you play, and he says you don't anymore. Just, he noticed. And he's always leaving his window open and shit, even though it's cold as hell. He listens for you. I chew at my bottom lip, every muscle in my mouth working to keep myself from smiling. Where is he? I ask, pretending to just now notice his truck is gone. I noticed the instant I recognized Andrew was the one out here. I think I actually felt that Owen was gone. At work, he says, shrugging, and walking backward on his heels, moving to his house. I thought he got fired. I'm suddenly a little suspicious. He did. Got a new job, though, at the strip mall. He takes out trash and power washes the sidewalks and crap, he says. How's his eye? I'm embarrassed to ask this. Embarrassed because I know everything Andrew witnessed, and the fact that he has yet to bring any of my drama up means he truly is a good person. I didn't get to see him. I'm sure he's fine, though. O can take a punch, trust me, he says with a chuckle, turning to face the steps to his house before pausing and looking at me over his shoulder. Hey, don't tell him I told you, okay? You know, that he likes you. He'll beat my ass so fucking hard for that. Andrew laughs when he asks, but I don't think he's kidding either. I cross my heart and chuckle, as if this is all a joke anyhow. But there's also that little part of me that is revving from the faster heartbeat in my chest. The part of me that likes that Owen listens for me. And that part of me wants to play the piano for the first time in days, with a hope that he'll hear it. It's the first full day my mom's been back at work since everything in our lives changed. I've been thinking, though, how my mom's life changed months before mine. She's been pretending to be fine for a while now, but I don't know how she could have been. And as mad as I am at her for pretending, I keep forgiving her every time I feel the urge to be angry. I have so many questions. I wonder if it all started on Gabby's birthday, at the start of summer, when she spent the weekend at our house. She's always been close with my father, the two of them sharing a love of classical music that makes me roll my eyes. My father constantly compared me to her, wishing I had the same appreciation and respect for his work that she does. He loved her compositions. They were classical, not jazz. Or maybe they were just hers, and that's why he loved them. I wonder if that's how they connected. Was it those times my father helped her at the school? Helped her with arrangements? I wonder if all of those nights he was working late and Gabby was spending late hours at Bryce, if they weren't really together, somewhere else entirely. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this one, but maybe, just maybe, every word from my best friend's lips wasn't a lie. I wonder if he waited until she was 18. Not that it makes it any better, but... I've been at the piano for an hour. I keep flexing my fingers, popping knuckles, and running the palms of my hands along the wood above the keys. I can't seem to do much else. Every time I lower my hands to play, I hear my father's voice, looming in my mind, telling me jazz is a waste of time and that my showcase is garbage, won't be good enough. You should probably lock this at night. Owen's voice startles me. I kick away from the piano, knocking over the bench beneath me as I struggle to get to my feet. My back is on the floor quickly, my feet kicking in my fight to stand again. Shit, you scared me! My heart is thumping so loudly, I can hardly hear him talking as he closes my front door behind him and walks closer to me, a bag or something in his hand. Here, he says, reaching for my hand, helping me to my feet. His grasp on my wrist is for a purpose, and he lets go quickly, but I still look at that spot he touched on my skin, rubbing my own hand around it, like I'm trying to recover from a burn. Owen sets my bench upright again, then slides onto the end of the seat, looking over the keys, and the pages spread out on the ledger. I'm sorry, you were practicing? He's starting to stand. I don't want him to leave. I move closer to the piano, resting my hand along the top, trying to make him more comfortable, and maybe blocking his exit just a little. No, I mean I was thinking about it, but I'm just not feeling it, I say, watching his finger trace the small layer of dust that's formed along the top of the ledge where my music books sit. He stares at the line he's drawn along the wood for a few seconds before breathing in deeply and pulling the small plastic bag to his lap. My mom's out at work. Andrew's out too, and I was going to make some grilled cheese for dinner, but then, he says, pausing to pull out a brick of cheddar cheese from the grocery bag and setting it on the bench next to him, I realized I don't have any bread. He looks up at me with a sideways grin that's unlike any face I've ever seen him make. There's no taunting to it, no motive or front, and with this one look, everything that's always been so hard and scary about being near him fades away. I have bread, I say, motioning for him to follow me to our kitchen. He trails closely behind me and lightly kicks a box that's taken up a sort of permanent residence next to our kitchen island before he pulls himself into the stool at the counter and sets down his block of cheese. You've been here for what, a month? He asks, looking around at the few boxes still remaining in the kitchen. Some of them have been repacked and are getting donated or shipped tomorrow. Some of this stuff, it's my dad's, I say, my back to him so I can't see his face. It's easier to say the hard things this way. Oh, is all he says. Hit me with the cheese, I say when I turn around, and he makes that same silly smile again. It's almost playful. He picks up the cheese and tosses it to me, but my fingers fumble the reception, and it slides through my hands, arms, knocks off my knee, and skids along the floor. Good thing it's wrapped, he teases. Shut up, I sass back, picking it up and squinting at him like I'm daring him to cross me. He makes the same face back, but it's overly exaggerated, and dare I say, goofy. It makes me laugh. Owen is making me laugh, and it feels... If there is one skill I have in the kitchen, it is making grilled cheese sandwiches. The secret is not to be stingy with the butter, and I lather our bread well, so that way, by the time I slide the sandwiches from the pan, both sides are golden brown. Here, you can have the one with more cheese, I say, sliding a plate over to him. He picks up his sandwich and inspects it, raising an eyebrow at me before putting the bread almost in his mouth and stopping. How do I know you're not poisoning me? He asks. You don't. You're just going to have to trust me. I smile, then take a bite of my sandwich, letting the crunch drag on slowly while I close my eyes and let my lips hum an sound. Right. Trust you, he says, his expression soft and his eyes cautious while he considers me. I was joking about our sandwiches, but I get the feeling Owen is now on a different subject. He's making this heavier than I meant it to be, but I like that he's having such heavy thoughts. I don't think trust is something Owen has done in a long time, and it's a belief I fear lately I may be at risk of losing. Owen finally gives in, and within 5 bites, maybe 6, his sandwich is gone. "Look, you're alive," I tease as I take his plate and rinse it in the sink. "So it seems," he says, patting his chest, then gripping over his heart and making the most ridiculous croaking noise. "You're so obnoxious," I say, reaching over to him and pushing on the arm that's resting along the counter as he sits. Before my hand slips away, he grabs it with his. It's an action I don't think he meant to do, a move he didn't calculate, and everything feels awkward. Both of us are giggling nervously for a few seconds, our fingers sort of tangled and unsure, until he finally grips my hand tightly, squeezes it once, then pushes it away. I'm thankful for the bread that's still out on the counter, grateful that I have this distraction to busy myself with now. I twist the bag closed and turn to face our pantry, taking a deep breath and staring intently at the knuckles of my hand, the ones that were just embraced by the roughness and warmth of Owen's. When I turn back to face him, he's no longer sitting, but instead is standing by the kitchen window with his back to me, his hand by his side, and his fingers flexing and contracting. Our touch. He felt it too. "Thanks, by the way," he says. I watch him for a few seconds before responding. "It's just a grilled cheese. I mean, I know mine are like practically the best in the Midwest, but... Oh, all right. Yes, you're welcome," I joke. I'm joking because I'm uncomfortable, and I'm uncomfortable because all I can think about is the way his hand just felt wrapped around mine, the way he squeezed and paused, and the way he's still trying to cope with the feeling of it on his own hand. "I meant the hoop," he says, finally turning and looking at me. His eyes are more serious now, and there's that hint of darkness to them. "Thanks for the hoop. You didn't have to put it back up. I can just shoot at the school." "I wanted you to play here," I admit, a little too quickly. Owen's lip twitches in response. I train my eyes back on the counter, running the dish towel along the perfectly clean surface, then tucking it in one of the cabinet doors, smoothing out wrinkles, and anything else I can think of doing that will keep me from making eye contact with Owen after what I just said. "We should play," he says. I give in and look up. He's shoving his hands into the front pocket of his dark gray hoodie, his feet sliding closer to the back door. "Come on, game of horse." "Game of what?" I ask. Owen stops at the door, his hand on the knob. "Horse. You know, I shoot, and if I make it, you have to shoot from the same spot and make it. Horse? You never played horse?" "Never even heard of it," I say. "And that doesn't sound like a game I'd be any good at. You said I shoot and make it, but that doesn't happen when I play basketball." His lips slide into the same sweet grin he wore when he first entered my house. Then he gestures over his shoulder and opens the door. "Fine, we'll play pig instead," he says. "You're just making shit up now," I say, grabbing the zip jacket from the stool in the kitchen and pushing my arms inside. Owen laughs as we shut the door, and he doesn't stop until we're standing directly under the hoop, his ball in his hands. "I'm not making shit up," he says. "You earn letters when you miss shots. You play pig to make the game shorter. We'll practice with pig." "This sounds pretty stupid," I say, my brow pinched. "It's not. It's fun. I promise. Here, you take the ball and go first," he says, pushing the ball into my arms. I'm instantly mortified because I know he's going to see me shoot and miss horribly. It was one thing to miss a shot in front of his brother. Andrew sucked as badly as I do. But Owen is good. I've watched him play with guys taller than him, and he's going to laugh his ass off when he sees me attempt to make a shot. "Is there a shorter word?" I ask, looking at the ball in my hands and then up at the hoop. Owen laughs lightly. "Nope, pig's as short as it gets. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Go on, take your shot," he says, stepping back a few paces and blowing into his hands to warm them. I am going to miss. There's no doubt about it in my mind. My only question to answer is how badly do I want to miss? I feel like it would look less awful if at least I attempted a farther shot, so I cross the driveway to a crack that runs down the middle, lining myself up a good 8 or 9 feet away from the hoop. I prop the ball into my hands, practically balancing it in my fingertips in front of my chest. Then, with a deep breath, I heave it forward, coming nowhere near the hoop, and sending it off a jagged brick on the garage wall, bouncing down the driveway and into the street. Yep, mortified. Owen's hands have stopped moving in front of his face. He's frozen, looking at the space where the ball trailed by him, his eyebrows slightly raised. I told you I wouldn't be good at this game, I say, honestly a little upset. I'm more upset that I'm upset over something so trivial, but I'm embarrassed, and the longer it takes Owen to talk, the worse I feel. That wasn't bad, he starts, looking out to the roadway where the ball has come to a rest in the gutter. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. Here, hang on. Owen jogs down the driveway to the ball in the road, his long legs moving him quickly. I like watching him move. I like watching him move. He dribbles the ball as he jogs back toward me, and a few times he raises his eyes to look at me, but never for long. Okay, so first hold the ball in front of you, like this, he says, forming my hands around the ball, moving my stiff fingers clumsily into place. I'm more focused on everywhere he's touching me to even understand what he's doing or saying. Next, take a few steps closer. You need to start somewhere small. Small. Right. Small. I swallow while he stands behind me and puts his hand on my elbows, pushing me forward closer to the hoop. His breath is on my neck. There's a ball in my hand, the air is cold, and all I can think about is the fact that when Owen breathes, a light fog comes out and it passes by my ear and cheek and I want to taste it. This isn't going to work, I say, once I realize how far away I still am from the hoop. He's going to make me try, and I'm embarrassed all over again. Yes, it will. Boy, are you like this with your piano teachers? He asks, leaning to the side to look me in the eye. Damn, he's really close to me. I'm good at the piano. I don't have to be like this with them, I say, somehow keeping my head about me. You probably weren't always good, though, he says, his gaze shifting from my eyes to my mouth just long enough for me to notice and flush everywhere. I look at his mouth to reciprocate, and when I look back up, I realize he's watching the movement of my eyes closely. Shit, he knows I'm looking at his mouth. Actually, I say, swallowing, because damn, my throat is suddenly so dry. I was always good. I'm sort of gifted. Now I feel really lame. Really super fucking horribly awful terribly lame. Lame, 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 lame. Yeah, well, I'm gifted in this, so trust me. Trust that I can teach you, he says. There's that word again. Trust. I refocus on the hoop, and I listen to everything he says, bending my elbows, practicing the motion 3 or 4 times, lining my aim up with the small square behind the hoop. Then the time comes for me to follow through. Come on, Kens, you got this, he says, taking 2 or 3 steps back. Kens. He calls me Kens, and it feels so natural, like he's always called me Kens. I like it when he says my name. I like how it sounds. I like Owen Harper. I bend my knees, close my eyes once, then train all of my focus on the hoop above my head. With a silent countdown, I heave everything forward and upward again, and the ball leaves my hands in the right direction. I don't make the shot, but I come close. The ball actually hits the board, then swirls along the rim before falling away. I hit it, I say, turning to face him with my palms pressed on my cheeks. Holy smokes, I actually hit it! Owen smiles and shakes his head lightly. You don't actually get any points for hitting it, but yes, you showed improvement, he says, kicking the ball up into his hands and dribbling it a few times. Pshaw, says you. Did you see that? I say, pointing up and spinning around once before reaching for the ball. I hit it. That's a P. I get a P for pig. Owen's hand is rubbing on his neck, and he's laughing silently, but he gives in eventually and bounces the ball to me to try again. Sure, whatever you want, Kens. You get a P. Good job, he says, the world's greatest smile stretched on his lips. It's my new favorite smile, an entirely new one that I kind of think might just be for me and me alone. I like it, almost as much as I like him. We shoot the ball a few more times, and Owen lets me continue to make up rules as we go. I know that's not how the game is really played, but I like how he laughs when I joke and celebrate my near shots. I actually make one before we're done, and Owen lifts me in his arms when I do, swinging me around once, but discarding me swiftly. It leaves me with the strangest feeling, as if holding me for too long would hurt him somehow. Did I win? I ask at the end, and he just grins and nods yes, his eyebrows high to show his sarcasm. The sounds of the night fade back into focus, and Owen's breath fogs the air between us. I breathe out once, just to see if my breath can catch his. I should head in. I've got work early in the morning, he says, his ball tucked under one arm, his other hand stuffed in his jeans pocket. He looks unsure of himself, and I can't help but hope that it has a little to do with me. Yeah, I should get some sleep too. I'm studying all day tomorrow for the dissection quiz, I say, and Owen shuts his eyes tightly when I mention our test. You forgot, didn't you? Yeah, he says, sighing. I think I'll be okay, though. I got most of it down. If you want, I start, then stop myself, biting the inside of my cheek to give myself a second or two to think. Maybe I'm just trying to talk myself out of taking a risk, and maybe I shouldn't listen to that voice anymore. I can help you, I say again, my voice fast and sharp, getting his attention before he heads inside. You know, study? When you get home from work, I could maybe just run you through my flashcards or something, only if you think you need to. Ryan said Owen was smart. He probably doesn't need to study, and now I look desperate, like I'm flirting, and I want to somehow breathe in fast, suck in all of the words I spoke before he can hear them. That would be awesome, he says, surprising me. What's your number? I'll just call you when I get home. Call me. Owen Harper wants to call me. On my phone. From his phone. He's typing my name with his long thumbs, his hat low over his eyes, but not so low that I can't see the thickness of his lashes and the way they move along the letters of my name. He hands the phone to me to type in my number, and I manage to find enough feeling in my fingers to take it from him without dropping it. I type in my number, and before I pass it back, I notice he's written Ken's, and it makes me smile. Cool, he says, pushing the phone back in his pocket and backing up a few paces to his door. So, thanks. Yeah, and, well, call you tomorrow? He actually stumbles a little when he hits the first step of his porch, but I pretend not to notice. I walk back to my door, click off the driveway lights, and move inside. The house is warm, and I didn't realize how cold I was until now. I notice Owen's cheese still on my counter, so I put it in the fridge before locking the back door and turning out the lights. I lock up front and glance briefly at the piano I almost play before moving upstairs for bed. I leave my window closed while I change into a pair of sweatpants and my favorite long-sleeved thermal. Then I open the curtains and shut off the light, sliding my back against the edge of my mattress for my nightly ritual of waiting for Owen to shut his light off too. He rarely closes his curtains. The first few times I felt embarrassed over what I saw. His bare chest, his boxers, his skin when he would change from his pants and shirt. I never saw too much, but it was more than I was used to seeing. I've always been a prude, not because of any religious belief or self-promise to be a virgin until I met the right guy. Intimacy just scared me. Dating intimidated me at Bryce, probably because most of the boys there were dropped off in Escalades and Audis and Teslas. They all seemed so entitled, and I didn't trust any of them, ever. Trust. I trust Owen. When my phone vibrates, my body jolts with adrenaline, my stomach trained to feel sick at seeing Gabby's name. She's sent me several texts, and I've deleted every single one. Morgan has tried to call too, and honestly, I know she's probably on my side with everything. Her messages relayed how shocked she was over what went on between Gabby and my father, but I haven't been able to call Morgan back either. I'm just not ready to talk about it with anyone, and I know that's all Morgan is going to want to talk about. My thumb grazes over the end call button on instinct, but I pause when I realize the number on the screen isn't one I recognize. I look at Owen's window, and his light is now off, and I think maybe, just maybe? Hello? I answer, my thumbnail flying to the edge of my teeth, a bad habit to calm my nerves that I've been doing for as long as I can remember. Hey, Owen says, his voice breathy and timid. Sorry, I probably scared you again. No, I respond quickly, and probably a little too excitedly. I just didn't recognize the number, and most of my calls lately have been from unwelcomed callers. Yeah, I get that, he says, and I can actually hear him settle into his covers. He's in bed. I'm talking to him, and he's lying down, probably without a shirt on. My thumbnail flies right back to the place between my teeth. Did you need something? I ask, sliding down a little lower by the window, low enough to gaze through it and attempt to see Owen in the darkness. Well, I'm having trouble sleeping. It's weird. I don't know if you ever get this feeling, but I feel like somebody's watching me, he says, and I sink completely to the floor, my hand fast to cover my face. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God! Kenzie? He asks, and I swallow hard. Uh-huh, I say, my voice nowhere near as loud as it was seconds ago. Look up, he says, and I squeeze my eyes shut tightly, pushing myself up on my elbows until I can see through my window to his. Owen's waving at me, a faint light over his face while he lies with his arms folded around his pillow, his hand pressing his phone to his ear. Oh, hey. Yeah, so. Hi, I say, scrunching my hand like a 2-year-old waves. So, your bed. It's like right there, huh? Oh God, oh God, oh God. Yep, he says, and even though he's far away, I can tell what smile he's wearing. It's the teasing one, the one that used to torture me when he was being mean, or when I thought he was being mean. Now it's just one of Owen's many smiles, and I like this one too, even though my stomach sinks with embarrassment over the cause. It's okay, he whispers, and I slide back along my bed, bringing my knees into my chest. What is? I ask, the rush of heartbeats drumming in my head, drowning me. I look at you two, he says, and now my heart is rushing for an entirely different reason. Oh my God. Oh my God. Kenz, relax, he says, and I notice his light flips off. I don't know if he did that to make it easier on me, but somehow it does. I'm braver without having to face him. I'm sorry. I'm pretty embarrassed, I admit, crawling on my knees first, then lifting myself onto my bed, sliding my feet under my heavy comforter, then pulling it over my head because all I want to do is hide. I really called because I can't sleep, he says, completely bypassing my embarrassment. I could kiss him for that. Kiss him. Now I'm thinking about kissing him. Not that I haven't thought about that before, but now I'm really imagining it, and it makes me want to pull my blankets in closer, press the phone tighter against my ear so I can feel every vibration of his voice. "Wanna talk until you get tired?" I ask, now more awake than I've ever been.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I guess,
He says, and I like that he's flustered now, too.
it's always weird when Andrew's gone and the house is empty. It's just sort of lonely.
"I know what you mean," I say, thinking about most of my nights, both in the city and out here. My parents were always working, and from the age it became socially acceptable, maybe about 12 or 13, my parents frequently left me alone at night. I've grown used to it, but I've never liked it.
I'm sorry about the phone calls from her, he says, and I can tell he's treading lightly at bringing up Gabby.
It's okay. She'll stop calling soon. Or not, either way, I say, not really believing the indifference I'm trying to portray, but I try to sell it. I try to sell it hard.
Yeah, probably, he says, and there's a pause in everything.
The house is quiet, and the moon is shrouded by clouds, so the night is darker than normal. It feels like the world is hushed, listening to our conversation.
For the record, what she did, your friend?
He pauses, waiting to see if it's okay to say more.
That was pretty shitty.
Shitty. Yeah, it was shitty. It also might have been illegal, could probably be constituted as rape in some ways, was morally and ethically flawed, and is going to scar me for life. Yeah, it was shitty. Thanks, is all I say in response. I'm not ready to deal beyond that yet. How's Andrew? I ask, desperate to return the focus on Owen.
He's good, thanks. My brother likes you, you know. I think he thinks you're cute, he says, and I blush even though I know he's just trying to be funny.
That's what he said about you, I say, unable to stop the words before I speak them. I start chewing on my nails the instant I realize what I've done, and I hold my breath, waiting for Owen to hang up, but he doesn't. He doesn't respond either. He just lets the silence play out for a really long and uncomfortable amount of time. I think he's torturing me, but I also think just maybe he's smiling. "So, how was your first day of work?" I ask, leaning over the edge of my bed and peeking out the window one more time, on the off chance that he's looking at me too. All I see is the blackness filling his window, but I smile softly in case he's hiding in the shadow.
It was good, I guess. It's a job, and I don't have to deal with people a lot, so that's sort of a bonus. And I make like 50 more cents an hour, he says.
"Do you ever resent it, having to work so much?" I tread carefully. I've learned when Owen doesn't want to have a conversation, he doesn't, and sometimes his end of it is abrupt.
Nah, he says, yawning a little. It helps my family, and it doesn't really get in the way of the important things.
"Like what?" I ask quickly. Owen chuckles softly into the phone.
Wow, you're like one of those hard-hitting reporters, right in there with the next question, he says.
"Sorry," I say in a whisper, my face burning again with that familiar sting of embarrassment.
It's okay. I haven't really shared with someone in a while, that's all. Most of my friends either already know my deal or they don't care, he says,
and I focus on that one phrase, his deal. I want to know his deal. I want to know all about Owen Harper and his life and his past and those rumors. I want his story. "You don't have to share if you don't feel up to it, or if it's personal or whatever," I say, my hand back in place between my lips. I won't have any fingernails left in the morning.
"Well, you already know I play basketball, and it's stupid, but that's one of those important things. I'm good at it. You know how you said you're gifted? Well, I guess it's my gift, if gifts work like that. I lose myself in it, and I like that I get to be aggressive," he says.
I think back to when I watched Owen play in the driveway, how masculine every movement he made was. Aggressive seemed to be in his nature even then. "Well, clearly I wouldn't know much about basketball," I say, inciting a raspy laugh from Owen. "But I would believe that you're good, or gifted. You're fun to watch." I pull my blanket up over my chin after this, knowing how gushing and flirtatious every word from my mouth sounds. I don't regret them, though. I don't regret a single second of my night so far. "Thanks," Owen says, and my smile kicks in, my cover now hiding more of my blushing face. "Does your older brother help out with bills, too?" I ask. When Owen's answer doesn't come right away, I close my eyes, wishing I could take my question back, my gut sinking, knowing I asked one question too many. "James," Owen starts, but then his long pause continues. It's okay. I'm getting too personal," I say, grasping at hope that Owen won't hang up, that he'll call me again. "James is a junkie," he says. There are a million reactions I could have had, but what I didn't expect is how much I want to hug Owen right now. Nothing about his small description of his brother sounded sad or affected or heartbroken, but somehow through it all, I know Owen is. I can just sense it. "I'm sorry, Owen," I say, careful to say his name, to take care of it and respect it. If he doesn't share with people often, then I'm guessing very few people really know about James. "Thanks, but it's okay. It is what it is. My mom kicked him out a year ago. He started using meth and getting into some really hard shit. She didn't want Andrew exposed to that. I didn't either. But he still calls me, when he needs something," he says, a certain amount of disappointment in his tone. "Like money or drugs?" I say, now sitting up in bed. "Not really money, but I've bailed him out once or twice, and I got him off the hook with a dealer he owed some serious money to. It's usually a problem when James calls." He sighs. "But you answer," I say, my words practically filling in the blank space left at the end of his. "Every time," he says. "When was the last time you saw him?" I ask, hoping for selfish reasons that it's been a while. Willow said James was the one to stay away from, and now I'm not sure I want him a house away from me. "The other night. He didn't come here, but he was fucked up out of his head, and he was in a bad place with some bad people. I had to leave in the middle of a basketball game to go haul his ass back to his apartment," he says, and I close my eyes, remembering that night I watched him get a call in the middle of playing basketball. I remember how angry he was, how fast he drove away, and how vicious his eyes were when he got back. "That isn't fair to you," I say, my arms pulling my pillow in close to my chest, my mind imagining Owen's heart beating through it, wishing it were him I was holding. "Nope," he says. I hold my pillow for several long seconds, letting my face slide against the coolness of the pillowcase. Ryan is so right about Owen. People don't have him pegged right at all. And as much as I want to tell everyone that, I also want to keep it to myself, keep Owen to myself. "So you were thinking about practicing tonight when I walked in?" Owen finally says, cutting through the silence. I think I may have been drifting off to sleep with him in my fantasy. "Oh, yeah, I was, sort of," I say, squeezing my eyes tightly, trying to force a little more awake time from them. "I can't seem to figure out what to play. It probably doesn't make sense to you, but it's just that I was sort of on this directive, had all of these goals, and they all centered around the things my father wanted me to play, and now that he's out of the picture—" "Those aren't your goals anymore," Owen finishes for me. "I don't think they ever really were," I say. I know they weren't, but admitting this out loud, saying it without someone on the other end protesting, It feels nice.
Do you still like playing? He asks.
Yes, of course I do, I say. But not any of the things he would want me to play. Saying that feels good too, and it makes me stretch and move my fingers in anticipation.
So play for you. Tomorrow. Play for Kensington. I'd like to hear you. I mean, if that's something you're okay with, someone listening to you play.
The nervous, fumbling Owen, who's unsure of his words, seems rare, but he makes my heart race. I could do that. I mean, unless it's not cool for Owen Harper to be hanging out with a band geek. I joke, my palms actually sweating. I can't tell if I'm excited at the thought of playing for Owen or terrified.
I'll make an exception, he says, his laugh even raspier than before, and his voice saturated with sleepiness.
Well, look at that, I say.
What? He asks.
You're finally tired. I smile, satisfied, as if I actually did something to help Owen find sleep. His effect on me was just the opposite, and now all I want to do is tiptoe downstairs and play my piano.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hey, thanks, he says. For what? I ask.
I'm not really sure, but I know I should say it anyway, he says, one final yawn escaping his throat.
Good night, Owen Harper, I say, loving every syllable of his name on my tongue. Owen drifts off before he can say another word, and I leave my phone on for a few more minutes just to listen to him breathe. He isn't scary at all. Chapter 10. Owen must have worked all day Sunday because I never saw him again, and I looked, constantly. My mom seems to have found a way to put on her performance face at work, but at home, she's simply manic. When I woke for school this morning, she had started ripping out pipes from under the sink, and all of the cabinet doors were down. She said something about finally getting her hands into something, making it her own. If it keeps her from crying on the foot of the stairs, I guess tearing apart our house is a good alternative. Willow's horn blaring outside saves me from having to help with my mom's latest plumbing emergency, so I yell that I'm leaving, grab my backpack, and rush out the door. Being in band means we always have to get to school early, and though the first few weeks had me grumbling from waking up before the sun, this morning I'm practically skipping. I'm skipping because Owen's truck is in the driveway, which means he's probably going to school today. Wow, look who's all happy this morning, Willow says, snapping the gum in her mouth twice and chomping loudly while she analyzes me and my happiness. Had a good weekend, I say, meaning it. True, Friday night was a nightmare, but my short-lived basketball career made up for the unwanted visit from my father and from Gabby the week before. Uh-huh, Willow says, pulling a thermos from her center console and loudly sipping on what smells like coffee. So, Owen dropped you off for the game Friday night. You, see him again? The blush that radiates all over my face is fast and unexpected, and I know I wouldn't be able to lie now even if I wanted to. That's a yes, she says, and her smile is genuine, but there's still a shade of disappointment there, too. You sure it's okay? That it doesn't bother you if I'm friends with Owen? I ask, wondering if Willow was being totally honest about her feelings and being over him. Kens, I cross my heart. Just promise me you'll be careful. I know it's been 3 years since I hooked up with him, and he's probably grown up a lot, but still, just be careful, she says, repeating that word again. I'm always careful. It's why I did exactly as my father said for most of my life. Played things carefully, classical, perfect. I hold up my hand in what I think is the Scout's honor sign and smile a promise to Willow, but I never say it, and as much as I probably should be careful, I kind of want to be reckless. We pull into the school lot and park right next to Jess. There are no reserved spots, but everyone sort of has their place. We always park at the bottom of the hill right by the exit. Jess is swinging his feet, clutching a paper in his hand while he sits on the trunk of his car. He looks like an actual kid in a candy store, his smile large and his cheeks red from the morning air. The vision has Willow and me giggling. "Who wants Carolyn Potter's famous apple pie?" Jess asks, waving the piece of paper over his head. Whatever is printed on it seems to have Willow in a state of thrill, joy, or frenzy. It's hard to tell amid the dancing and jumping she's doing as she takes the paper from Jess's hands. "Holy shit, it's back!" she says, pounding on the hood of Elise's car as she pulls into the lot next to our cars. "What the hell, Will? Let me put it in park before you start going all morning person on me," Elise says, dragging her heavy backpack and flute case from the back seat and finally shutting the door behind her. "Okay, what's got you all this way?" Elise waves her hand in Willow's direction, her face twisted with an annoyance I can truly appreciate. Willow is shot out of a cannon in the mornings, but Elise is more my speed, slow to wake, in need of caffeine, and not much for public happy dancing at 6 in the morning. "I think this will change your mind," Willow says, handing the flyer to Elise. I watch her eyes graze over the words, and the more she reads, the more her lips curve until she's smiling so big she's actually showing teeth. "No way," she says, shoving the paper into my hands. "We're going, right? We're all totally going. Oh my God, this week cannot end fast enough." I straighten the heavy pack on my back and read over the flyer now in my possession. Wilson Orchard Apple Fest. "Is this that thing? That story you guys told me about?" I ask, my focus solely on the part of that story that had to do with Owen, and how this one event changed his life forever. This festival is like the moment he told me my dad was spending time with another woman, and I can't imagine reliving that moment again, ever. I wonder if Owen's seen a flyer like this one. "Yes, that's it! Oh my God, Kenz, you have to come with us!" Willow says, looping her arm in mine as we trek up the hill to the music room. She's only focusing on the festive part, completely missing my point. "I don't know. I'm not really into carnival games and things like that," I say, still thinking about Owen. I want to find him before he finds out, to take him away until the festival is over and done, so he can never know it came back again in the first place. It's not just the games and the rides. Kenz, oh my God, the freaking apple pies! You have to come, just for a little while. At least go and eat with us. Willow is actually making a pouty face, her bottom lip jutted out, and her eyes practically watering with sadness. "It is a lot of fun," Elise adds, nudging me with her arm as we walk through the bandroom door. She starts to walk backward to face me. "Ryan will want to go, so we'll all be there, and he never likes to stay at things long, so we can totally take you home early if you want to leave. Come with us?" Elise isn't full-on begging, that's not her style, but I can tell she really wants me to join them, and I get the sense this is a meaningful thing for my new group of friends, a part of their past they want to share with me. I need friends, good friends that don't lie to me, so I nod yes, and Willow practically squeals in my ear with excitement. Mr. Brody makes a few attempts to play through some of our songs, but band rehearsals are ultimately cut short, the entire class seemingly abuzz with news that the Apple Fest is back, and when Mr. Brody announces that the band will actually be playing in a mini parade down the Orchard Road to open the festival on Saturday morning, you would think we were invited to star in the halftime show for the Super Bowl. Everyone was so excited. With the band performing, I no longer have an excuse to miss, at least not the opening of the festival, so I resolve myself to the fact that I'm going to at least get a really good slice of pie out of this deal, and then I hold my breath and wait for my next class. I pray somehow word of the festival hasn't made it to him yet. I'm not sure whether it's good news or bad news that Owen missed our morning classes. I'm hoping it was because of work or something else non-festival related. When I see him climb up to sit on top of one of the outside tables at lunch, I feel the weight rise from my chest. I position myself so I can glance at him from my periphery out the window while we eat lunch, and my body flushes the few times I catch his gaze on me. Every time I look his direction, he seems to be smiling. I also notice that, unlike other days during the lunch hour, there doesn't seem to be a girl in his arms, no one entertaining his lips, grinding on his lap, or kissing at his neck, and that makes me happy too. "Owen Harper alert," Willow says, her eyebrows raised as she stares at me from the other side of the table. I turn to the side and realize Owen is no longer on his table outside, and his friends have all left as well. I somehow missed them leaving, but Willow has spotted him again, right behind me. "Hey, Kens," he says, his voice sounding calm and comfortable as he seduces me right here in front of my friends. I've become addicted to his voice, so much so that I even considered calling to listen to his voicemail once or twice, feared that he might pick up, the only thing stopping me, as silly as that sounds. I swivel in my seat and peer up at him, and my response comes out more like a croak. "Hey, Owen!" I squeak. My palms are sweating, and I'm pretty sure my arms and back are as well. In fact, everything about me feels like it's on fire, never mind the gray skies and cold front threatening to bring a massive chill outside the window. Right now, in my body, it's summer in the desert. I glance around the table and notice all of my friends suddenly only interested in their trays and food, but their faces are all smirking, and it makes me blush even harder. "Hey-o, what's up, man?" Ryan says, the last to slide into his seat. Thank God for Ryan, the only one acting normal. "Conditioning starts next week. You coming?" "You know it. I might miss a few. I've got work, but Coach already knows," Owen says, tapping his fist into Ryan's as he sits down next to Elise. "Good. Oh, hell, man, what happened to your eye?" Ryan asks, pointing to the spot on his own face that mirrors the deep blue bruise left on Owen's cheek. It's the last remnant of his run-in with my father, and the very conversation playing out at our lunch table right now has my throat closing and my stomach threatening sickness. "Oh, just messing around with House and the boys, pick-up games and shit. Some guy didn't like a call, elbowed me," Owen says with a shrug. He never looks my direction, but as he sits in the seat across from me, I feel his foot slide up next to mine and tap it twice. He lied for me, just like he promised he would. "Dude, some guys just can't keep their cool on the court. I hate that shit. I don't know why you play those pickup games anyways," Ryan says, leaning over and kissing Elise on the cheek. She looks up for a brief second, but she puts her head back down quickly, almost like the rest of my friends have some secret pact to give me pretend privacy when Owen comes to the table. Truthfully, it's only making me feel weirder. "So, Ken's, was wondering," Owen starts, looking around the table at the tops of everyone's heads. He shakes his and pinches his brow at how strange my friends are all being. I kind of want to die. "I have to work Friday, but I thought maybe, if you're not busy, I could repay you for that grilled cheese emergency this weekend. My mom's going to be home, and she'd like to meet your mom if she's off Saturday night," Owen says, his eyes focusing solely on his knuckles, which he's cracking nervously over and over. His foot under the table is now tapping quickly with nerves, and it's starting to make the entire table shake a little. Saturday?" I repeat his question, my mind searching for a way to make Saturday happen twice. One version I can live through with Owen and his mom, and the other where I can go to the festival and perform with the band. I'm about to lie, about to pretend there's nothing else I have to do on Saturday so I can make Owen's legs stop shaking, and so I can spend Saturday night with him, meet his mom, when Jess decides now would be a good time to quit looking at his lap and insert himself back into my reality. "You can't, Kenzie. We've got the Apple Fest," Jess says, and everyone stops breathing simultaneously. He couldn't say I had a thing. A band assignment, a performance, something, anything with them. No, Jess had to go and be specific, painfully specific. I flash my gaze back to Owen, and now he's the one looking at the top of the table, his hands no longer wringing, his foot no longer jiggling. His face is just pure emptiness, as if he's just had the wind knocked out of him, and the way his lip is hanging open and quivering with the struggle to breathe lets me know that this is the first he's heard of the Applefest. It lets me know that Willow wasn't exaggerating her story about Owen and that day. I know it because the look of absolute pain that's fallen over him, taken over his body completely, isn't one that could come from anything but tragic loss. And Owen's experienced the deepest tragedy of all. I'm sorry. I just found out, I say, reaching toward him, but not quickly enough. He shoved his hand in his pockets and is already standing and sliding away from me. Nah, it's all right. Next time, maybe. Hey, I won't be in class this afternoon, so maybe just hit me up with whatever I missed, he says, his eyes still low. Low and sad. So unbelievably sad. Yeah, sure, I'll just send you a text later, I say, keeping my focus on his face, the voice inside me begging him to look up, begging him to be okay. I feel like I'm holding the paddles to his chest, shouting "Clear!" and counting over and over while I watch his life drift away. With his back against the door, Owen finally lifts his chin, and that same ice and hardness that was there the first time he looked at me is back, and he doesn't bother to smile as he turns to leave. I'm not hungry, I say, standing with my full tray and rushing to the trash. I follow Owen's footsteps to the doorway, but after I dump my food and step onto the walkway outside, I'm only there in time to see his truck speed around the corner of the lot, out onto the roadway, the motor revving like it does when he races, when he runs away. Kenz, I'm so sorry, Willow says. Her hand on my back feels like a knife. Just don't, I say, jerking away. It's not her fault, and I know that, but I don't want to hear empty apologies. They won't make me feel better. It's okay. I just didn't want him to find out like that. I'm just worried about him, that's all. I turn to her and shrug, taking in a deep breath and exhaling slowly, trying to keep the mist in my eyes from forming full tears. You just didn't want him to find out at all, she says. I close my eyes and nod slowly. It's a small town, Kenz. By dinner time, everyone is going to know. That flyer I showed you this morning? There will be one on every tree in town, every business window, and probably everyone's front door. He was bound to find out, and he'll be okay. I let out a breathy laugh, my gaze falling to Willow's feet first before shifting up to her eyes. Owen is so far from okay, Willow, I say, my chest crumbling with my admission, with hearing me talk aloud about Owen, the Owen I think I know, to someone else. You can't hold him together, she says, stepping an inch or two closer to me. She stops before she's close enough to touch my hand. I think she can sense how fragile my spirit is right now, how volatile my emotions are, so she doesn't say another word. Instead, she goes back into the cafeteria to join our table of friends, where I'm sure they'll analyze everything that just went down. Ryan will stand up for Owen, though, and I'm thankful for that. As promised, Owen skipped classes for the rest of the day. He missed the following day as well. I texted him both nights, giving him the basic points he missed and due dates for assignments, but I didn't hear back from him, and his house was dark both nights, his truck never once appearing in the driveway. I never saw Andrew, but I'm sure Owen stopped in for his brother, somehow getting him to school and bringing him home, but I have no proof. The hoop has been silent out front, too. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if Ryan told me that Owen packed up after our last conversation and skipped town. I think part of me was trying to convince myself of that lie. But now I'm confronted with an entirely different truth. The truth where Owen is back outside on the lunch tables with his friends, and another girl is sitting on his lap, his tongue on her ear. I told you he'd be okay, Willow says, And even though she's trying to couch it like she's trying to make me feel better, what she's really doing is saying, "I told you so," about Owen being Owen and going back to his cruel and hurtful ways. "Looks like it," I say, not giving her or Owen the satisfaction of looking up from my lunch. I eat slowly and I turn my profile to the side, keeping Owen just in my sight's reach, but I deny myself every temptation of looking his direction. I know he wants me to see him. I know that's why he's out there, making this spectacle just for me, and I know he's doing it because something else hurts. But fuck him. I have no role in what happened to him years ago, and he's not going to use it as an excuse for being an asshole. Jess is talking about the parade Saturday, and Elise keeps switching the conversation to the ride she's seen coming into town. I'm not sure about hooking myself into something that arrives by truck in the middle of the night and is disassembled minutes after the carnival closes, but I remain wrapped in Elise's conversation, pretending I'll ride anything and everything she wants. Every now and then I glance next to her to Ryan, and he's chewing on the end of his straw, listening to his girlfriend talk, but looking from me to Owen and back again. I follow my friends from the table, dumping my trash and pulling my backpack over my shoulder, when Ryan stops me last at the door before we leave. "I know he makes it hard, Kenzie, but that guy out there, that's not really him. O's better than that," Ryan says, and I want to believe him. But I also know that men lie, and break promises, and destroy friendships and marriages, and right now that's the only rationale I can think about. "Sure he is, Ryan. Sure he is," I say, patting him on the arm as I muscle past him and let the door close behind me. Elise distracts me during science. I'm careful to avoid any one-on-one time with Owen during dissections, immediately pairing myself with Elise, who is still obsessively talking about the festival. I've never been, and already I hate this festival and what it's done to my routine. It's like it's taken over my friends' bodies and minds, too. But I'm grateful for Elise's constant conversation, though, and it makes the 40 minutes of class fly by. My next class isn't going to be so easy. When I enter our English class, Owen is sitting in his seat right behind mine, his smirk in its familiar place. "Saved your seat for you," he says, barely looking up, like I believe he hasn't orchestrated everything he's about to do and say. "Whatever," I respond, glad I don't have to push his feet off my chair. I don't like hot and cold. My dad was always hot and cold, probably because he never really wanted to be there in the first place. "Wow, someone's moody," he says. I know what he's doing. He's shifting everything he's feeling to me. He's making me the bad guy because he can't be mad at an entire town, at everyone in Woodstock, for being excited about an event that to him means nothing but nightmares and the stirring up of old gossip and rumors. Thing is, though, that's also not very fair to me. "Someone else is an asshole, so touché," I say, not even bothering to fully turn around in my seat to acknowledge him. He hates that because he wants more of a reaction. He wants that push and pull. I hate that I'm goading him as much as I am. I wish I could just keep my mouth shut. "Aw, are you jealous, Kensington?" His lips are at my neck, and his breath is making the tiny hairs on my skin stand to attention. I hate that he called me by my full name, hate that he's trying to hurt me. But mostly I hate that, yes, I'm jealous of some stupid girl of the moment he was just locking lips with at lunch. I can still feel him there, close enough that I know if I jerked my elbow back hard and fast, I would give him a matching bruise on the other eye. But I fight my newfound instinct for violence, and instead do something far worse. Turning in my seat, I put both of my palms flat on Owen's desk and face him, his eyes piercing mine with their coolness. "I'm very sorry, Owen," I say, and he leans back, folding his arms, his face painted with smugness as he waits for me to take his bait, to go ahead and embarrass myself. "No, Owen, not today." "Did you hear me?" I ask, keeping my voice low, keeping this a conversation for our ears alone. He merely quirks his brow in acknowledgement, but it's enough. I know that this Apple Fest, or whatever the hell this event is painful for you. And I know that you're worried your dad is all people are going to talk about, and some of them probably will. And those people, Owen, those people fucking suck. But I'm just trying to make new friends at a school I never wanted to come to. At a school I met because guess what? My dad fucked my life up too. And my new friends asked me to go to a carnival and eat some pie that's apparently like the greatest goddamn pie on the planet. They want me to stay out late and ride some questionable rides I probably won't even really like. And you know what? You, your family, your dad, they haven't brought it up once. Not once. So I'm going to go with them, try to make a good memory, and then I'm going to come home and fall in my bed from exhaustion. I hope I can bring myself to look out my window once before I shut my eyes, but I'm not so sure I care for the view anymore. Owen's face didn't flinch a single time, and his expression never changed. But I kept my eyes trained on his, looking deep into them, and I think maybe, just maybe, I saw a little crack or two underneath. I turned back to face the front, pull my notepad from my book bag, and spend the next hour ignoring Owen's breathing. When the bell rings, I'm the first to leave, and I don't give him another glance. Chapter 11. I am destined never to sleep in again. It's 5 a.m, and Willow is knocking at my door and texting my phone at the same time. I hurry downstairs and let her in while I finish getting ready. "Crap, it's cold out there," she says, shutting the door quickly behind her and pulling her other glove from her hand to breathe on her palms to thaw them out. "Seems like a weird time for apples," I say, rummaging around the downstairs for my other boot. The house is in disarray, my mom's remodeling now spreading to the railings for the stairs, and the now knocked-down wall that divides the formal dining room, also known as my dusty piano room, from the kitchen. "Yeah, but the apples are at their best now, right before winter hits. That's why they always want people to pick the trees bare," Willow says. "Wow, you've got a lot going on in here," she adds, taking careful steps toward the kitchen. "Yeah, my mom's sort of gone nuts with this remodeling thing," I say, tossing a box of paint tarps out of my way during my search. "Sorry, I'll just be a second. I can't find my boot, and I need to grab my jacket." "Your dad at work?" Her question is completely innocuous, and a few weeks ago I would have just answered yes without a second thought. But it paralyzes me now, and all I can do is stand in front of her with one boot in my hand, looking around the torn-up shreds of my house. Proof that my mom is going through some sort of breakdown. "My mom kicked him out," I say, nodding and looking around at every little thing left in our house. The only item even remotely my father is the piano that Willow is now leaning on. "Oh," she says, and I can tell she's not sure where to go from here. "It's sort of new, and I don't quite know how to talk about it yet. Or, do I talk about it? Maybe I do," I say, my eyes catching a tuft of gray fur in the corner under a box. "My boot!" "I get it," Willow says. "My parents are divorced. They split up 4 years ago. It got ugly, but it's better now." "My dad cheated," I say. "I'm not sure it's going to get better." "Mine too," she says, tapping out a few short notes on the piano. "But eventually my mom met someone else too, and now they sort of get along." "Yeah, well, my dad had an affair with my best friend, so..." I don't know what makes me just come out and say it like that, but it feels good to say. "Fuck," Willow says, her eyebrows stretched up into her hairline and her hands gripping the front of the piano bench. "Yeah, that's sort of the reaction I had," I say, trying to make light of it, as if this will ever be something I can make light of. When she taps out a simple melody on my piano again, it stirs something in me, and I move to sit next to her and splay my fingers out over the keys, pressing down hard to form a minor chord, letting it echo in the empty house. "I only ever get to hear you play the xylophone. You still practice the piano a lot?" Willow asks, and I press down on the minor chord one more time, this time slowly, so the notes aren't as loud. I haven't practiced in a few weeks. It was sort of always that thing my dad made me do, and now, I say, changing one note and playing the chord again. Do you hate it now? The piano? She asks, trying to match the chord I just played. When she presses her hands down, something's off, so I move one of her fingers and she does it again, this time getting it right. No, I breathe, running my hands over the smoothness of the keys, searching for that comfortable place where they feel home. I don't hate it. I love it. But I hate my dad, so I feel like maybe I should hate this too. My eyes closed. I let my fingers feel for a few more seconds, and then I slowly let them take over, playing softly at first, but growing stronger and more forceful with every single note, until I'm practically pounding out rhythms, my arms flexed and my fingers typing up and down the keys quickly, running the length of my instrument until I stop abruptly in the middle of the song. Well, damn, Willow says, and I pull my hands back into my lap, curling my fingers, perhaps a little from shame for giving in and playing something my father would have liked. What was that? Rachmaninoff, I say, and I'm never playing it again. Willow doesn't question me or ask me to play something else, and she never asks about my father's affair. My awful admission, though, has somehow made us closer, and I'm actually looking forward to the parade and a night with my new friends. The parking lot at the school is mostly empty, everyone's car parked along the curb closest to the band room. We're one of the last people to arrive, and I feel bad because I know it's my fault we're late. Willow doesn't seem to care, though. She steps out and walks a few lengths to Jess's car, a small blue hatchback that he's filling with drums and drum carriers. "Ah, there she is," he says when I slide next to Willow. Yeah. Ta-da! Here I am. I smile, not quite sure why he's so happy to see me. "So here's the thing," Jess starts, and I take a small step back on instinct. "You can't really march with a xylophone, and Joe's out of town for the weekend, so we're going to need someone to fill in on bass drum. How do you feel about playing bass?" "I've never played drums in my entire life," I say, shrugging. Before I can get my hands in my pockets, though, Jess is lifting a huge drum harness over my head. "Wait, did you hear me? No, not happening." "Yeah, actually, this is totally happening," he says, resting the heavy metal over my shoulders and handing me 2 large mallets. "Lean forward and lock into the drum." "Jess, I don't know how to do any of this," I start to protest, but Willow is smirking behind him. She just heard me fly through one of the hardest pieces of classical composition, from memory, and the small quirk in her lip is her way of challenging me. I let out a heavy sigh, my breath blowing the stray strands of hair in front of my face. "Fine, just tape the music to the drum." "Done," Jess says, his mouth making a clicking sound when he winks at me. "Thanks, Kens, you'll be great." I lift the heavy drum holster back over my shoulders and set it next to Jess's car. "Bet this would totally piss your old man off," Willow whispers in my ear. I smile at the drum and then laugh lightly, my head tilting back. She's right. Dean Worth would hate the very idea of this. "Jess," I holler out to him, catching him before he's out of range. "Think I can get some bigger mallets?" I swing one of them around, twirling it in my fingers for emphasis, and Jess's body shirks with his laugh as he shakes his head. "I'll see, Kens. For you, anything," he shouts. I keep the mallets with me, and even though Jess wasn't able to find any others, I managed to pound the drum loudly with the padded ones he's given me. For a full mile, our small high school band winds down the dirt road through the orchard, families with strollers and dads with toddlers sitting on their shoulders lining either side. We play the school's fight song 7 times, and the crowd around us claps along the entire way. As much as my father would hate this, my mom would love it, and I'm starting to feel guilty that I didn't tell her about it. She's working all night, but I think she would have taken the night off for a crack at a little campy high school fun with me. By the time we march to the entrance, the families watching the parade have dispersed, and everyone's crowded around an old barn-turned ticket booth. I feel my shoulders relax the second Jess lifts the drum harness away from me. "Not bad for a piano nerd," he says. "Thanks," I say, hugging myself so I can rub the sore spots on either of my shoulders. "You could probably talk me into doing that again sometime. You know, in a pinch." "You totally liked it," Jess teases, and I smile because yes, I did. Reaching across me for Willow's hand, Jess pulls her into his body, hugging her and leaving his arms slung over her shoulder while we walk to the end of the ticket booth line. Despite the complete lack of order, we buzz through the line quickly. At the main gate, we hand our tickets to an old man in overalls who stuffs them into a dented coffee can. The simplicity of the entire thing amuses me, especially when I turn over my shoulder and watch the man trade his full can for an empty one, handing it to a little girl who takes it back up to the ticket booth to recycle the tickets again. "We have to wait for Ryan," Elise says, waving us over to join her at a small picnic table near the front of the festival. Until today, I went along with the hype for this event, not really understanding the strange adoration every other person seemed to have for it. But even I can't deny the power of the smell being carried through the trees that surround us. It's not apples, but something entirely better. There's a sweetness and a smokiness as well. It makes my mouth water, craving the crunch of what in my mind must be the world's most amazing crust and the tartness and sugary goo of apple pie perfection. "I told you," Willow whispers in my ear, putting her arm around my shoulder and lying her head on my arm. I breathe it in again, and I swear I can almost taste it. Best pie ever. "I need to have some of that, and soon," I say, leaning my head to the side slowly until it rests on hers. For the first time since I left the city, since I said goodbye to Morgan and Gabby, I feel like I have a real friend. "Hey, Kens?" The way Elise says my name gets my attention fast, so I lift my head and stand from the bench, brushing the dust and leaves that have fallen onto the table away from my sweater and leggings. She nods her head over my shoulder and her lip pulls up on one side, a faint smile that makes my belly fill with butterflies and hope. Turning slowly, I scan the crowd as my eyes pan along the various booths for games and treats until I see 3 very out-of-place figures pacing near the front entrance. Owen looks terrified. To anyone else, he probably looks frustrated or irritated, his usual intimidating stance as his feet shuffle in the dirt, his thumb impulsively sliding over the screen of his phone like he's texting or waiting for an important call. But I've learned the subtleties of Owen Harper, and right now he's nervous. He's afraid of being judged. I start to move closer to them, but before I get there, Ryan walks up behind them and gestures in our direction. Andrew sees me first, and he smiles and holds up his hand in hello. Owen's eyes don't find me right away, but as he gets closer, his gaze finds mine, and his pace slows down to almost a complete stop. His chest is moving in and out like a panic attack, his brother, House, and Ryan all passing him, leaving him behind. When he's finally close enough for me to truly see the look in his eyes, I can tell he's in hell. He's come to hell on purpose, and I think he did that for me. Willow nudges my shoulder, looking over at Owen, who is dressed in black, from the black cap pulled low to shadow his eyes to the dark jeans and black shoes. He's hiding, but I see him. "He looks like he wants to run," she says. "That's because he does," I breathe, before pulling my arms around my body tight, covering my hands with my sleeves as I step closer to my lost friend. We meet in the middle, and it seems so appropriate. "So, did you come for me, or was it the pie?" I tease, kicking my boot into his Converse. Initiating this touch makes my stomach drop with nerves. Owen laughs once, breathing in through his nose, a puff of fog escaping with his breath.
It's really good pie, he says, his head cocked to one side, lip curled and one eye squinted while he waits for me to buy his line. He's here for me, and my heart hurts with happiness. That's what everyone says, but I don't know. I've had good pie before, I say, urging us back in the direction of our friends. Well, it's been a while, he says, a distinct pause as he looks out at the festival, the lights flashing and families milling around about us. But I'm pretty sure I'm remembering right, and you're going to be eating your words. Yeah, well, I'd rather be eating pie, I say, folding my arms, my hips slouched to one side in our playful standoff. You want me to buy you pie? He asks, and something about this simple surrender, the sweet offer from a boy to a girl, has my chest swelling with hope. Yeah, I'd like to eat pie with you, Owen Harper, I say, biting the edge of my bottom lip to hold my soft grin in place, to keep the full-on smile from creeping too far. It's my first foray into blatant forward flirting, and my hands are numb with nerves. I'm pretty sure my mouth no longer works, but the way my stupid little sentence makes Owen's cheeks flush makes my courage worth the effort it took to muster it. Owen and I trail behind the rest of our group, Andrew and House peeling away to step in line for some ride that looks like its sole purpose is to induce brain damage and vomiting by the way it flips people around over and over again. Willow keeps glancing over her shoulder. I get the sense she's checking up on me to make sure Owen isn't upsetting me. We all stop at the largest food booth in the center of the festival grounds, and Owen orders for me, asking a man with a grizzly beard and biker tattoos wrapped around both arms and neck for 2 slices of Mama's Best. He's not Mama, right? I ask, and Owen chuckles. No, he says, still laughing a little when the biker man hands him 2 plates slathered with caramel and large chunks of apple and crust. I follow Owen over to a picnic table, sliding in across from him. It's Carolyn Potter's recipe, but she died a few years ago. Those are her boys. They look rough, but they're not really. That one? Owen nods in the direction of a more heavy-set blonde guy who also has a beard and his own impressive set of tattoos. Yeah, I acknowledge, pulling my plate in front of me and smelling the aroma steaming from it. He's Santa, Owen says, pushing his fork in and lifting up a hefty bite of pie. Not like the real Santa. I mean, he plays Santa every year at the hospital. I take a moment to admire the man he pointed out, watching closely as he laughs with his brothers, all of them large and weathered, but wearing smiles that are infectious. Santa looks like he's picked up his mother's duties, and at one point he's actually whistling as he peels a ringlet of skin away from an apple. Do you know them well? I ask, stopping to take my first bite of pie. The second it hits my tongue, I concede, my eyes flipping to Owen's, while the flakiness of the crust disintegrates into a perfect buttery blend in my mouth, the caramel coating the crunch of the apple and the tartness coming through at the end. Holy shit! Owen laughs so hard he has to cover his mouth with his arm, his mouth still full from his bite. He's coughing from almost choking. I told you, it really is good pie, he says, and I like the way his eyes look right now. This moment. This is the Owen Harper I like the very best. And yeah, I know them pretty well. House's mom is married to the cashier, his name's Dale, and my dad... Owen stops there. He's pretending to chew his bite while he looks out at the festival crowd, his thumb rubbing over the handle of his fork. After several long seconds, he brings his eyes back to mine, taps his fork a few times on his plate while his teeth hold the edge of his tongue, almost as if he's deciding how much of himself is safe to reveal. My dad used to help out at the hospital with him, on the holidays. I remember a little, but I was 4 or 5, so it's all sort of fuzzy, you know? Yeah, I know fuzzy, I say, thinking about my youth,
before my life became all about the piano and concertos and following in my father's footsteps. Owen looks away again, and I can tell he's trying to remember more, feel more, bring his past in line with the present. I study him while he's not looking at me. His eyelashes are long and dark, and his jaw is squared like a man's. My last boyfriend, if you could call him that, had soft skin, a voice that wasn't fully settled in, and he watched cartoons in the afternoons. Jacob was privileged and drove his father's Infinity to school every day. But looking at Owen now and holding him up against what I remember of Jacob, I realized just how far away from becoming a man he was. "Why do people think you're so much trouble?" I blurt out, and Owen laughs through his last bite, holding his hand over his mouth so he doesn't lose it. All this?" he says, waving his hand from the top of his head down to his legs, all the while still chewing and mumbling through his words. "I'm pretty high maintenance." He reserves his serious face while I stare at him, and eventually I pick up the edge of my crust and throw it at him. "Hey, that's like a felony, you know? Wasting perfectly good crust. Shame on you. Pie privileges revoked," he says, stealing my plate away. "You can have it." "Ugh, I'm so full," I say, hand rubbing my stomach. Owen doesn't even hesitate, shrugging and piling the remnants of my pie into his mouth in 2 bites, then carefully dragging his fork over the surface to make sure he's captured every single crumb. It makes him seem like a little boy, and frankly, it melts my heart. He stands when he's done, carrying both of our plates to the trash, and I take advantage of this moment to admire his body. How tall he is, how broad his shoulders are, how warm everything about him looks. A part of me is aching to touch him. "Seriously, what's the story behind your story?" I ask again, trying to keep myself focused, hoping I'm not pushing too hard. Owen reaches behind his head, pulling his hood over his hat and zipping the front of his jacket closed while he stuffs his hands inside the pockets. He does this when he's uncomfortable, and I've seen him do it before, but this time his smile doesn't leave his face. "Yo, Ryan," he says, leading me over to the next table, where the rest of my friends are still finishing their slices. "So Ken's wants to know why people think I'm an asshole." "Hey!" I shout, slapping my hand against his arm. "I did not say that." "No, not directly, but let's face it, Kens, people don't call me trouble, they call me an asshole," he says, his lips pressed together in a tight smile, his shoulders raised. "I'll tell you why he's an asshole," Ryan says, surprising me since he's always the first to defend Owen to me. "He's an asshole," he continues, standing and pushing his empty plate in Owen's chest, "because he's a ball hog who doesn't like to pass. Hey, ball hog, go take my shot and throw my plate in the trash, would ya?" Owen blows a kiss at Ryan, who does it right back, and the two of them laugh, but Owen throws Ryan's plate away anyway. There's a genuine respect between them both, like Owen has with House. I wonder why they aren't closer. "I could give her a few reasons if you'd like," Willow says, standing to throw her garbage away next. "Oh, I'm sure she's heard everything you've got to say," Owen says, reaching out and taking Willow's plate from her as well. His gesture surprises her, and I notice her brow pinched as she follows him with her gaze while he does her this small, but in many ways enormous favor. Thanks," she says, and he blows her a kiss next. "And there he is." "You don't hate me. You hate the me I was when I was 14, Owen says, challenging her. Willow pauses at the end of the table, keeping her eyes on him, her eyes squinting while she considers what he said, and she finally sucks in her bottom lip and nods once before responding. "Okay, clean slate, but," she says, coming closer to him, just close enough that I can hear her whisper at his back, "don't give me a new reason to hate you, okay, heartbreaker?" Owen's laugh is fast and soft, and more of an acceptance of her warning. He never says anything out loud, and Willow pats his back with a little extra muscle while she passes behind him. "Rides!" Elise finally chants, standing next to Jess, grabbing his trash and practically leaping from the table. I have waited, she starts, pausing to count on her fingers, like way too many years to get my ass on that roller coaster. Ryan Barstow, I hope you've got an iron stomach, 'cause we're riding that thing a dozen times. Yeah, I got something you can ride, House says, stepping up behind us and grabbing his crotch, literally taking the conversation to the playground. Don't do that shit, Ryan says, poking his finger hard in House's chest, then grabbing Elise's hand and kissing the top of it before pulling her into his arm at the side as they walk away. She doesn't seem offended, and she's quick to shrug House's statement off, but I'm a little bothered by it. I'm not sure how I would handle him talking to me like that. Well, at all, and I wonder what Owen would think. With a single comment, House has managed to send everyone in various directions. The only people left with him now are Owen, Andrew, and me. I'm starting to understand why Ryan and Owen don't hang out often. I'm pretty sure it's House. Dude, Owen says, wincing at his friend. Ah, don't give me that shit. You know I only have one level. I don't tone it down for no one, House says, shrugging his shoulders in his giant hoodie, then pulling it up over his head. He's embarrassed, whether he wants to admit it or not. I need some cash, Andrew says, holding his hand in front of Owen's chest, twitching the ends of his fingertips like he's scratching an itch. Then I guess you need a job, Owen says, his hands still lodged in his pockets. Yeah, I'd get one of those, but I have this super overbearing brother who makes me take double high school, so I'm not really sure when I'll find the time. Andrew trails off before Owen holds a 20 out for him in the middle of his speech. Yeah, good point. Just go to college. Now take my money. It's all I'm good for, he teases, and Andrew winks at him once and pats his shoulder before jogging over to some carnival game with House. And for the first time tonight, Owen and I are completely alone. A group of kids run by waving tickets, and a mom rushes behind Owen with a pile of napkins held fast to her son's bloody nose. There's activity everywhere, yet it feels like Owen and I exist in a bubble. I got busted with a gun, Owen says, and his statement is so out of the blue, it makes me shake my head. I'm trying to find the context. What? I finally ask. You asked why people think I'm trouble, he says. That's when it started. I was in 6th grade, and I brought my big brother's gun to school. Oh, I say, my chest growing tighter with worry about rumors I fear Owen is about to confirm. There was this big kid. His name was Hunter, and his dad was on the town council or something like that. Anyway, Hunter made my life a living hell. He told everyone... Owen looks away, taking a deep breath, so I reach over and tug on his sleeve to bring him back to me. When he turns, his face tilts to the side, and his lips form a perfectly straight line, not a smile, but not a frown. They are complete nothingness. About your dad? I finish for him. Owen nods, looking down at his feet. He would follow me home with his friends, yelling shit like, "Your daddy was a crazy man," and "When are you going to go crazy?" That's not very nice, I say, and inside my head I paint a mental picture where I punch this Hunter kid. Owen smiles at my response. Yeah, well, one day I brought James's gun to school, and I told Hunter about it and said I was going to shut him up, Owen says, his eyes drifting into that dark place as he remembers. His confession is scaring me, but I hold my ground and keep the worry away from my face. I didn't mean it. I was just acting tough, and I didn't know any better. My grandpa practically raised us, and he wasn't very well most of my life. And my mom, she was working even back then. But Hunter ran to his dad, who called the cops, busted my locker open, and the next thing I know, my mom was piecing together every penny in our savings account to bail my ass out of juvie. Wow. I gotta be honest, I was expecting you to tell me it was all lies, I say, unable to stop my upper body from convulsing in a shiver as the breeze picks up, dropping the air another 10 degrees. Without pause, Owen unzips his jacket and drapes it over my shoulders, still careful not to let his hands touch my skin. "Thank you," I smile, pulling the sleeves over my arms and wrapping myself with the fabric still carrying the warmth from his body. I imagine for the briefest moment that instead of his jacket, I'm in his arms.
"You want me to be honest?"
Owen says, and there's a glimmer in his eyes that worries me, making me wonder, but I nod anyhow, giving a slight tip of my chin. Then I wrap my arms and Owen's hoodie around me even tighter.
"If there's a rumor you've heard about me," he says, his head tilting down ever so slightly to make sure my eyes are met by his, "it's probably true."
You held a gun to your head? My question is a whisper, my inner voice pleading for him to tell me everything except that. Everything except that. Owen stands his ground, his head still tilted so our eyes are locked, and he never flinches. Not once. I wipe the tear away quickly, but not before he sees it, and his mouth falls with his spirit. "Why?" I ask. Owen shrugs at first, looking beyond my shoulder. When I turn, I notice our friends are walking toward us, Elise excitedly leading the way. When I turn back, I catch Owen's intense gaze waiting for me.
"I don't really smoke, and if you've ever noticed, I don't do drugs. I never once take that shit my friends pass around. I drink, yeah, I do drink, but that's it. The rest are all risks I control. I like to feel that edge to know where it is," he says, a fire flashing in his eyes.
"But what happens when you lose?" I ask, and his fire fades quickly, and suddenly he's back here with me.
"Then I'll know I'm just like him," he says,
and my chest completely slams closed, my heart exploding all at once.
"Ryan's sick. I made him go on the big drop too many times," Elise says, and I breathe in a sharp, quick breath, trying to erase or at the very least bury everything I just heard. "Oh, poor guy. You guys done then?" I ask, trying to ignore the look Willow is giving me over the fact that I'm smothering myself in Owen's jacket. I'm far deeper than she realizes. "Elise wants to ride the big wheel, then we can go." Ryan stops himself, looking at his friend and realizing his major slip. Everyone is hit with discomfort simultaneously, and no one wants to be the next to speak. "It's okay, really," Owen says, being brave, perhaps just taking a risk. "I'm here, and that was hard enough. It's just a stupid Ferris wheel."
"Right. It's way different, too," Willow says, but Jess leans into her shoulder hard, stopping her from making this worse. "I just meant from when we were kids. Shit. I'm sorry, Owen. Hey, I'm just gonna go buy my ticket."
"And I'm going to go with her and make sure she keeps her mouth shut," Jess says as Willow elbows him while they leave. Elise and Ryan follow them, and Ryan mouths a "sorry" as they pass. Owen shrugs it off. "My brother always wanted to ride this thing," he says, looking up at the flashing lights, the spinning buckets, the massive height.
"I could take him, if you want," I say, and Owen drops his chin, his eyes softening at the sight of me.
"Take me on what? The wheel? Oh, heck yeah, I'm in," Andrew says as he strides up behind me. I follow him to the ticket line, and he's talking about how one of the games he was trying to win is fixed, something about the bottle tops being too large for the ring. His voice is muffled in my ears because I'm desperately trying to keep my attention on Owen. When we step up to the window, I make my request for 2 tickets, ready to pay for Andrew's, but Owen's hand reaches over my shoulder, and he slides a 10 through the small slot in the window. "Make it 4, he says. "You can ride with House," he says to Andrew.
"Oh, it's okay. Really, I can just wait on the ground with you. We'll eat more pie," I stammer, trying to give him an out as the woman in the booth takes his money and slides 4 passes into his hand.
"You couldn't possibly want more pie," he smiles, handing House and Andrew their passes,
his eyes having a silent conversation with his brother and friend. "Guys, really, it's just a ride." Andrew nods and moves to the line for the ride, but House sticks with Owen for a little longer, his eyes telling a different story. "I'm fine," Owen says. He grits through his teeth, his voice almost threatening toward his friend. "Sure you are, man. But if you suddenly decide you're not, you tip out. Got it?" House says, holding up his fist, waiting for Owen to accept. Owen just pushes it away finally, his motion harsh and abrupt as he turns and leaves his friend standing with me while he joins his brother in line. I walk to join them slowly, and before House and I get too close, I ask, "What is tapping out?" "It's our safety plan. When we race, there's always a point where we have each other's backs, where it's safe to admit we've had enough. We bail on whatever the situation is, back off the gas, pull over, and calm down," House says. "You ever need the safety plan?" I ask, and he nods yes. Has he? I know the answer as soon as I ask, but it's confirmed when House sucks in his bottom lip and raises his brow. The ride before us goes quickly, and Owen is handing the carnival worker our pair of tickets before I'm ready. Instinctually, I look around us, expecting to see a crowd gather, to see people whispering in horror, amazed at what Owen is about to do. But nobody cares. My friends are all up in cars on the other side of the wheel, their view of this completely obstructed. They have no idea how brave Owen's about to be, and I'm terrified that he's not really being brave at all, that he's only being wild, as Willow would say. "Locked and ready!" the carny man yells, signaling something to the ride operator. With a jerk, we stream upward about 20 feet. Halting fast and our gondola swinging back and forth while we wait for the bucket below us to load more riders. Owen's brow is already beading with sweat, and he pulls his hat from his head and runs his long sleeve over his face, his dark eyes blinking fast. "We don't have to do this," I say, but he interrupts me. Yes, we do," he says, and suddenly his hand finds mine. His grip on my fingers is hard, but the way we lock together is almost familiar. Right. Owen tugs on the fabric of his left sleeve with his teeth, chewing on the ribbed edge for a few seconds before grasping it with his thumb and holding it to his closed lips. His eyes darting from the safety latch to the pivot wheel to the line of people still waiting to load. With every new thing he notices, his grip on my hand gets tighter, and when we swing up even higher, his breath falters. I'm going to ask him to stop the ride. "Owen, we're getting off," I say. "No," he says, closing his eyes and squeezing them, tucking his chin into his chest, then shaking his head no. "No," he whispers. "Please, Kenzie, help me through this." Without pause, I pull Owen's right hand into my lap, and I cover it even more with my other fingers. His leg starts to bounce, and the rhythm is making the cart swing a little too much, so I lift his hand again, this time bringing it to my chest so I can hold it to me closely. "Close your eyes, and I'll tell you when they're done loading, when you can just look out at the city, okay?" I say. "Okay," he whispers, doing as I say. One more round, and that's it. Almost there. Loading, latching, waving. "Okay," I say, still clutching his hand in mine, his fingers fretting and fighting to find more of my hand to grip any time I threaten to loosen my hold. "Are we moving? Kenzie, I can't tell. Are we moving?" he asks, his voice soft and vulnerable. "Not yet. Soon, Owen. We'll be moving soon," I say, locking my eyes on his closed lids, watching them twitch with panic. His breathing starts to stutter even more, and I begin to open my lips to beg him to let me make them stop one more time, when his eyes open, his soul looking right into mine. Then the sky begins to move behind him. I keep his gaze, doing my best not to interrupt, to blink, and I let my mouth form a faint smile. "We're moving," I say, his hand still held to my chest, my heart no doubt pounding against our grasp on one another. Owen, you can look out now. Look at the town and the stars, I say, glancing over his shoulder as the lights from the festival fade and refocus with every pass we make. Owen keeps his eyes on me, never blinking, but I know he's seeing something. I know he's safe, that he doesn't need to tap out, because he's smiling, and his eyes are showing traces of something new, like the life of a child lost years ago. It's joy. As the ride slows, we pause at the top, still frozen in our pose, our hands tethered to the point where I can no longer feel beyond my first knuckles. But Owen's smile remains, and his breathing starts to even out, his chest rising and falling at a normal pace. I spare a look away as my friends exit below us, and I notice Willow point up to our cart as she reaches her arms around Jess and squeezes him. I think they're proud of you, I say, gesturing to the group waiting for us about 30 feet below. Owen doesn't look, and he doesn't break our trance, but he does finally speak. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, he says, and all at once, I fall for Owen Harper. Chapter 12. Beautiful. Owen Harper called me beautiful, and then just as quickly he was gone. I squeezed his hand tightly while the ride slowly brought us down to the ground to exit. We walked down the long metal exit ramp where Willow was waiting for me, her eyes full of questions, and when I turned back to find Owen again, he had disappeared. Gone. He does that. Just goes. His truck was nowhere to be found when Willow brought me home. His room was empty for the entire night, and he's been away all day. That's why I practically raced down the stairs at the sound of the basketball, and I'm not even disappointed when it's only Andrew and House shooting the ball. They might be able to tell me something, anything. Of course, my boldness stops stone cold as soon as House opens his mouth. Kendall! Looking to hold hands with your boyfriend while you both eat cookies and drink milk and watch cartoons? He's saying everything in this overly childish, teasing voice, and I hate that it's embarrassing me. Dude, don't be a dick, Andrew says, throwing the ball hard into House's chest. I like Andrew more and more. What? You saw those two acting all junior high and shit last night. Don't pretend like you weren't making fun of them as much as I was, House says, throwing the ball back at Andrew twice as hard, ricocheting it off his less coordinated hands. Andrew scrambles to pick the ball back up and looks up at me sheepishly, guilty for enjoying a laugh at my expense. I forgive him because he honestly feels bad. House can eat it, though. It's Kenzie, I say, looking beyond House's broad body into the open front door and windows of the Harper house, wishing to see someone inside. Yeah, I'm not calling you that, he says, spinning the ball on his finger a few times, a cocky smirk smeared across his face. I snatch the ball from his right hand and pull it under my arm. My heart is smacking the insides of my ribs as I realize how ballsy I'm being. I stare him down while he maneuvers a wad of chew in his mouth, spitting obnoxiously, the tobacco staining my driveway. I can't help but revolt when he does it, and I let my disgust show. House isn't any different from the privileged boys in uniform I used to have to deal with at Bryce. Instead of flashing his money around to intimidate me, though, he uses his size and masculinity. I bet it's effective on others, and on girls who probably harbor secret crushes on him. Oh, Kenzie, I'm just messing with ya, he says, snatching the ball back from me and passing it around his body once or twice, his eyes squinted, waiting for me to react. Owen's at work, Andrew says, saving me from all this. Oh, okay, I say, suddenly feeling awkward, like I no longer have a reason to be outside my house. You can hang out with me. I'll show you a good time, House says, sliding his giant arm over my shoulder. The material of his sweatshirt is actually damp with his sweat. I'm good, thanks, I say, slinking out of his grip. His laugh is almost demonic as he tosses the ball back to Andrew and pulls his keys from his pocket. All right, but you're missing out, he says, walking to his truck near the curb. Am I ask, my heart actually hurting with the anxiety coursing through my chest. House makes me nervous. Owen may think he's harmless, but I'm not convinced. You let me know when you're done playing footsies with O, and I'll show you a real man, he says, nodding to Andrew, then stepping up into his truck and roaring his engine loudly. He's all talk, Andrew says, bouncing the ball a few times to draw my attention back to him. Sure he is, I say back, not believing it for a second. I know House's type, and it's entitled. Money has nothing to do with it. He just needs to know he's not entitled to me. You like my brother? Andrew says, and my throat burns with fear at having to answer that question. I can't look at him, so I keep my attention on House's taillights as he pulls away. We've become friends, I say, my voice unsteady, unsure, and my mind flashing through the dozens of nights I've waited to see just a glimpse of Owen outside, my palm burning with the memory of the touch of his hand in mine. Yeah, I add, my voice even softer now. I like him. He'll be home late tonight, but he'd like to see you, Andrew says, his foot kicking into mine, teasing me like a little brother should. I nod once and smile at him, and his smile is broad and satisfied. I head back into my house and tiptoe up the stairs to my mom's bedroom door. Her shift was late, and she's been sleeping most of the morning, so I don't want to wake her, but when I press my ear to the door, I hear her talking on the phone. We can talk, sure, but not now. I'm not ready to talk now. I think I just need time, she says, her half of the conversation piquing my curiosity about the other end of the line. I'm sure she's talking to my father, and I don't like that she's talking to him. I want to cut him out of our existence, to just take a giant eraser to all he was and all he is, and I want to do that for Gabby, too. But then there are those memories, the few good ones of us as a family, home together on holidays. And maybe we can only let in those small things, but keep everything else out. I hear the conversation end, so I step quickly to my room, folding my legs up on my bed and pulling my laptop in front of me, acting busy. My Facebook page is still up. I had been looking for pictures of Owen, anything about Owen, but he seems to avoid being online. I found a mention of his name in a town newspaper archive. He was named to the state's all-star basketball team, but that was all. My exploration started with a hunt for pictures because I wanted to see his face, but soon I started looking for the bad things, arrest records and proof that Owen was also all of those things Willow and Jess and Elise say he is. But those records don't exist online, and even though it's probably just because he's a minor, I still like the fact that I can't find the bad things. I'm ashamed I even started looking for them in the first place. What I settled on, though, was my folder full of photos of Gabby and me. I've dragged them into the trash a dozen times, but I keep pulling them back out. As much as I want to erase my father, I don't want to erase Gabby. I only want to erase what she did. God, how I want to erase that. So I was thinking of making pasta for dinner. You know, Grandma's sauce. What do you think? My mom startles me when she comes in my room, and I snap my laptop to a close. Her eyes linger on it, her head tilting, but she doesn't question. It's almost like she knows enough to know she doesn't want to know what I'm looking at. She doesn't. It would kill her to see these photos. Reason enough to delete them all the moment she leaves my room. Sure, pasta's good, I say, holding my hand still on the silver top of my computer, my eyes doing their best to bluff happiness. After a few long seconds, my mom turns to leave. Hey, Mom? I ask. She pauses and looks over her shoulder. Can we have the neighbors over for dinner with us? It's usually just Owen and his brother. Their mom works nights, and they've just been good. to us. My mom knows what I mean. Owen's been good to me, defended her, stood up to my dad. She smiles softly before she speaks. That sounds like a good idea. I'll try to clean up the kitchen some, enough to have guests, she says. They won't mind the mess, I say, the double meaning there for both of us. Owen understands life's messy. She nods and smiles once again before leaving, and the second I hear her feet hit the stairs, I open my laptop and delete the visual reminders of my former best friend. It's the least I can do. My piano hasn't made a sound for days, minus the moment I played it for Willow, and when I played, it felt like a goodbye. But today I just feel like I need to touch it. I've been sitting at it for more than an hour, my mom clanking around the kitchen, cleaning and cooking. All I can bear to do is run my hand along the cover over the keys, my fingers tracing along the fine lines of the wood grain. Something so beautiful is also so ugly. Ken, son? I think your phone is ringing, my mom shouts from the kitchen. I slide from the bench quickly, not wanting her to see where I'm sitting. I think I'm worried she'll encourage me to play. Thanks, I say, passing through the kitchen to the small table in the nook where my jacket and backpack are sitting. My phone is sitting on top, and there's a message notification on the screen. I grab all of my things and head back upstairs as I listen to the message, recognizing that the number was Owen's, and not really wanting to listen to his voice while my mother watches the smile form on my face. Hey, damn, Ken's? I really hate to ask for this. His message begins. I pause it, his concerned voice making me nervous. I hurry the rest of the way to my room, toss my belongings to the ground, and move to my bed to listen to the rest, my eyes peering out my window to the spot where I'm wishing for his truck to appear. I'm in trouble. Not like real trouble, he says, and a voice near him adds, This is pretty serious, son. No, it's not serious. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, he says, the phone muffled while he talks to someone in the room with him. Look, Kenzie, I need you to come down to the shops I work at. They're on 8th and Central. I need you to get something out of my truck, but I'm being held for... I'm being held for shoplifting. This dickhead cop won't let me go, even though he's wrong. That's enough. Time's up, Harper, the voice bellows in. Just come, Kens. My mom's not home and Andrew can't help. Please. It's that last word, the please, that breaks me. He doesn't sound like Owen at all. Instead, more like the frightened ghost of Owen that I got to see terrified dozens of feet in the air on that Ferris wheel. My feet are wandering my room, carrying my body that's not even caught up with my mind yet. I don't know what to do, and I barely know what 8th and Central means. Owen needs me, and I have to go. I have to go. I grab my boots and the heavier coat hanging on the hook behind my door. The sky has been gray for days, threatening to open up. These early storms, they aren't really snow, but they aren't rain either. The air has been frosty and the cold has been harsh. I'm used to the city, which, while the wind cuts to the bone, the buildings offer you the occasional reprieve, making it livable to move around outside. There's nothing to hide behind out here. Even the trees have lost most of their leaves and are mere spindles standing on dead, lifeless ground. I'm down the stairs quickly, my wallet and phone sandwiched in my hands. I need the keys. My mom doesn't let me drive often, and I've never had a car of my own. There's never been a need. I have to go. Mom, I ask, my lip trembling that she's going to say no. For some reason, the more time that passes, the more worried I am that Owen is in big trouble. What, babe? She asks, her eyes watering from the onion she's chopping. She runs her face along the bicep of her sleeve, then looks up at me, and I try my best to look calm. It was Owen. He's at work, had some trouble with his truck. I lie. He needs me to come get him. It's only a few blocks. I won't be gone long. Can I borrow the keys? Oh, poor kid. Here, let me just turn the stove off. I'll come with you, she says. My stomach starting to fill with the drumming beats of my heart, the heaviness of stress weighing me down more. No, I start, and she pauses, tilting her head in that way, The same way she did before when she caught me looking at pictures of Gabby. The face she makes says she knows, just not everything. You're in the middle of cooking, and I'm really looking forward to tonight. I don't want to stop you or to mess any of this up, I say, this time not really a lie. Let me go. Let me do this, please. Please. I say the same word Owen said, hoping it resonates. Something does, but my mom waits for a few long seconds before nodding her head toward the keys on the counter. If the speed limit is 30, you drive 20, okay? She says. I smile and cross my heart, trying to keep it light, inside wishing I was a better driver so I could be there as quickly as House would be. He called me. He didn't call House. That thought, it feels... I'm careful as I buckle myself into the car, tossing my wallet and phone into the passenger seat. I maneuver down the driveway, onto the road and to the end of our block, and then I shut my eyes while I sit at the stop sign, not a single car coming in either direction. Which way is 8th? Which way? My gut tells me to turn right, so I do. I'm rewarded by street names that count down from 17th to 16th to 13th and soon 10th. When I find 8th, I actually laugh out loud with the kind of glee I didn't think was real. I'm coming, Owen, I whisper to myself. I see the main grocery store near the strip mall in the distance, and despite my mother's best warnings, I punch the gas, skipping part of the curb as I pull into the parking lot, and my tires squeal as I move down the main lane through the mall. I can see the small security vehicle and the squad car parked next to it, the lights flashing like there's an emergency. I park right next to the cars, grab my things, and rush into the small gift shop where Owen is sitting, his hands cuffed. Owen! I'm here! What's... I pause when I see his dejected face. His hands are pulled tightly behind his body, and everything about him looks tired and defeated. Miss, the officer says. Kensington, I say to him, my full name. This feels like I should be formal. You know this young man? He asks. Yes, we're friends. He's my neighbor, I say, not really sure what the right definition is for our relationship. I want to say whatever makes this better for Owen. We were sort of expecting a parent, the officer says, tipping his glasses down and looking at Owen with an intense scowl. I told you my mom is working. I don't have anyone else, and I didn't do anything wrong, Owen says, his temper showing its familiar flare. I'm sorry. Could someone explain what's going on? How can I help? I interrupt, my hands shaking while I move to a small folding chair across from Owen and an older man. I'll tell you what happened, the man sitting next to him says, his white hair tufting on either side of his head, his eyes framed with thick black-rimmed glasses. This young hooligan tried to pocket this charm bracelet while he was emptying out the trash. That's what's going on. The man waves a small silver bracelet toward Owen, and it jangles while he shakes it to emphasize his opinion. I look to Owen, looking for confirmation that this is false, but there's a part of me that wonders, the part that knows how dangerous Owen can be. This would be such a small thing for him, not even a thrill from the crime. I wait while he shuts his eyes and shakes his head, and I'm not sure what he's feeling. I told you I bought it this morning from the girl who is working here, Owen says, and my chest fills with air, my body washed with relief. There, see? I say, standing, practically demanding and proclaiming him innocent. Then where's the receipt, you little piece of shit? The old man yells, standing and smacking his hand down on the seat he just abandoned. I look to the officer, who stands silently, his pen already armed to take down the guilty report. We've done this already. I can't find it. But maybe it's in my truck. Just let me look, Owen says, his voice trailing off because he knows the response he'll get. Bullshit! You'll just take off, the old man says. Where the fuck am I gonna go? Owen yells, his eyes simmering now, the shadow closing in over him. Fuck, you know who I am! You all know my family!
This isn't a big town. You seriously think I'm going to shoplift a bracelet for $60, then leave my home and go off into the sunset? Where the fuck would I go, man? Use some goddamned logic at least if you're going to judge me without any facts or reasons.
Let me look, I say, my eyes darting between the officer and the shop owner, neither of them paying attention. Owen, where are your keys?
In the back. This prick took them, he says. Don't you call me that, the old man says. I ignore them all, march to the back where Owen's keys are sitting on a stack of notebooks on an old metal desk. I grab them and walk back through the store. Hey, you can't take those! Those aren't yours! The old man yells as I pass him. Yeah, well, they aren't yours either, you prejudiced asshole, I say as I storm through the door, the small string of bells dangling from the door handle announcing my exit. I find Owen's truck quickly, parked near the road, away from the shops in a spot no customers would want. I unlock his door and scan my eyes over his seat. The only thing there, an empty licorice wrapper and the paper from a stick of gum. Owen's sunglasses are on the dashboard, as are a few papers. I leaf through them, noting that one of them is a letter from Bradley University, interest in Owen's basketball intentions. The letter looks yellowed, so I look to find the date. 2 months old. I toss the stack of papers back to their spot on the dash and pull open the glove box, finding nothing but his insurance and registration card and an envelope with a few dollar bills inside and some gas receipts. It has to be here. I know it in my heart that he isn't lying. Stepping away from the truck, I look at the long bench seat through the open door, and I pull my hand to my mouth, my teeth working on my short, already chewed down thumbnail while I think. With a small tilt of my head, I notice something different along the floorboard, deep in a corner along the floor of Owen's driver's side. There's a small speck of pink, and when I step closer, I realize it's paper. Scooting forward on my elbows, I move my body under the steering wheel and lift slightly on the gas pedal, sliding the floor mat back a tiny bit. Moore's Gift Hut is written in large, bold letters along the top, and a handwritten note details a bracelet, today's date, $58.47, and it's signed by the name Patricia. I grasp it in my hand, wrinkling it, but more concerned about somehow dropping it or a gust of wind carrying it away. I slam Owen's door to a close and run back to the store where the officer now has Owen standing, his palm on his back, getting ready to guide him through the door. It's here! It's here! I say, pushing the receipt into the officer's hands. He sets his clipboard down, lets his other hand fall away from Owen, then unwrinkles the pink paper for inspection. Sir, is this receipt from your store? He asks, handing the paper to the old man, who scrambles to push his glasses to the tip of his nose, holding the paper up in the light. I'm looking at an entire stack of similar pages stuck through a pin on his counter, and I turn to Owen and wink, but Owen's face still looks sullen. Patricia, yeah, she was here this morning, and the numbers all match up, he says, standing and walking over to the counter, pulling a few old receipts out just to make sure the handwriting is to his satisfaction. He's putting on a show because he's embarrassed. He was wrong. All right, looks like things worked out this time, Harper, the officer says, pulling a pocket knife from his pocket and cutting the strip of plastic on the disposable cuffs that were holding Owen hostage. He rubs his wrists and stretches his arms across his chest, then turns to look at the old man across the counter. Well, you can't be too careful, the old man begins, his voice stuttering, panicked. He can't believe he was wrong. Owen doesn't say a word, only holding out his hand until the old man realizes what he wants and hands him the bracelet. I've been stolen from a lot this year, the old man continues, trying to explain to me now, but I'm no longer interested in anything he has to say either. I follow Owen out the door, and as we pass my mom's car, I expect him to stop, but he keeps walking. After he's several paces ahead of me, I call his name, but he doesn't turn around. His pace is steady, and his shoulders are low, ashamed. I jog until I'm caught up with him again, and follow his footsteps until we're at the driver's door for his truck. Owen, wait! I say, wanting to say something better, something that would show him I didn't doubt him. But then again, there was a moment where I did. I doubted him, for just a fraction of a second, because of everything I've been told. "Here," he says, tossing the silver chain, heavy with charms, to me. I catch it in both hands, looking down at it with a pinched brow, confused. "I got that for you." He leaves quickly, never looking me in the eyes. The light is fading as dusk starts to settle in, so I shuffle my feet back to my car, my fingers rubbing obsessively over the metal trinkets in my hand. I flip the dome light on as soon as I'm buckled in the car, then I open my palm and look at my gift from Owen. I fall apart all at once. Each charm is thoughtful, precious. One a note, one a piano, one a pickup truck, and the last one a Ferris wheel. I dial Owen 3 times, each call going right to his voicemail. So I give up, slam the car gear into reverse, and speed away from the shopping center. A few times I convince myself that I can see Owen's lights, that it's his truck I'm following, but it never is, each time the driver turning the wrong way. When I pull into my driveway, the car skids over the dip in the gutter, grinding metal along pavement, but the noise is just enough to stop Owen as his foot is about to step up his porch. I push the gear in park, fly from the door, and leave the car running in my driveway, my feet skipping carefully over the rocks and dips from the concrete of my driveway to his front yard. Owen doesn't move, but he doesn't leave. He stands there, his hands limp at his sides, his hat pushed low over his eyes, hiding how pathetic he feels, how vulnerable he is. I ignore it all, my hand grasping my bracelet, my gift so tightly that the metal is leaving an indentation in my palm. "I love it," I say, walking swiftly up to him, my breathing coming hard. "My bracelet. Owen. Thank you. I love it." He doesn't say a word, but he glances down at my open palm, his eyes twitching with the motion of my hands as I struggle with the clasp and work to wrap the chain around one wrist with my opposite hand. I hold my arm against my chest, keeping the end of the bracelet in place, and finally hook it closed. "It's beautiful, Owen. It's beautiful. Thank you," I say, my eyes glossing over with the want to cry. I stand before him, waiting for him to say something, say anything. Instead, he's motionless, and I give up. "I just wanted you to know how much I love it, how thankful I am." "I'm sorry, Owen," I say, my smile fading fast, my eyes falling low as I turn and walk back to my house, to a kitchen full of pasta and sauce, enough to feed a real family, only I'm coming back alone. "You're beautiful. It's just a bracelet. But you," Owen says, and I stop, my throat catching my emotion at the sound of his voice. It's deep and raspy, just like that first night in his truck. His hand is on my shoulder, my feet stopped and my body shivering. With slow movements, his feet glide closer, an inch at a time, while his hand sweeps my hair around my neck. He slides his touch down my shoulder and arm until his hand is completely wrapped around my wrist. Lifting my arm slowly, Owen slides the edge of my sleeve with his finger, exposing the bracelet along my pale skin, the weight of the charm sliding up as he brings my hand closer to my shoulder, closer to him. I can feel him breathe along my neck, and when the warmth of his mouth tickles my fingers, then my wrist, my eyes roll to a close, the feeling unlike anything I've ever experienced before. This is the dream I've had in my bed every night since I've met Owen Harper. Only this isn't a dream at all. It's really happening. Owen loosens his grip on my wrist, letting go completely, then moving his hand to my jaw, pulling my chin up so I look at the dark, cloud-covered sky. When his lips touch the freezing skin along my neck, my knees grow weak, and I nearly slip to the ground. With a more forceful grip, Owen reaches into my hair and turns me into him quickly, my breath catching when I realize how close I am to him, how much of him I can smell, feel, touch, taste. Both of his hands rise to my cheeks,
his thumbs giving each one a gentle stroke while he looks at me. No boy has ever touched me like this. No boy has ever given me a gift, and I've never wanted a boy to kiss me more than I do right now, to kiss me like the way they do in the movies, like a grown woman, like the woman I'm so close to becoming. Every movement he makes is slow and studied, his eyes watching as his hand works in and out of my hair, then runs along my arm again, feeling the bracelet against my skin. When Owen leans into me, I begin to shut my eyes, my lips quivering, ready to meet his, but his mouth keeps moving, finding my neck and ear first, his tongue taking small strokes along the way. I've watched Owen do this, watched him kiss other girls like this, and as much as I also secretly wanted to be in their place, I now know that I don't want to be them at all. I want to be more. Owen, I'm not Kiara, I breathe, his touch halting with my words. His hands never leave their spot, cradling my head, but Owen's mouth leaves my neck, his eyes serious when they come into view, his mouth a tight, straight line. My hands move to grip his elbows, to steady me in my moment of weakness, my legs threatening to betray me and send me to the ground again. After several long seconds under his scrutiny, under the power of his gaze, he pulls me even closer, shutting his eyes as his mouth comes within a fraction of an inch of mine, his bottom lip grazing my top lip and sending a lightning bolt into the depths of my belly. His mouth brushes against mine a few more times, each pass leaving me wanting more, forcing my lips to part, my skin to radiate with need, until finally he speaks. "You're right," he says, holding my head to his, our mouths ready, waiting. "You're so much more." His mouth covers mine fast, his strong lips working my naive and novice ones quickly into submission. His hands crawl around my head and body until he's pulling me to him so tightly that it becomes hard to breathe, but breathing, it's so unnecessary. I follow his lead, copy his every move, and grip him tightly, my fingers exploring the powerful muscles along his back and sides, feeling all of those physical things I've hungered for, until I'm stretching on my toes to reach him just to keep our lips intact. With one swift action, Owen's hand slides down the small of my back to my butt, and he lifts me up against him, carrying me while he takes giant strides to his truck, our lips never once breaking their hold on one another. He sets me on the bed of his truck and shifts his hand up the sides of my body, his fingers pausing at my ribs, his hands flexing with indecision. I can tell he wants to touch me, to feel me, and I love that his hands crave the feel of my breasts. The mere thought of him touching me there, in a place where boys who weren't worthy had barely felt me, makes my mouth hungrier, and I put all of the passion I'm feeling into our kiss. I don't know when the back light clicked on, and I never heard the door, but when I let my eyes slip open, I notice. My wits are with me enough to realize that my mom is probably still watching this from somewhere inside our house, and while a small part of me doesn't care, there's another part that doesn't want to talk about boys and kissing and what's appropriate and what isn't with my mother. Not that I mind talking to my mom, I just don't want to talk about my beating heart with someone whose heart is broken. "Dinner," I breathe out one word finally, a word that makes no sense to Owen and barely registers with me. Our lips part, but Owen's hold on my face remains, his forehead resting against mine while he stands in front of my dangling legs, his feet shuffling with what I think might just be excitement and nerves. "You want dinner?" he asks, his lips pulling into a smirk on one side, a deep dimple impressing on one cheek. "My mom, she said I could invite you for dinner. She's been cooking all day, for you and Andrew," I say, my cheeks finally finding feeling again after the rush of heat that coursed through them. "Is she trying to poison me?" he jokes, his lips giving mine one small peck while his forehead sways side to side against mine in a way that feels natural and familiar. "No more than I tried with the grilled cheese. You seem to have a very high tolerance, I smile.
Well, I've had girls try to poison me before. I guess I'm immune, he jokes, and I can't help the way my lips slide into a frown at the mention of girls. Other girls.
Yeah, but I'm smarter than them, so I might be able to get the job done, I say, swinging my legs just enough to lightly kick him in the knee.
First of all, ouch! Don't kick the knees. I've had surgery, he says, as he lifts me from the truck, swinging my body around until I'm resting on his driveway, his arms still looped around my body while my hands are clutched against his chest, searching for warmth. And second of all, you're not just smarter than other girls. You're... He doesn't finish his words, instead sucking in his bottom lip, letting his teeth hold it in place while his head falls to mine one last time. So are you, I say, letting myself have something I want, say something I mean, something risky and scary. When Owen's eyes close completely, and his smile slowly pulls his lips loose from his teeth, I understand what the rest of that sentence is. Everything. Owen Harper is everything.
Chapter 13. So? Willow says, her face full of nosy curiosity, while she watches me climb into her car.
So what? I respond. I'm not going to make this easy.
Come on, she says with a laugh while she backs down my driveway. You can't text me that you kissed Owen and then pretend it never happened. You ignored every single follow-up text and my 2 phone calls after that. You're a bad bomb dropper. No cleanup afterward. Like, at all.
I giggle, and the sound of happiness coming from my mouth is nice. Foreign, but nice. It's a sound I haven't made in a while. You kissed him. You know what it's like. What's to tell? I tease, moving my book back into my lap and pulling my gloves out to slip on my hands.
Ken's, I was 14 when I kissed him. We were still dancing with bent elbows and rocking back and forth in the school gym at that time. I've seen that boy kiss now, and trust me, it's different. I want deets, she says.
Deets? I say, slowly, one eyebrow cocked in her direction.
Gah! Details, deets. Don't make fun of my hip language. Now spill it.
Willow's gum snaps, and I study her for a few seconds while she signals at the light and turns down the street to our school. She's so different from Morgan and Gabby. They both come from money, lots and lots of money. My family was comfortable, middle class, sure, but I also used to have to listen to my mom dodge creditors and argue with my dad over bills. Those conversations never happened in my friends' worlds. And while I always found Morgan and Gabby to be more down-to-earth than the rest of our peers at Bryce, that feeling of not being a real member of their club was always there, even with Gabby. Willow looks like someone I'm supposed to know, like the friend that perhaps I was always supposed to have, like someone I can trust. How long have you been with Jess? I ask, changing the subject, but with a reason. Like more than a year. Why? Is this still about that thing Ryan said, that I'm into Owen? Ken's, you know I'm not, she says, and I interrupt. No, I know, I was just curious, I say, leaving my gaze on her. I bite at the inside of my mouth, a little nervous to push our friendship. Have you and Jess... You know? I know she knows what I mean. I can tell by the way her eyebrows flare quickly and the way she adjusts her grip on the steering wheel. You did only kiss him, right? I mean, was there more? She asks, and I correct this quickly. Yes, just a kiss. We just kissed, I say. My armpits are actually sweating, and my chest is pounding. I'm so uncomfortable. I've only ever talked about things like this with Gabby. She had a lot of experience. Clearly more than I was aware of, and now she's gone, and I have so many questions. It's just... I like him, Will. I like him a lot.
I'm pretty sure I've never liked a boy like this. No, I know I haven't. And You're afraid he's going to try to push you too fast? She asks, and I feel silly just hearing it out loud. Oh, wow. I'm seriously living an after-school special, huh? Ugh, I say, throwing my face in my hands. I feel a little ridiculous and presumptuous that I'm even thinking about things like Owen and sex at all. But I am. I'm thinking about it. About a me and Owen down the road when sex might enter into the picture. And when I think of that, I start to think that for him, a guy like Owen, sex is probably already in the picture. And then I replay that thing he said the night at the party when he accused me of having a problem with people having sex. I'm such a fucking prude. I just like him, Will. I like him a lot, and I've never... All of my attention goes to my lap, to my fingers that I'm picking at, to my knee bouncing up and down. This summer, she says, and I stop breathing, waiting for the rest. Jess and me, our first time was this summer. I wanted to wait, and really? She pauses, looking to the left at our school while we wait at the light, Jess's car parked in its usual spot. I wanted to wait more. I mean, I don't regret it, but I wasn't really ready. Oh, I say, sucking in my lip hard, not sure what to say next. It got better, and we're careful, and we're, I don't know, active? Boy, that sounds really fucking clinical, doesn't it? We do it sometimes. And I'm glad it was Jess, that he was my first, she says, her lips curving into a smile when we see him standing at the curb, waiting for her to pull in. But you don't have to, you know? But there have been so many, haven't there? I mean, Owen and girls, I say as she puts the car in park. Probably. But really, what do I know? Maybe he just makes out and kisses, and that's it, she says, pausing in the quiet of her car for a few seconds before we both break into hysterical laughter. Yeah, probably not. We both laugh hard while we gather our things, but my laughter dies down quickly, my thoughts going right back to that kiss, how it felt, and how different a boy like Owen is from the safety of group dates and school functions I was used to before. I trail behind Willow and Jess along the walkway, and I'm about to step into the band room when I notice someone sitting on the tables nearby. Owen's hands are wrapped around a paper cup steaming with coffee, his fingers poking through black cut-off gloves. A beanie is pulled over his dark hair. Kinda early today, aren't you? I ask, my fingers instinctively moving to my hair, tucking it behind my ear. A nervous tick in his company, and my face is blushing at the sight of him. He looks up, his lips puckered while he blows over the top of the hot liquid in his cup, the steam making small swirls in front of his lips. The way they slide so naturally into a smile erases every tiny worry I let in during my car ride with Willow. The way his face lights up when he sees me. When he sees me. That's enough. Right now, the way he looks right now is enough. It was weird. I had these awful stomach pains, like someone poisoned me, he teases, his eyebrows lowered while he stares at me, his legs stretching out slowly as he stands. Damn, you're on to us. My mother and I are black widows with a trail of high school boys and men buried in yards all over Illinois, I say, finishing my last word just before Owen's arm sweeps me into his chest, the softness of his coat backed by the hardness of his body, every single inch of him warm. Ken's, trust me, you buried me a long time ago, he says, his lips kissing the top of my head, his arm holding me tight to him. This is where I want to be for the rest of the morning, and I am his just a little more. I have to go to band, I groan, and he squeezes one last time before letting me go, the cool air wrapping around me the second his arm leaves my body.
I'm sorry. No, it's cool. I figured I'd just come early, see if I could see you, he says, and his cheeks, they actually blush. I had to drop Andrew off early. He's doing this robotics thing. Oh, I say, my smile caught in my teeth, my tummy fluttering. Will I be seeing you in class today, Mr. Harper? Yes, Miss Worth. I will be attending class this week. In fact, I should be here every day from now on, he says. Sort of quit the job that tried to arrest me for paying for something, he says, his eyes gliding down my body to my wrist, where my gift still circles my arm. I haven't taken it off since he gave it to me, even when my mom raised an eyebrow when I told her it was a gift from Owen. Is that going to mess things up for you? I mean, you said you needed the money, I say, worried about him. Yeah, we do, he says through a deep breath, cupping the back of my head and kissing my forehead before he begins to slide away from me. But my mom's taking a break from school, so she's picking up a second job. I don't like it, but she wants me to focus on the rest of my year. I'm hanging on the open door, Willow just out of view, watching my every move from inside, ready to make fun of me the second I close the door. So I'll see you in a couple hours, I say, my fingers, my lips, my toes, every part of me tingling just watching Owen's eyes rake over me. His lip quirks on the side, the small dimple, the one I used to think seemed so arrogant, punctuating everything about him that makes me weak. Then he blows me a kiss before pulling his earbuds from his pocket and tucking them into ears and going back to his coffee. You are in trouble, Missy, Willow says, her head shaking at me, not quite in disapproval as I close the door and move to my instrument. Yeah, I'm in pretty big trouble, I admit, enjoying every second of it. We spend our morning band practice marching. Most of my time is spent practicing chords and new sheet music on the xylophone, wheeling it to the field to watch the rest of the band march, wheeling it back when we're done. My shoes are caked with wet, dead grass, so I spend my independent hour, the time I'm supposed to be practicing the piano, digging away the grass and mud. It's an excuse not to play. I don't even pretend it's anything but. When Owen's feet are waiting on my desk, his pencil eraser pressed in between his lips, his cocky smile underscoring the intensity of his eyes as they watch me move through the desks between the door and our row, I melt. I melt. I melt every time. I don't bother to move his feet, instead sitting in my seat, resting my arm along the top of his ankle, enjoying the nearness of any part of him. I catch the stares from the others in the class. Most people take us in, dismiss us, and then move on. Others, girls who I've seen in the rotation, whisper and stare a little longer than most. But Owen never moves from our touch, and neither do I. Every class is the same, and when it's time for lunch, Owen actually waits for me by the classroom door, walking by my side to the cafeteria. Just before I reach to open the door, his pinky grabs mine. I stop to notice, my eyes looking at the way our hands look together, my fingers shaking with nerves until eventually Owen weaves his entire hand through mine, his grip leaving no doubt that this touch, it's intentional, and it isn't fleeting. You wanna skip lunch and head outside to make out in front of Willow and Jess? I joke, really just a mask for how nervous I still am with him. Owen smiles and laughs once, but then he shakes his head, leans in, and kisses my cheek. Nah, I'd rather just be with you, he says, his eyes meeting mine, but looking down quickly as he pushes the brim of his hat lower. He's nervous, too. We both pick out a few small things for lunch, and Owen follows me to the table, my friends all watching him sit next to me, take my tray for me, then open the tab on his soda. After several long, awkward, silent seconds, Owen puts his soda back down on the table and wipes his hands along his jeans, drying them from the moisture from the can. He reaches across the table to Jess, his hand out for a shake. Hi, I'm Owen, he says, his eyes daring Jess to break, for the table to break and everyone to finally get over what it is they all seem to find weird.
Jess takes over eventually, smiling back and shaking Owen's hand, laughing at himself.
Sorry, we're band geeks. We lack social skills, Jess says, and Willow ribs him.
Speak for yourself, she says.
Especially this one. She's like head band geek, so, you know, he says, grimacing and earning an even harder jab from Willow.
Ow! Hey!
He says, rubbing the spot she poked, looking up as Ryan slides behind him to his seat next to Elise. Hey-o, what's up? Ryan says, his eyes setting on Owen's left arm, which is now around my shoulders, his fingers slowly scratching at my shoulder, possessively. Ah, never mind, Ryan adds, a quick wink before giving the rest of his attention to his lunch. You coming to practice today? Ryan says, his mouth mumbling through a giant bite of his sandwich. Yeah, I should make them all now. Quit the job. Mom's getting a second at least for a while, Owen says, and I reach down and slide my hand over his knee, just wanting to let him know I know the depth of it all, how much his mom working, him working, is integral to his family. Cool. Hey, you should come watch, Kens, Ryan says, his eyes smirking when he mentions the invitation. Oh, no, she'd get bored, Owen says, and I can feel him stiffen next to me. No, I wouldn't. I love watching you play, I say, a little too quickly, the admission that I've watched him before ever at all, falling out in front of everyone. You love watching me, huh? He teases, his mouth slowly taking in a chip, crunching leisurely, while his smile slips back into place. All I can do is stare back into his eyes that are daring me to say anything different, to pretend and lie, and try to convince the rest of the table that I don't watch him. His eyebrows raise, and my face burns from the redness. Practice is at 4, he says, his head falling to the side, and his look growing more adoring. I melt, every time. I'll take you home, he says, and maybe tonight you can have dinner at my house. Okay, I say, smiling while my lips hug the straw for my juice drink, my body still burning from everyone's attention. Willow doesn't ask any questions on our way to class, and after school she only sends me a quick text reminding me to have fun but be careful and some picture of a basketball and a heart. She follows it up with a graphic of a condom, which mortifies me, so I spend the next 5 minutes looking for a picture of a middle finger to send to her. My mom is working her night shift, so I don't even bother to text her, knowing she won't see it for the next several hours anyhow. I wander the empty halls looking around for Owen or Ryan or even House, but everyone's gone. I give my backpack one final check, then slide it up over my shoulders and exit the main building. I can hear the squeak of shoes as I near the gym, and when I open the door, I recognize Owen quickly. I slip through the front hallway to the side entrance and take a seat in one of the bleachers near the end. A few parents are watching too, one of the dads standing at the front of the bleachers, yelling out things every now and then. It makes me chuckle to myself. It's not so different from my father standing behind me, watching my hands move along the piano keys. He used to shout things too. Owen hasn't seen me yet, and I'm glad. He's being himself, his confidence something I envy. He's leading the other guys through drills, the ball always a little sharper, more controlled when it's with him. It's strange to see him like this, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt with the sleeves torn away. His arms are more defined than I thought. Probably because the last time I watched him play in my driveway, his shirt was off, and the only thing I could stare at was his stomach and chest. He has a tight black brace wrapped around one of his knees, and I remember him telling me he had surgery once. It doesn't seem to bother him as he glides effortlessly up and down the court, stopping on a dime, switching direction, moving the ball from one hand to the next, and rolling it off his fingers near the rim. His touch is flawless. The coach whistles, and all of the guys jog over for a water break. Ryan sees me first, and I smile, lifting my hand and waving close to my body, not wanting to be a distraction. He elbows Owen, and he looks over and winks, but his focus goes right back to his team. For 2 hours, Owen runs. He never stops running. His body never once looks tired.
I could watch him for hours, days maybe. He's clearly the best on the team, Ryan a close second, and the way he controls everything is mesmerizing. He shouts things, pushes other players in their chests, smacks their asses when they do something right, and scolds them when they're wrong, and nobody ever questions him. They all want to please him, even the coach. It's almost like they're afraid. When practice is over, Ryan runs out from the locker room first, sitting next to me on the front step of the bleacher while he slips on his other shoes. "Owen will be right out, he wanted me to tell you," he says, a faint smile on his face. Ryan doesn't show a lot of emotion, but I get the feeling he's rooting for Owen and me. "Thanks," I say. He nods once, finishes getting his shoes on, then starts to stand, stopping with his elbows on his knees. "You want to know why I like Owen so much?" he says, his face slightly in my direction, his eyes looking at me from the side. I nod. Ryan looks toward the door, which is still closed, and leaves his focus there as he speaks. "Last year, my little brother tried to kill himself," he says. My breath leaves my body. "He's small, like really small, opposite of me in every way. It's not his fault, something he was born with, just a weird mutation of our genes. The whole family is tall like me. Jake, he's short. He's in 8th grade, and he's maybe 4 feet tall. Anyhow, some kids in his grade, they thought it'd be funny to nominate him for the king or whatever they call it at his junior high dance. That's the only reason he went, because he was nominated, and thought he might win something. So he goes, and he ends up winning, and he gets to dance with the prettiest girl, have his picture taken, all that shit." Ryan turns to me for the rest of his story. "My brother came home on cloud 9, thinking he was finally accepted. Then the next day, he found out that everyone voted for him to make that girl have to dance with him because she had broken up with her boyfriend.